obviously you had to
Sure.
go and get him.
Well, we were contacted by a member of the family about 11 o'clock last evening, or I'm sorry, it was earlier than 11. It was maybe early in the evening, 8 o'clock, and a deadline was set for
coffee is going to give us a cultural foothold in a lot of locations. So Casper.com, you can pick up your Rise with Roberto Jr. breakfast blend, only whole bean available, but we do have the Cast Brew Coffee Club. Sign up today and you'll get 3 bags every single month. Also, don't forget, here's the big one. Go to TIMCAST.com, click join us, become a member. Then you'll get access to our private Discord server where not only will you be hanging out with like-minded individuals, but if you're a member at $10 for at least 6 months, you can submit questions and call into our uncensored after show. And if you sign up for at least $25 right now, you will get instant access to the VIP chat where you can submit questions. And at about 10 p.m. tonight, we're going to go to the uncensored members only show at timcast.com, where we will take your calls so you can talk to all of us here at Timcast, including our guests, which I think many people are really excited to. There's a lot of questions around what happened with the Durham Report. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. As I already mentioned, joining us tonight to talk about this is the man himself, Donald Trump Jr.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
I think everybody knows who you are. Do you want to do a quick intro, I suppose?
Donald Trump Jr.
There you go. All right. Thanks for hanging out. This will be
good
fun.
to be with you, man.
You're the, even before the show, we're talking about your family being framed by politicians, by intelligence agencies for being traitors and spies is the most, it's bigger than Watergate. It's insane.
Like significantly. And when you look at the amount of people that were involved, the resources that took place to create this thing, the level of people, Tim, that knew, and we're all in on it, and we're just fine with that. I mean, it's not just, Comey as the director of the CIA, but Obama knew, and Biden knew, and Hillary knew, and everyone knew.
And they all knew they were
and it
lying.
didn't matter. Yeah, well, that's the Anna Paulina stuff's incredible because, Adam Schiff, I remember this, and I take it pretty personally because I was the guy that they said, I'm going to go to jail for life. They were going to try me for treason, also a crime punishable by death. Minor details for me at this point. It's just another Tuesday. But, that guy was on TV every day saying he had seen the evidence, he had it, I was going to jail for life. And you're sitting there being like, I don't even understand what's going on, and let alone that this is happening. But they could do that the media could so gleefully run with it as though it's the gospel without actually anything there.
They won awards for it.
Well, that's the interesting one. I think my father's actually suing some of them. I think it's the Pulitzer Committee because, the Washington Post, I think the New York Times, they won Pulitzer Prizes for the journalism surrounding Russia. But
that's unfair.
None of it actually happened.
No, I'm sorry. That's unfair. You called it journalism.
I apologize. The propaganda around Russia. Well, that's honestly at this point that's what they are. You can see that. You can see the joy they take when someone who's actually a dissenting voice, like a Tucker Carlson, comes off the air. You could see it when I guess it was Jake Tapper's voice was cracking last week after the CNN town hall because even with weeks of preparation to try to take out Donald Trump, it didn't work out quite like they had planned. And what's really interesting, perhaps, Tim, just seeing the Durham report, the just total blackout on mainstream media. No one's even talking about it. It's like it didn't even happen. It's like we're just going to not even talk about it because if it's not good for the narrative, not only will we not cover it a little bit, we won't even acknowledge it. The democracy folks, we heard a lot of screaming about democracy and Trump's the greatest threat to democracy. They're awfully silent because this feels like an actual threat to democracy, and yet I don't hear anyone bitching about it.
So we'll do it. So this is going to be fun. Thanks
Sweet.
for joining us. I'm very excited. It's an honor and a privilege, sir. We've got Seamus Coughlin.
Yeah, by the way, we were complaining about it all day yesterday. I was complaining about it on my podcast, which is called Shamer, by the way. Y'all can check that out on Rumble. My name's Seamus Coughlin. I create cartoons on a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. We're going to be releasing a cartoon tomorrow that I think y'all are going to enjoy if you want to go check that out and subscribe. And we have a website, freedomtunes.com. If you want to support what we're doing, you can become a member there. Thank you.
We've got Hannah Claire Brimelow hanging out.
Yeah, hi, I'm Hannah Claire Brimelow. I'm a writer for TIMCAST.com. You should ignore Seamus's podcast and go to TIMCAST.com and click on the the tab.
I think you should just go check out my Rumble podcast, by the way. We're going to do shameless plugs. I'm a Trump.
I plug my podcast first.
I am the master of shameless plugs. It's genetic.
5 minutes in, we're already putting out the Trump last
You
week.
can't turn that crap off if you have those genes, okay? Just relax, okay? So I got to do that. And I don't do that often, but I got to, I I gotta play the trump card if we're all doing gratuitous plugs.
Quite frankly, Shamer is the greatest podcast.
I let it go. I let it go at first. I didn't even include it in my intro, but then if everyone else is plugging, I'm gonna plug.
That's why we're here, baby.
What's your show?
I just have the Triggered podcast on Rumble, where do much of the same. It's a long form version of a lot of the rants that probably people have been watching me do on social for a while, and had some fun with that. Just enjoy the platform and being able to say whatever I want, and
it's awesome.
And I do.
Unlike you two.
What time do you stream?
I go 6 o'clock Mondays and Thursdays.
Oh, nice. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 o'clock. So on Thursdays, you guys are tuning into mine.
All right, and then we got Serge pressing all the buttons.
Yeah, today is going to be fun. Yeah?
Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah.
We've been talking about this for a little while.
We had to call in.
Yeah, and I called in a couple weeks ago, and that was cool and sort of unexpected. Alex was like, "Hey, you want to call in?" I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah.
And
he's like, "I'm just gonna call him on the phone." I was like, "Okay, guys."
Yeah.
But you ended up joining through the Discord, and I want to jump to the story, but I just have to say. It was a beautiful moment when you just yelled, "I am a Trump."
Well, listen, I'm not going to be outplugged. You know what I mean?
My Seamus Coughlin.
Look, I did beat you too, and I got to the plugs first. Like,
I didn't even mention it in my intro. I'm like, I'm just going to let it slide. I'm not going to do that. But if everyone else is plugging, I'm plugging. You know?
Let's jump into the story and go right to it. We got this from DC Drano on Twitter. Check this out. Breaking news. GOP Rep. Anna Paulina Luna submits House resolution to expel Rep. Adam Schiff from Congress in light of Durham report findings showing his involvement with illegal spying on U.S. president. It's a resolution that says resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, Representative Adam Schiff be, and he hereby is, expelled from the House of Representatives. Now, I'm not convinced they'll actually do it.
No, unfortunately
They should do it. And outside of the spying, I do want to mention that he published the private information of an American journalist, once again in an attempt to smear your family. But let's jump into this.
Well, there's a lot more to it. I mean, the whole thing. I remember, I've done 50 hours of testimony before the various committees. House Intelligence, Senate Intelligence twice, House Judiciary. And when he was on House Intelligence and doing that, I was in front of that committee, and I got out. It was like I got in at like 9 a.m., I think I got out at 7 p.m., 7:30, and I go, and I was like, okay, guys, what happened today? And I'm looking at my Twitter at 7:30 at night, and it's like literally every bathroom break there was a leak. Literally, like, this is what's going on in the room, and he's just out there, and it has to be him, right? Because like you've never met someone, the guy's never met a camera he didn't love, and they more than gleefully carry his nonsense. And I was just like, oh my God, like my lawyers weren't allowed to take their phones into the room, but he can go leak to people from the Intelligence Committee. I mean, these people shouldn't have classified, documentation. It's no different than like Swalwell, who was sleeping with a Chinese spy. It's perfectly natural to leave him on the Intelligence Committee. I'm like, I don't understand. But that was going on. I was part of 3 of the big, the walls are closing in bombshells. You heard many of those, but 3 of the big ones were me, and one of them was that I had somehow gotten the Julian Assange emails or information, the Clinton emails before. But the reality is, like some random dude like DM'd him to me, I think it was, or emailed him to me, and just literally like spamming like possible Trump email accounts, and like it ended up in my inbox, and I'm looking and I'm like, well, I didn't have these things before they came out, but they took, it was like 14, right? Like August 14th or whatever the date was, right? They just deleted the 1 in the email. So it looked like I had it on August 4th.
Wow.
It was released on like August 8th or August 10th. But you delete the 1 from 14, it looked like I had it 4 days before the rest of the world, not 6 days after the rest of the world. Because you get a lot of that spam. It was just totally like that was a gotcha moment. It's known now because we have the emails that we handed over, and we have the emails they used in evidence, and it's like, no, there's not even a correction. There's not even a correction. It's like it's still real, and so it was just that constant. Lies. My Time magazine cover was truly special.
So this is Vox.com from 2017. It says red-handed. Yep. Time's latest cover captures how bad things are for Donald Trump. The Russia scandal hits home by David Von. Is it Drell? However you pronounce it. And
who cares?
I think at this point it's now been about 6 years since this Time magazine cover. If red-handed, what? Nothing happened. It was all nonsense.
Yeah, the whole thing was a lie. But it didn't. Yeah. But again, that didn't matter. And that's the thing. I mean, even then, for us and for me, it's like, well, there must be something to it. I mean, the FBI is saying these things. The CIA, they're. Maybe
you believe they're honorable institutions on some level.
Yeah, I believe that. I have friends in law enforcement, and I now make the distinction sort of between the door kickers. and the bureaucrats, right? The door kickers, like, they come up to me all the time. It's like, I can't believe what's going on. It's disgusting. And like, but like, they also know if they say anything, they're fired or they'll never get promoted, just like they're doing in the military. If you don't take the vax times 12, like, you're no longer a fighter pilot. We'll just put someone else who checks a bunch of boxes. I got to be careful.
Sounds a bit cowardly.
It is, but that's unfortunately now the game. Again, no one's talking about this story right now. It's kind of a big deal. I mean, Watergate's a big deal. They still talk about Watergate as being a big deal. The people who worked on Watergate, they haven't really done much since then, but they still hold this legendary status for some reason. And they've been commenting. Bob Woodward and others have been commenting on this story for 6 years as though they're the foremost authority on it. Now, it's all nonsense.
Yeah.
But like, where's like we got this wrong? Where's the mea culpa? Like, it doesn't even matter. Like,
that's never coming.
No, of course it's never coming, because journalism is dead, and that's why it's so important what you guys do and what I try to do. I'm sure what you do is well.
I am a journalist.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m.
I appreciate it, Shamer.
You're welcome. We're all sort of in this together, because the reality is, like, we're taking on media and some of these things that I do actually genuinely believe were once noble institutions, but like, man, they've gone downhill quick.
Here's the thing.
It's evil. These people are. Look, I think that when your dad gets reelected, we need an AG who is going to launch criminal probes. I'm not saying every journalist, I'm not saying every Democrat, I'm not saying every member of the intelligence agency or federal law enforcement are criminals. I'm saying it is clear that there was an attempt, a seditious conspiracy. Yeah. Now, what they're trying to, I'll phrase it this way. Right now, what do we know? There's something called the standalone complex. Are you familiar with the term?
I've heard of the term. I'm not.
I think it originates from Ghost in the Shell. It's a manga and anime. But the idea is when a bunch of people all do something in a way that looks like a conspiracy, like if there's a crowd of people and all of a sudden everybody stands up, you might think it was coordinated, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's what we can say happened right now. But I will say this. All of these people who pushed the lies, Hillary Clinton making these false claims, the FBI then chasing after evidence that was not correct, the manipulation of evidence to further FISA warrants, suggests probable cause that there was a seditious conspiracy.
Correct.
At the bare minimum, I am hoping that we actually see a real AG get in when your dad gets reelected, and he just says, we're going to start filing some criminal investigations, likely some criminal indictments, and then these people end up getting charged. I think Adam Schiff is criminally culpable for going on TV over and over again, trying to subvert this country and sow distrust in our institutions.
Well, and so just reverse it, right? Reverse the parties for a second. If Republicans did what Adam Schiff did, they'd be in the gulags right now. I mean, someone would be in Gitmo. I use, I don't want to necessarily talk about myself that way the whole time, but like, if I was Hunter Biden,
right,
like, they wouldn't be removing the team at the IRS to hand it over to the DOJ because they had a whistleblower. That whistleblower would be beyond reproach. If I was on video, I mean, if I did one of the hundreds of degenerate things, like, it would be disqualifying, not just for me, but for my father. But for him, it's okay. Mm-hmm. Millions of dollars, the shell entities that were magically formed to do business the second Joe Biden had authority to do, only in the countries that Joe Biden had any kind of authority where he could manipulate an outcome. Like, magically, these people are all of a sudden business people. I mean, we got in trouble for building buildings when I think there's a pretty solid record that our family's been building buildings for 60 years. It's that... the two-tiered levels and two-tier system of justice right now that's just so flagrant. It's so in your face. Even those who may hate Trump or me or whatever, like, I don't think that anyone can objectively look at it. Maybe they won't say it in polite company, but when they're sitting there by themselves at night being like, okay, well, there's a lot of BS here.
Is when your dad gets reelected, I don't know if you speak for him, and I do think there's something silly of being like, Trump Jr. is here, let me ask you what your dad thinks.
Yeah, no, I don't, because a lot of candidly, there's so much every day. Like, I couldn't keep up with the insanity to begin with. Right? There's not enough time in the.
I'm just hoping that he fires everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Classic Trump, you're fired.
Little Cobra.
To all the bureaucrats. I hope that a real AG comes in and says this country needs a fresh start. This corruption's got to go.
Yeah, well, listen, I do know this, and talking to him. I mean, coming in as an outsider was great, but you also have the pitfalls of that, which is, again, you can't fathom that honestly, even like a Democrat politician at the time. Now we're everything's in hindsight, right? So it feels like we're so much like, obviously, Wuhan lab leak, right? Like, of course it was like, now I always believed that was the point of origin, but did we really think our health officials would literally subvert the health of the American people? They would, like, we know that now, but at the time, you know what I mean? One of the things, they gave my father a lot of stuff over January 6th. I don't know what I can say on YouTube or not, but I don't think it's controversial. But why didn't he pardon people? Well, in the 7 days between that and, like, we didn't know. They didn't release any information. We were told it was a violent this. We weren't shown any video. 2 years later, we finally get the videos because Republicans are able to release that, but there's a reason they control that information. You can see that happen then, but in that period of time, you actually didn't know much.
I actually think if we look at the CNN debate that your dad had with Caitlin Collins, it was he answered rather well. She said, "Why did you wait 3 hours to say, no violence?" And he pulls out the tweets and he's like, half an hour after they breached, I said, "No violence, no violations." Yeah. And then, "Are you going to pardon people?" And he said, "I'll take a look at it. Some people obviously did bad things and they shouldn't be pardoned." He's completely right.
Yeah, no one believes you should be able to go punch a cop randomly, but like if you're getting a tour through the Capitol, but it's a little different, right?
The police opened the door for you and let you in. Why are you being criminally charged?
The video, the sound bites that you hear from that, I mean, I think it demands much further investigation. And honestly, the bigger thing is, frankly, almost regardless of even if you did punch a cop, I think you're still entitled to due process.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that seems to be totally missing, meaning, due process doesn't mean we put you in jail for 2 years or maybe we'll deal with it someday.
Yep.
And, even with all of this stuff going on, even with all the conspiracy theories that have come true, even with everything that we now know, they want to cast a wider net around January 6th. I'm like, really? Like, that's what you're going to look into? Not people who have real power and influence in government manipulating, whether it's, and I think it's not election interference, but this was designed to hurt Trump. It made midterms harder. Those of us who, I've become a junkie at this. At the time, I probably wasn't, right? We build buildings. That's what we did. Like, I was into it. I was always reasonably political, but not like I am now. So, you're sitting there, the average person trying to put food on their table, and they're listening to 5 minutes of news a day. It's like, well, okay, there must be something to it. I thought that. And I was a target. I was probably the number 2 target of them after my father.
Well, so let me ask you, what was I suppose it's a 2-part question. What was the first time you realized they were lying, like they were coming after you, like something was happening, and how did you feel? Like, it is back 2017 or something?
It's interesting. I don't actually remember. I mean, you start seeing it and you're like, wait a second. Like,
they accusing me of what?
That's pretty obvious. And again, initially, even with this stuff, I was like, well, yeah, I may, who the hell knows, right? They get you that way a lot, right? There's, some, one of the alt-right characters, they make it seem like that's half the country. It's nonsense, right? There's 7 of them out there that, but they're like, they got a selfie with Don Jr. Like, I took 1,700 selfies that day. Like, I don't know who that person is, but it's like we're best friends, and the media will run with that. So, it's like, well, I don't know, maybe someone was doing something bad, and who knows, maybe they have a picture with me because I took a click line.
Because you're a public figure.
I took 150 pictures in a 5-minute period. It doesn't mean I actually know the person. It doesn't mean I could even tell you when that happened because I was so swamped with it. But so you're like, well, maybe peripherally there was something on. I know I didn't do anything, but then you start seeing it further, and you start realizing, I was like, wait a minute, I'm actually the red-handed on the cover of Time magazine and shifts on TV every day lying about it. I'm like, wait a second, and again, then for better or worse, I guess, I have a little bit of the Trump gene, and that kicked in, and I was like, I'm not running from this. I'm just going to engage. Yeah. And my lawyers, man, my lawyers were not in love with me for a while when all that stuff happened. Like, the first time when that stuff happened, like, I got on TV that night, and they're like, you can't get on TV. Like, anything you say. I was like, dude, I'm not going to be called a traitor and take it. I don't care if this gets me into trouble telling the truth and being open. And I did it. I put out the DMs, like, I guess the DMs from WikiLeaks and Assange that I was like, here it is. Like, I'm not, what am I supposed to do? I opened a DM that someone sent me, like, that, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to? And by the way, I also didn't I wouldn't have even thought about these things necessarily at the time, right? Like, it's just a different mindset. Now it's like, okay, like what's the setup? What's the angle? I think about these things now. At the time, I certainly didn't. But I realize how much more nefarious it is.
But I agree with you. I mean, it's the most frustrating thing in the world when you have lawyers being like, you can't defend yourself.
Yeah, and they did, and I just ignored them. And for 2 years, they're like, you're going to get your... And finally, they came up to me like, they go, you were right. I go, what do you mean? They're like, you know what? If you would have curled up in the corner over there and, sucked your thumb crying for mommy, like, it would have meant nothing.
It would have been worse.
It would have actually been worse, right? It's the capitulation. You see that with like cancel culture, right? The second, like, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, the sorry.
Yep, blood in the water.
There's no honor in it, right? There's no, if you're trying to do the right thing, that's actually your admission of guilt to them. Because it doesn't have to be real to begin with, right? The accusation can be total BS, but if they say it enough, they put it on the cover of Time magazine, there must be some truth to it. You then try to be, okay, let's just settle it down. I'm going to apologize. No. That's the first mistake, because now they got you because you've admitted that you actually were wrong, and there's no coming back from it. They're not dealing, honorably. It's not an arm's length, like, let's do the right thing.
Exactly. And this is something that conservatives and Republicans, both as individual citizens and political leaders, have really failed at for such a very long time. Left-wingers will come at you and say, you're a racist when you're trying to have a discussion on something like healthcare, welfare policy, border
Basic
security, basic math, somewhere where it's completely irrelevant. And so often, Republicans would respond to that not by saying, all right, I'm going to completely disregard that non sequitur and continue the conversation about something of substance that we were actually discussing. They would go, no, I'm not racist. All of my best friends are black. I've never done anything that would ever offend anyone. Let me play by your rules. And then your dad comes around and do American politics, and when these people start asking him these ridiculous questions and framing things in a ridiculous way, he's like, shut up, you stupid. And it's beautiful.
The Rosie O'Donnell thing was exactly what you're talking about.
Only
But I think,
Rosie O'Donnell.
But I think that's
Everyone
really important.
Screaming and cheering.
Well,
that
because
was amazing. Yeah,
for-
I was there, and that was like, I'm just like, that was actually when I was like, oh, he's going to win this thing. It was interesting.
When he called Rosie O'Donnell a fat pig, that was it. I knew.
Well, it wasn't even when he did it. It was the reaction of the crowd. It's interesting. Like, the brash billionaire from New York City that lives in gilded Trump Tower. It's like, he still had that connection with regular people, and it was from being on construction sites a lot. Like, he didn't lock himself in an office all the time and like listen to the executives. He'd walk a construction site and talk with a guy that's putting up sheetrock. And it's like, well, do you ever think about this? This is how to get a little bit more ceiling height or whatever. And like, so we always had those kind of connections with those guys, and he just got it. And that's when I realized just how much he got it. And it was the reaction from those people. You notice when he did his opening speech, June 16th, 2015. I only remember because it's my daughter's birthday. No one said anything about the Mexican rapist comments because, of course, that's going on right now. We see that at levels like, we've actually never seen before at the border. The
Cartels,
amount of
coyotes, gangs.
all of that stuff. But everyone thinks that that flared up that day. It wasn't. It was like 2 weeks later, when he actually started gaining, and all of a sudden oh my God, he could win. Mm-hmm. That's when it became racist, because everyone knew it was real. So everyone thinks that it was that was the reaction to the speech. No. It was the reaction to the success of everything that he was doing about 2 weeks later when the outrage cycle started, and all of a sudden it became racist as opposed to just factually
and if they could
accurate.
tar him with their number one slur, he's a racist, then perhaps
Bigot.
that would undercut his success.
And part of what was so hilarious about that is during Trump's campaign, they overused the word racism so much they had to move on to a new phrase. Right in 2016, after he got elected, they started calling everything white supremacist because the word racist didn't mean anything anymore.
Did you guys see the stats last week? It was Washington Post and New York Times, 700% and 1,000% respectively since 20.
Yes.
The use of the word, it's just because it's just clickbait. And listen, I think social media is part of that, right? And I'm not going to pretend I'm not guilty of some of these things, but everything's to get that click, and you got to make it a little bit more inflammatory. The problem with it is now, do I believe that racism still exists? Sure. I just don't think it's the cause of and solution for all of life's problems. It's not. I travel the country. I haven't experienced any of it. I haven't seen it. I see tens of thousands of people a month, all over the place, and yet there is actual racism still. But when everyone's branded a racist, when you're talking about economics or math and you're called a racist because that's the easy button of the political left, it does a huge disservice to those who are actually afflicted by that. And that's not everyone. And
I think exactly what we're talking about right now, in more ways than just the racism issue, every grievance they've screamed for 7 years at the top of their lungs, it's just falling on deaf ears at this point, and people are tired of it.
Correct. Which does a disservice to the small fraction of people who are actually genuinely afflicted. You know what I mean? Or because you now when I get called, I don't even respond. People they said you're a racist. They tried doing it to my brother last week. He's an anti-Semite. It's that's going to make Thanksgiving really awkward with my sister who's Orthodox Jewish. I'm what are you talking about? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They can just say it. Well, you were near someone who once said this. I'm like, did I say it?
It's just you disregard these people at this point, I suppose. When someone comes up to me and says something nonsensical, I'll be like, "You're not a serious person."
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if they had any genuine concern for the groups of people for whom they claim to stand and who they claim to defend, then they would be really careful about the bombastic claims that they made in the media to everyone about groups of people that they didn't like or politicians they didn't like, because all they've done is discredit themselves over the past several years. So even if they were fighting for these supposedly marginalized groups, well, who would believe them when they offered up a solution anyway?
You would, yeah. I mean, you made the point about serious people. You're right, but like, who at this point? Who is a serious person when it comes to this stuff? Because like they're all doing it, right? It's not like there's a couple guys that are beyond like you know. The reality is, and maybe look, I think it's why they were so gleeful about Tucker, because he did take on both sides. He called out Republican establishment. You know, you saw the thing that was so frustrating for me as someone who's super anti this insane war in Ukraine. And just funding it in perpetuity to let people die. I mean, I love my father's answer on CNN Town Hall, but was like, the Republicans spoke to Politico or The Hill or some other leftist thing on condition of anonymity. Now that Tucker Carlson's no longer on Fox, we can gleefully continue to perpetuate the war in Ukraine without fear of reprisal from. I mean, like, wait, like, you're a Republican senator. You were elected to do this, you know, despite what Mitch McConnell says when he's like, Republicans, it's their number one issue. Like, Mitch, I've spent a lot more time with real Republicans, like on the ground, and like, it's not a top 10 issue for almost any of them. But they're gleeful that they can continue to support an unpopular war with the people that elected them, because no one's going to actually be there calling them out because the uni party or the, you know, it's insane.
I think one of the things they're very scared of when your dad was on with debating Caitlin Collins. He said he would end the war in Ukraine in a day. And we had been talking about that about a week or two before, and I said the same thing. I think he gets in there and he shuts the whole thing down. The issue is they don't want the war to stop.
Nope.
The war's profit.
You know how much money they're making? Again, it's 130 million. You know, the Pentagon misplaced 220 billion, right? Like, if you miss $6 on your taxes, right? They want to go after you if you over a $600 Venmo transaction, $601. The IRS is going to audit you with their 87,000 new agents. You know, but the Pentagon can misplace $220 billion, and no one's even like, huh? I wonder where it went. It's just like, oh yeah, you know how much money that is? Like,
but if they misplaced it, they had a good reason. You just have to trust
well,
it.
Yeah, because I'm saying the reality is whatever the 130 is that we've publicly funded. You know, we also didn't think. I did. Because I just don't believe anything they say. But the average person also didn't believe that we had boots on the ground in Ukraine either, because it wasn't congressionally approved, and it certainly wouldn't be popular with the American people who, you know, until Ukraine sort of became the new religion of the left, replacing, Lord Fauci and COVID as the religion and demigod of the left for the last few years, like, the average American is not for these wars. They're trying to drum that back up, and it's because our generals, that's their retirement plan. We get on the board of Lockheed Martin. The way to keep that job is to continue to sell missiles. You don't continue to sell missiles if you're not actually using them, because you know, and now we're depleting our stockpiles to do that, and that's everyone's get-rich-quick scheme when they retire.
Let's talk about some contemporary politics, because I have this story from Newsweek, and it is one of the greatest headlines I've ever seen the fake news publish. John Fetterman's question at Senate hearing leaves witness speechless. And
not in the way that you think. Not in the way that Newsweek would have you believe.
And this is exactly it. They want you to believe that his question was so good, so strong, that the witness was like, how do I have nothing to say. Yeah. When in reality, what happened was John Fetterman didn't say anything coherent at all.
Can you play it?
Sputtering.
Can you play it? Because, like,
how much you want to bet they didn't put it in the article?
Oh my gosh.
Almost without question.
At the top.
Here, let's go to
No, I know, but like, is it actually going to be in it?
They went to go to Hawaii's after there was a crash of your bank, and I couldn't believe it. So I went up on the internet, and it's like, it did happen. And that's in Fortune. The second biggest bank in U.S. history collapsed, and chose to go to Hawaii.
This isn't the good part yet,
Yeah,
though.
I've never been to Hawaii.
I don't think they're going to show it.
I think you're right. I think they're going to...
Or excuse me, crashed a bank, you know. So given that I'm the last person, I don't have much left to ask, but I will, you know. Let me ask you this one particular question.
Oh, I think they're going there.
To put to everyone here on that. And it's an inside joke. No matter how incompetent or how greedy, the government will always bail you out when your bank crashes. I mean, everyone has to know that, right? Everyone has to realize that no matter how bad I behave, no matter how big my raises, my bonuses and everything, we will come in and bail it because we can't crash the economy, much the way SV Bib was argued that it was going to crash.
What did he just say?
I have no idea. I actually
that's
did.
not even the crazy part.
I did a short. That's not the crazy part because I did one. There's a minute and 10 seconds. I just did a commentary for Facebook and social on it, and I'll do it on the podcast tomorrow, I guess. But it's a minute and 10 seconds of utter insanity. And Fetterman, I've spent a lot of time on this one because I'm one of the few guys. I've been called, not a racist on John Fetterman, but I was called an ableist. Because I went after him.
Which is them admitting he's disabled, by the way.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, for those of you who don't know, that means you discriminate against those with disabilities. And I just don't think it's ever going to be popular with the American people to not expect basic cognitive function from a United States senator. This is someone who could vote to send your children to war. It's someone who's voting on trillions of dollars, and he'll rubber stamp the Democrat thing. Do you have the actual quote?
Yeah, you want to play?
Yeah, play it. It's just too good.
Is it a staggering responsibility that the head of a bank could literally crash our economy? It's astonishing. That's like if you have, and they also realize is that now they have a guaranteed way to be saved. By no matter how, So it's isn't it appropriate that this kind of control should be more stricter?
Speechless.
To prevent this kind of thing from going, or should we just go on and start bailing and sailing whoever bank, regardless of how their conduct is?
I think when you're trying to talk to a girl you like, you get nervous.
Well, I love how his look at the guy's like, oh, he can't respond. I'm like, because you're an imbecile.
The Republicans want to give a work requirement for SNAP. For a hungry family has to have this kind of penalties or some kinds of working required. Shouldn't you have a working requirement after we sail your bank with billions of your bank? Because they seem to be more preoccupied than SNAP. And requirements for works for hungry people, but not about protecting the taxpayers, that will bail no matter whatever does about a bank to crash it.
What?
Yeah. By the way, don't forget the media. When he got elected, the media was happy to say, hey, this is a guy that could be for 2024. Now we have an imbecile in office right now, so why should we hold a senator to a higher standard than the president? But
I want everybody to remember what you just heard from this man, and I want to show it what Newsweek wrote.
Yes.
Here's what Newsweek writes, quote, Republicans want a work requirement for SNAP for hungry families. Shouldn't you have a working requirement after we bail out your bank? Fetterman asked at the end of the hearing. He didn't say those words.
Those were not the words that came out of his mouth at all.
Not even a little bit those words. The Washington Post did the same thing, where the guy, I guess, did a correction. Well, yesterday I tweeted a quote provided to me by the senator's office without checking it against the video, because he gave this glowing quote that actually made sense. I don't necessarily agree with what was in it, but
it's what they wrote.
It flowed. It's what they wrote. And they're just covering it. And again, I know they'll call me an ableist once again, but I do not think it's unreasonable for the American public, the voting public, to expect basic cognitive function. This is a United States senator, guys. Mm-hmm. This is not someone, and I don't think you'd let Joe Biden do it either, but you wouldn't let this guy drive you in an Uber car.
When Joe Biden gets lost on stage and is confused, there is something sad about it because he is so pathetic in that way.
Well, honestly, that's the hard part. That's why it was easy to get people to hate Hillary. It's hard. No, it's hard to hate Joe Biden. Whether the corrupt, you look at him, you can't. If you're human, you can't help but feel bad for him. Because you realize he has no idea where he is.
It's the same thing with John Fetterman. He is so clearly trying to recall. A lot of officials memorize their statement that they're going to have. That's not unusual. Yeah. But he is struggling so desperately to recall what he is supposed to be saying. Not just I'm getting stage fright, I'm forgetting my lines. He is not there. And in some ways, that is unnerving that there's a group of people who can see this person who's clearly sick and suffering and saying, go out there and try and,
and that's
wear
why
the suit and hit the talking points.
He's being used as a pawn because hated like a Hillary was, right? Now, I'd argue that he's probably far more effective in actually delivering some of the insanity of the radical left policies because he'll sign anything you put in front of him. Because he does not know where he is, he's also incapable of reasoning about... No, but hear me out.
No, I think you're right.
Like, whoever is in charge, whether it's Obama, whether it's Susan Rice, whether it's one of these radicals, Obama felt the same way. But he just wasn't going to destroy his legacy signing this stuff in. They're happy to throw Joe under the bus because, like, what's his legacy going to be? But they're actually furthering that insanity. Do we really believe that, like, an 85-year-old Irish Catholic guy, like, the trans thing, it's the social justice cause of this generation? Like, I don't know. I don't think anyone believes that. But he'll say it. Like, I certainly don't think an Irish Catholic believes that stuff.
Well, you're certainly not allowed to. Yeah. But you're not a real Catholic if you believe you should transition kids. That's not even a question, right? That's not even a remotely question. Like, Catholics do not believe in transgenderism at all.
But he's also pro-abortion.
And he's also pro-abortion. Joe Biden is not a practicing Catholic, and he hasn't been for decades because he doesn't give a cent to church teaching. He doesn't believe in what the Catholic Church teaches.
Seamus is a Shiite Wahhabi Catholic.
That's
right. I can see that.
According to Michael Knowles.
But I think that's like a lot of Americans. I think it's like a lot of Americans, though. A lot of Americans identify as Christian and don't, live out those practices at all. It's because
a lot of men identify as women,
I know. They don't live out those practices either.
Listen, the reality, it seems like we can identify us a lot more than we could have a few years ago. So I'm going to give someone who's not quite 100% practicing Catholic, I'm going to give them a little bit more slack than the people who are going to force me to say some sort of pronouns that don't make any sense.
Listen.
Biden is trans-Catholic. He does identify as Catholic.
Fetterman identifies as a senator. And the response is, and I know it sounds like a joke. No, this is not a joke. I'm being serious. He runs for the Senate. He is not capable of being a senator. I feel bad for him because, he always wanted this. He has a stroke. It's a horrible thing, and I feel bad. And now he still feels, what's happening? What I'm trying to get at when I say he identifies as a senator is much in the way a leftist will go to someone and say, yes, you are exactly what you think you are. They're going to this man and being like, yeah, you're a senator. You're a senator.
Stamp it here. Yep.
When he's clearly incapable, he is not an effective senator.
But the thing, and people don't realize that, and they've been lying to people about this. They knew this about the stroke. They could have had Connor Lamb, who was a congressman, and I don't agree with a lot of his positions, but at least he's present. At least
there's a
candle. There's a gerbil in the hamster wheel, like moving around. Where it's not with him. But they said this is a guy that we can get him to win. It doesn't matter if he's capable of thought because all he has to do is rubber stamp what Chuck Schumer says. And it also talks about the issues with elections. Now I won't talk about elections now. Maybe we'll do it in the later hour because. And again, I won't say anything controversial. But do we really think that the people of Pennsylvania were shown this man? And oh yeah, that's my guy. But listen, or do we think there was a ballot harvesting operation and
There's that joke from, I think, what's the guy's name? Was it John Dye? I hope I'm not getting his name wrong. He said, how come if Lizzo is so beautiful, how come women get so mad when I say you look like Lizzo?
Yeah. Yes.
And it's because
she's healthy.
They're lying, right? So this is what I mean. The same people who are going to Lizzo and saying, oh, you're so beautiful, are the people going to John Fetterman and being like, you're a great senator.
Yep.
They're not being honest with us because they're putting the feelings of the individual who wishes they were healthy, beautiful, or a senator in front of the actual responsibilities of a person in that position.
Correct. Yeah, and this is one of the very sad paradigm shifts that is leading to the slow death of the West. What people used to do is they would encourage you when you were young to try to figure out what you could give to the world. What is your vocation? What are you meant for? What can you provide to others? And then it was shifted towards, what can you do for yourself? How can you prove that you're impressive? How can you be in a position that's comfortable for you? And so what we end up with is a situation where you have someone who is either in steep cognitive decline, as Joe Biden is, but wanted to be the president, or his handlers wanted him to be the president, and so it's mean to tell him he can't, or someone like John Fetterman, who is quite clearly cognitively impaired, but who wants to be a senator, and so no one around him was willing to say, hey, you actually can't do that job.
I don't even know that he wants it.
I don't know that he wants
to be fair, then let me add a caveat.
I think he was bullied into it. They're like, this is our best chance, and now you're going to sit there for 6 years and get through it. You don't really have to show up. You can wear shorts on the floor of the Senate and your hoodie.
We love your sneakers. They look great.
I'm not one that overdresses. It's not my but I don't know. There's still a respect for that institution, and they don't care about that anymore. That's all gone.
Well, let me just add one caveat to what I'm saying then. You could very much be right that they bullied him into this. They thought he'd be someone who could represent their interests well, and I think that's likely the case even with somebody like Joe Biden. But the American people should be able to see, hey, the purpose of a job isn't to make someone feel special for having that job. The purpose of a job is to provide something to society. This man cannot provide to us as the people what a senator is supposed to provide because he's clearly disabled, right? He's just not meant for that position. There's nothing wrong with being disabled. It doesn't make you a bad person. There's nothing wrong in the moral sense, right? You're not less valuable as a person, but it does mean there are certain jobs that aren't open to you because they require a high degree of competence.
Yeah, I think what you're...
But that's mean.
I think
That's
you're right.
mean to say.
I think that's true.
Would you let him perform brain surgery on you? Would you let,
There are
I'd
things
end
that
up
he
like
can't
him.
do. There are things that he can't do because he is cognitively impaired. But I think we're seeing this happen with Joe Biden, with Fetterman, and we're seeing it with Dianne Feinstein in Congress. Like, she is old enough where the Democrats are openly talking about maybe she should step down. We know she's not going to seek another term. Maybe she is not healthy enough to continue in her job. But instead, they're like, well, she took 3 months off and we're going to welcome her back. We're going to pretend things are fine. I mean, it is...
She forgot she was gone.
3 years ago, it was known. Like, it's one of the biggest sort of untold secrets of Washington. I know, like, they're like, oh yeah, she's got dementia. Like, it's like people in D.C., people in power understand that this is the case. Like, they talk about it openly.
They want to hold on to the seat.
Yeah,
that's everyone around them. I mean, this was like with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? There was a huge, like, I think it was kind of a joke, but like that she already had retired and all of her staff were writing all of her comments anyways, right? Like, this was something that people joked about. And I think it's the same thing with as many people. And in fact, if you can have a person like John Fetterman in the Senate seat and get the policy you want through, why wouldn't you pick another candidate who is easily manipulated, right? If you're a handler and you can't personally hold public office for whatever reason, but you can find someone who you can basically puppet and get your policies through, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
Someone else is taking the blows that you don't have to absorb, but you're getting your way. You're holding on to the power.
Well, I mean, it's funny how similar these politicians are to pop stars today. I mean, there's just people behind the scenes writing all of their material for them, making all of the money off of them, and they're just the face of the operation, and they really do run it like a franchise. Once that person is beyond the point of really being able to perform, they hop them up on performance-enhancing drugs so that they can keep doing so. It's horribly cruel.
You guys saw Dianne Feinstein forgot she was gone, right? Like the big story was that she said, "What do you mean? I've been here the whole time." And they're like,
also, half her face appears to be paralyzed, and we're not going to talk about that.
Minor details.
She was out for pneumonia, and apparently we're not going to talk about anything else.
I wrote about it in my book when I wrote Liberal Privilege. Like, Joe Biden's had 2 brain aneurysms. Like, if you ask any guy, that's a brain surgeon, you ask a neurologist about, like, the statistical probability of there not being serious issues with 1 aneurysm, it's almost like non-existent. With 2, and then when you see it and you see the eyes, and it's just dead.
Or hear him talk.
Or you see the fear. Even worse. When he forgets where he is or can't get off the stage. Because it's not just a little confusion. There's actually a moment of panic, and you see it. And so do our enemies. And so do the people that are making decisions abroad. And it's literally influencing our space in the world right now because that's the nature of predation, right? Predators see weakness. And they pounce. That's what they do. Like, that's a story as old as any living being. Like,
and now Joe Biden is competing with himself to become our nation's oldest president. And of course, your father is older as well, but I don't really know that we want to elect our second oldest president who already gets lost on stage.
But Trump is clearly younger cognitively, right?
Yes,
like
so
he does
I
not
know guys that are 85 years old that can run circles around my 40-year-old friend.
That's not Joe Biden.
Age is a relative thing, and I get it. I'm not just saying that because my father, but like if you sit in a room with my father, it's like, okay, like he can hold court for 3 hours. You can go on CNN. Like, would you put Joe Biden on Newsmax?
Oh my gosh!
No, you can't send Joe Biden out.
No one would even watch.
Did you guys hear the audio of one of his Secret Service members being like, "Okay, we're just going to walk here, and you're going to stand on that X"? Like,
well, he still misses it.
He still misses it.
I think there's a video. I could be wrong, so I don't want to get fact checked. But I think there was one where he's like somewhere. A blind guy literally was like, "No, you have to come over here." A blind man was guiding him. And he still got it wrong. Like,
it's the blind leading the Biden.
Literally, but have you guys considered this? That he just has a speech impediment and you're being bullies? Because that's what I've been told. All of these gaffes are because of a speech impediment.
There are reliable and credible sources that have told me that I am an ableist. So that could be.
You're just leaning into it.
A speech impediment is apparently also a disability. And it is not that. You don't forget where you are because of a speech impediment. You don't forget the name of the person you're trying to introduce. It's not the stutter. You don't forget where the state that you're in. you maybe have a hard time getting it out for a second, but you don't say the wrong place.
And it wouldn't have changed over time.
Also,
I mean, Joe Biden has been in public office for years. We have heard him testify from the floor 100 times. You can see recordings of it. He is not okay. He's even different from when he was the VP, right? Like, you can see a very serious decline in his speech. That's not just a speech impediment.
Also, a speech impediment doesn't make you say poor kids are just as bright and talented as white kids. Right? That's not a speech impediment.
That's character.
That's just how Joe Biden thinks.
I got hairy legs. I'm going to sniff this child. I'm like, the sniffing children thing. It's like
that should be disqualifying from the get-go. He sniffs kids.
No, but like, hey, if you did it once in a photo op, but like the fact that everyone knows it's a real problem, it's talked about on a daily basis,
constantly,
and yet he continues to do it because he's incapable of stopping.
Yep.
Right? There's no control there. That's a basic part. Like, I'm sure I have bad habits. If they get me in trouble,
not like that.
You
not like that.
Work to correct them.
I do what I can to try to correct it. You trying not to curse because we're on YouTube and not Rumble and whatever it is, and I don't do a great job of that. But like, I can usually get by reasonably well. He's stop sniffing children. Like, it's not that hard.
Exactly. Like, I'm trying to figure out which speech impediment makes you ramble about corn pop and sniff kids. And I haven't discovered. I've WebMD'd myself to death, but I haven't found anything.
You're a journalist.
You actually have cancer and AIDS, but you spend so much time on WebMD.
I know, I'm horrified. I have all these diseases.
Diagnosed Joe Biden. And
all this reminds me of that scene from Dr. Strangelove where the dude's writing the bomb down.
Yeah.
Like, we know everything's falling apart, and I'm laughing. But I'm also laughing because y'all are laughing. Like, our president can't think properly. His brain no longer works. We have 2 senators who are incapable and have suffered medical. They all have some kind of brain issue inhibiting them from functioning. And we're all sitting here laughing as though we are riding that bomb all the way down.
There's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do. Well, listen.
Oh, you can vote for your dad.
Yes, well, that's true. But I mean, remember the stuff they did with Trump? I mean, every tele-psychologist, every tele-neurologist, oh my God, Trump, he held a banister to walk down a slippery ramp. Like, no, he's just smart enough to hold a banister so he doesn't fall and give them, slip and fall. Like,
Joe Biden fell up the stairs 3 times.
You're like, he's
he
fine.
can't walk up a flight of stairs. It's Air Force One. He knows the cameras are on, and he still can't get it right. Like,
he fell upstairs.
They were WebMDing your dad. They're like, oh my gosh.
Well, no, my favorite was
he's in the later stages of dementia and Alzheimer's. Miraculously, he can give a 3-hour speech, impromptu, off the cuff.
No.
Not affected there, but he has these issues, apparently, is what I'm told.
I like the armchair psychology. He has narcissistic personality disorder. He is just this terrible human being. You can see it everywhere. Or recently I saw a headline that was he didn't wish his wife a happy Mother's Day on social media. Obviously, there are problems in that marriage. What a strange way to measure someone, that they're not performing the way you want them to, as opposed to Joe Biden, who is actively falling down and getting lost. This is not the same thing.
It's not. Again, whether it's the corruption, whether it's that. I mean, again, I always say, imagine Don Jr. was Hunter Biden. I have a feeling the things that are non-issues would be serious issues.
Yeah, I think so.
If Trump made the daily mistakes of Joe Biden, if he made the errors, if he tripped, if he fell, if he did things that were normal and they could see, it looked like he flinched. Mm-hmm. That must have been a mini stroke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The amount of just insanity trying to, back into a medical condition. I watched it for the 4 years and 2 years during the primaries.
Well, it's also interesting. You've touched on this a few times here already, but the way the media treats you and your siblings versus the way that they treat Hunter Biden, it's unbelievable, right? And one thing I remember constantly hearing during Trump's presidency, anytime anyone brought up any of your success was, oh, well, they had a rich father. Of course they became successful because when you have a rich dad, your success story. Explain Hunter Biden to me.
Listen. He's an overperforming crackhead. He's actually one of the highest performing.
Overachieving crackhead. He's probably the richest crackhead in the world, to be fair.
The Chinese gave Hunter Biden $1 billion to invest because they apparently invest a lot with crackheads, or they were looking for some diversity and inclusion, and they realized that the people, they didn't want just competent people to invest in. The Chinese are many things, but they're not stupid. They don't give someone with no investment history or prowess unless they're buying something. So of course they were, but the fact that that's not brought up, right?
They're buying
the Chinese didn't do diligence. They're looking to diversify. They need some degenerate, crackheads to really round out their investment portfolio. They're underrepresented in that.
Don Jr., they're buying crack.
Are we pushing the line?
I want to say, let's be serious. The reason why they're investing in him is, one, I think you're correct. They're buying something, influence of his father, but they're buying something really, really great. This is the perfect investment opportunity for an adversary because not only are you putting money into something that's of value to you, but you have tremendous leverage in that Hunter is a crackhead, and that if they ever cross you, you can really... you can release the information.
Well, no, because all the information's out and our media doesn't care.
Yeah, but is there one of our enemies that, again, I want to know, and I'd like to see, just out of just curiosity, imagine like the stuff that Hunter was like, maybe I'm not going to video this one. There
has to be something.
Like, this may be a little too far for video.
Yeah, what is Hunter Biden ashamed of?
You got to do it for the Vine.
Do we have an enemy that doesn't have a Hunter Biden laptop, and do they have more? Because the answer, again, you saw the revelations last week, right? 15 entities, all conducting business in places none of the Bidens had ever conducted business, all set up literally the day after he became vice president, all only in the areas where Joe Biden would have authority to do this. The brother has a piece of the deal. The girlfriend has a piece of the deal. The grandchildren, do any of them have international business experience, including Hunter and the brother? But the entire family's on the payroll of these companies. And then you see this week, Joe Biden used his second veto to veto bipartisan legislation that was going against China. The fact that our media won't even ask the question is hey, do you think that maybe you would veto bipartisan legislation? Bipartisan legislation doesn't just happen that much in Washington these days. But Joe Biden's going to use it as a veto, much like China. It's the greatest investment they've ever made. $1 billion to China is nothing.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier, the Hunter Biden laptop, and then the question came up what do you think Don Jr.'s got on his laptop? And I was like, I bet it's really boring. I bet it's
by the way, if it wasn't
documents,
if it wasn't, memes. You'd know by now. Because it would have leaked. Because I'm, other than my father, the most subpoenaed person in the history of the United States government, and they've scanned all my phones. And again, if there was that stuff on there, it wouldn't be suppressed, it wouldn't be hidden, it would have leaked. I'm probably the second most vetted person in the history of the United States at this point.
Did they take your devices?
Oh yeah, they get copies of it. I've had to do that. As recently as last week, I had to give another copy of my thing because that's the New York AG and their perpetual witch hunts. I've had
New
to do
York
this.
AG is crazy.
It's insane and they just fundraise off of it, right? No jury in New York's gonna ever let Trump go because just the social stigma of they'll dox him like they tried doing the Kyle Rittenhouse. They'll figure out how to make it. You can't get a fair jury. These people are in fear for their lives.
In New York,
I almost understand it. As much as I think it's sick, and not everyone has my general let's call it underdeveloped sense of self-preservation. Who will go out there and screw you and screw you and fight other people. They don't have that. It's not that easy. We need to all develop that. We need to become unafraid. Until we do. We got a big problem because they can pick off the guys that'll stand out.
So here's what it feels like to me. Surface level, simplified. I feel like your dad sees something in this country. He sees the issues. They're fairly obvious. He's talked about them for decades. Yeah. And then he's like, I'm going to run for president. I'm going to fix these things. And the moneyed interests that would be harmed by this reacted massively in fear. So you've got corporations that make money off cheap immigrant labor. You've got corporations that make money off outsourcing jobs to foreign countries. You've got foreign adversaries that were extracting wealth and value from our country and bringing our jobs overseas. And then all of a sudden, Donald Trump comes in and says the famous Michael Moore speech where he says to the auto manufacturers, I will put a tariff on your cars at 30% and no one will ever buy it again. And then what do we see during the Trump administration? The return of auto manufacturing to Michigan, bringing, I believe, $3 billion.
Yeah.
That's historic. We see the Abraham Accords, and I'll tell you, recently I had a guy tell me, I was at a poker table, he said, there's no way you like Trump. Because some lady was like, this guy likes Trump. And she was saying it kind of in a funny way. Yeah. She was nice. She liked your dad too. And he was like, impossible. And then I mentioned North Korea. Crossing into North Korea in the DMZ with no security detail.
All the other guys, they got the binoculars from 30 miles out looking through it.
I said, this is history. These are historic peace deals. We saw the economy booming. And they reject it and they refuse. And what do we get instead? It really does feel almost like a yin-yang, night and day kind of thing where with the Trump administration, far from perfect. We have an end to wars in the Middle East, an end of ISIS. We have troops being withdrawn from Syria. We have peace in certain parts of the Middle East. We have an attempted peace with North Korea. We have a booming American economy. And it all inverts the moment Joe Biden gets in office.
Yeah, I think that's what's scariest to me was just, again, you think of this thing, the American economy, it's this big ship. Like, in 2 years, they eliminated it all. Yeah. Like, they got, I mean, when you think about what's going on right now with interest rates, when you think about what's going on with inflation, like, as some of these mortgages start resetting and these 5 and 7 years arms start resetting, like, people are going to get crushed, man. I don't think anyone understands just like we're at like 2008 and perhaps worse, levels again. And it's only a matter of time. Now, I think, the powers that be are doing whatever they can to delay it, to try to blame it on, whoever beats Trump or whatever later on. But like, the country's going to go through a lot of pain because of the stupid decisions to try to do this. And by the way, the Republican donor class and that billionaire class, oftentimes just as guilty. It's like, well, we're really anti-China unless we can get our widget for 1 cent cheaper, in which case, so like, I'm not pretending like, it's only the Democrats doing these things, but it's also why the Republican donor class is like, well, we don't want to support Trump this time. It's like, why? Because he made you bring in like American laborers and put Americans to work because we created energy independence. Like now we're getting that we still need it because, like, let's not kid ourselves. The batteries, they don't produce themselves. The child slave labor in Africa isn't quite producing, the dream of everyone in America having a car. And, of course, their ESG scores aren't affected by that because they subcontract it out. So, you hire a hitman instead of doing the dirty work yourself, and it doesn't count. You mentioned the Abraham Accords. Like, that was the holy grail of, like, geopolitical politics for decades. And everyone was like, it could never get done. It's never going to happen. Trump goes like, why? Well, we've been dealing with this. Same with North Korea. We've been dealing with the issue for 40 years. And it's like, well, have you like actually sat down in the room with the people? No, we would never do that. Well, like, why do we believe the experts? The experts don't know shit. Like,
now that those of us who are following the hoaxes, Russiagate and stuff, early on my attitude was like, oh, wow, this stuff's interesting. I mean, could this be true? I remember meeting with a journalist in New York and saying, like, is this stuff real? Like, tell me, like, the stuff that you can't report, what are you working on? And she's like, it's real. It's true. And I was like, wow, really? And I'm like, it's crazy.
It's real because they wanted it to be real.
And then sure enough, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. And as time goes on, then you get the Ukraine Gate scandal, the fake impeachments. Imagine what the news would have been. Imagine what the news should have been with a roaring economy, with manufacturing coming back, with the new U.S. trade deal, the USMCA, with the crushing of ISIS. The media was inverting everything. They called the leader of ISIS an austere scholar, a man who murdered and raped women.
A guy who burned journalists.
Yes.
Like, you'd think the media would...
Austere scholar.
Yeah, austere religious scholar. I remember reading that, and... I think we were talking with some of your team downstairs before we started, and I was like, there's days I feel like I gotta be the star of the Truman Show. Like, they're just screwing with me. Like, it can't be real.
I can't wait for you to find the camera.
I'm gonna find the camera one day because it's like, I'm being punked. Like, I have to be.
Yeah.
Because, like, there was no other time in history where we'd think we'd having the conversations. There's no other time, in history we'd think the hills that the Democrat Party is willing to die on these days.
Are those Ingersoll Lockwood books real? Like, is that a real thing? You know what I'm talking about? That story about those books from the 1800s that talk about Baron Trump.
Oh, yeah. I think
who's
they
running
are.
for president. Do you know about this?
No.
So I'm like, this has got to be fake. It's got to be someone pregnant. Supposedly, there are books that were written by a guy named Ingersoll Lockwood in the 1800s that talk about Baron Trump, who lives on Fifth Avenue in New York City, and he runs for president. And then a bunch of anarchists and socialists from the Lower East Side of Manhattan like rush to like protest or something like that.
I don't know. I watched like the Simpsons episode that called some of these things pretty well. Those were pretty amazing.
They were apparently it's a surrealistic novel from 1896. Americans are protesting a corrupt election process while the president's hometown of New York City is fearing the collapse of the republic after the transition of presidential power.
I can't believe this is real. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't. I feel like I'm going to talk about this, and then someone's going to be like, "Can you believe Tim Pool fell for that hoax that 4chan did or something like that?"
Well, and that's the problem. I mean, there's plenty of things like you can't even discern what's real and what's not some of these things anymore because there's so much out there. It spreads so rapidly, and the problem is some of the stuff that we see in the real world today is so asinine that the hoaxes actually seem almost normal by comparison. You're like, oh yeah, that totally fits with everything I'm seeing elsewhere.
Newsweek is talking about this novel, and he says that Baron Trump's adventures begin in Russia, and the guides are they think directors from he gets directions from the master of all masters, a man named Don. So,
a man named Don.
A man named Don.
But it started all in Russia, because now it's starting to sound a little bit like, okay,
this
now
one is
we got
I can't.
We got to loop in Russia. Like
the Baron Trump novels are two children's novels written in 1889 and 1893 by Ingersoll Lockwood. They remained obscure until 2017, when they received media attention for perceived similarities between their protagonist and U.S. President Donald Trump.
Dude, who's the guy that found those books?
And that's on Wikipedia. Not that I trust anything on Wikipedia, because I think that's one of the more biased things out there, but wow.
You're just jealous that it's not Don Jr. It's Barrett.
I'm a little upset.
That's what this is.
All this
Can't
fighting, and
possibly
I'm just going to be... Yeah, no, that's fine. Please let it be someone else.
You want to know something's funny? I tweeted this, and the left... these people have no sense of humor. They don't understand.
Gone.
So I posted a picture of Joe Biden super ripped with aviators, and they didn't say anything. There was no...
Yeah, of course.
No conservative was like, Tim, you're obsessed, you're in a cult, Joe Biden's not good. They knew it was a silly AI thing. And then after the town hall, I did Donald Trump going Super Saiyan, and he's all ripped. And then all the leftists are like, it's a cult. And I'm like, dude, it's a joke. But I tweeted this. Do you know what Donald Trump means?
I don't.
Herald of the world ruler.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even want to tell him.
I didn't make that up.
I think
he may like that one too much. I don't think.
Well, it's your name too.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's a solid point. Sir.
Donald means world ruler, I guess, in like Scottish Gaelic or something like that.
Wow.
And Trump means the trumpeting sound of like the arrival. So it's the arrival of the world ruler. Yeah.
Just you saying that may drive them crazy.
It does. And I tweeted it, and they were like, it's a cult. And I'm like, I am not literally saying I support this man as God Emperor. I'm making a joke. It's a meme. But anyway, you talk about like the Truman Show and stuff, and I immediately thought about the Baron Trump novels.
It's amazing. I haven't even seen that.
Like
one.
we got to be living in. Some
I can't keep track of all the conspiracies. You know what I mean? Like most of them end up coming true, but like there's only so much time in the day, and there is a lot of.
Yeah.
You never know.
It's definitely weird because these books are real. You know, it's not like someone, as far as we know, produced them later. They didn't write them after the fact.
No, every now and again though, you have these moments that are such a shock and they're so surreal, but they're still so wonderful. I really was depressingly resigned to the idea that Hillary was going to win in 2016. I really thought she had it. Mm-hmm. And then on election night, I started to see that she wasn't. And I started to see everyone on CNN and MSNBS freaking out and crying. And I thought, oh my
Being
goodness.
young and conservative, that election night was
amazing.
crazy.
And then I remember when he walked out on stage to You Can't Always Get What You Want. And he's just smiling. And I'm thinking, this dude... Hillary Clinton spent her entire life pulling every string she needed to and behaving as cynically as possible so that she could get this position. And then this guy just wakes up one day and he's like, I think I could be president, and I think I'm going to do it. And he runs and he beats her. It was like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
What was that like for you guys in the lead up to that decision?
That was pretty surreal. I mean, I did a lot, obviously, on the campaign trail. I mean, but what's really interesting about it is in 2016, like you felt the enthusiasm, you saw that love, you saw everything, but I was like, hey, man, we're going to overperform, but how do you beat that machine, right?
Yeah.
If you asked me in 2020 on the same exact time, I was like, oh, we got this. Like, the enthusiasm was greater. The crowds were greater. The energy was greater. People more... Like, if you asked me...
There was nothing that seemed off at that time?
No. And that's why I'm so skeptical of so much of the other stuff. And from a perspective thing, like, I did 104 rallies in October of 2020.
Wow.
Doesn't
like October,
so that mathematically possible.
It's basically 4 a day.
Oh my god!
For a month, and when I say rally, 300 to 1,000 people, maybe 5,000 people at certain ones, but like that's not like a press hit. That was actually like live. So like I was everywhere. I could do 3-4 states a day sometimes. So you saw that, and if you asked me between the two, which one, it was like not even close.
Really?
And again, it was, just from a.
So then, what was election night 2020 like?
Again, it felt great. And then it was like, 5 states. All of a sudden, they're counting, and it was like, yep. And that's when I was like, uh-oh. That's the, something's going on, and,
Yeah. So how do you feel going into this round? Do you have more skepticism? Do you feel like your strategy has changed?
Well, I think it's a little early. For that, but I think people, again, I think perhaps the most important thing that Trump did was just open people's eyes to that. Trump derangement syndrome, just got people to say the quiet parts out loud. I think there was a lot of subversive stuff going on probably for decades.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I think there was a lot of the nonsense that we see, whether it's Russia, whether it's, the lies about, the Wuhan lab leaks and all. I think that was going on far longer than we ever imagined. But it took Trump to get them to fully lose their minds and just to put all the cards on the table for everyone else to see it. Again, I'm a junkie. I now follow that stuff. I'm not a junkie like Hunter. I'm just like a political junkie.
What are the Chinese buying from you?
CNN within 30 seconds will have Don Jr.'s a junkie. And, so we're getting it, but I think it's forcing regular people. I don't make any, pretend I don't get where I came from. I'm the son of a billionaire. But if I'm pissed off filling up my car, what's that doing to regular guys? If I take my kids and I bring them to the grocery store because they want me to cook something for dinner or whatever it is, I'm like, damn. If gas was twice as expensive, it probably wouldn't change my habits. Mm-hmm. I'd be pissed, but it's not going to change. There's people, it really affects them. And the fact that I understand this, and it seems like the vast majority of Democrats in Congress do not. Mm-hmm. I'm not supposed to understand that, and yet it's sort of obvious. Now, my outdoor hobbies and stuff like that, I hang out with a lot of good redneck Americans and stuff like that, so I see it, but I think it took Trump to get this. I think it also perhaps took a Joe Biden to reinforce how fragile it is.
Interesting.
How quickly it can disappear. Like I said, I sort of started alluding to it earlier when I was like, it feels like a big ship, but it really isn't. I mean, 2 years, it was within days, this policy, we're going to get rid of that. We're not going to finish the wall. We can send $130 billion to Ukraine, but we can't finish the wall for 3. Yeah. How dare you want to stop drug trafficking at the border and human trafficking and sex trafficking?
Hunter needs his crack. Yeah.
Do you think that'll be the effect of Joe Biden's presidency? That people who think of themselves as moderate, maybe lean left, will say, "But we can't have another 4 years."
How can it not?
Policies?
I mean, and by the way, if it's not, then perhaps we're already lost, right? Because if people, I can't find someone who could credibly, maybe they'll do it on CNN or whatever, but name a metric that we're performing better as a country than we were 2 years ago. And by the way, even in the midst of a pandemic, basically, But then, Karine Jean-Pierre, she can get on stage. It's Joe Biden has created more. Now, she can't make eye contact with anyone in the room because it's just the body language tell.
Lying, yeah.
She knows she's lying. He created more jobs than any president in America. No one feels that. No one believes that. Allowing people to go back to work after you shut them out of their jobs, saying, your Starbucks is totally a, required thing, but church isn't, it's a necessary thing, but I don't think anyone believes that.
Take a look at this chart. This is from the New York Post. Yeah. When Biden takes office, inflation skyrockets. And this isn't the only chart. It's just the one I just quickly Google searched. There's one that is more, it's more granular, gets down into the days. And I remember seeing this, and it talks about wages and inflation. Yeah. The moment Joe Biden is elected, he signs a bunch of executive orders, and we see inflation go straight up and wages go straight down. Yeah. And I've had people say, oh, well, the reason that spike happens has nothing to do with Biden. It's because of the debt spending and COVID. And I'm like, no. You can't say that and then see the change happen literally right after the signing of 30 executive orders. Something he did right when he got in office caused this flip to happen. Yep. Or unless you're arguing some grand conspiracy where Trump set some executive orders to expire that no one knew
But again,
about.
I don't think anyone can believe that credibly because, again, I don't think that there's anyone, even on the conservative side, that was actually really working with Trump to help him. I think they did everything they could to subvert him, including the Fed, including, I don't think you'd pretend that those guys were working. I think, in the midst of a pandemic, you had to do some spending to keep businesses open. That's fine. But they want to keep that going in perpetuity. It just doesn't work. The math doesn't. You're going to have to pay the piper sometime.
I think I actually may have found Real Clear Politics. This is from Real Clear Politics. Take a look at this. So right when Joe Biden gets inaugurated, you can see wages drop way down and inflation spikes. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Biden administration, right when he comes in, crashes.
Yeah. And that's the sad thing. I mean, bringing those jobs back to America, and, I went to boarding school, but I went to boarding school in like sort of old, central Pennsylvania, sort of old, sort of industrial town, one of those towns that time forgot. And again, growing up, it was the home of Firestone tires and like Mrs. Smith's pies and stuff like that. And you just see these, dilapidated buildings and stuff like that, and it's just like, man, these were once like great, like thriving areas that are just run down. And it's like bringing those jobs back, bringing back American manufacturing, bringing back car manufacturing to Detroit. Like it was happening. Yeah. Like, it's not rocket science. Like, you can do it if you even care a little bit. If you can break away from the billionaires, if you can, you can actually do this still in America. And then to watch that reversal. It's just...
To what degree is it an intentional... Is it a controlled demolition, right?
How could it not be, man? Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, all Joe Biden had to do was nothing. They can't do that.
Let the ship sail.
Let the ship sail, continue it out. They can't, they even say, they want it, well, and then a year later, they're like, we're going to bring back maybe Trump's policy on the border because, you mean because it was always working? You had to do something different, right? The withdrawal of Afghanistan, a true disgrace. You couldn't just leave it alone the way they had it. You had to change it so you can have the headline of you did it faster. So instead of doing it during the winter when they're hiding in caves, you do it during the fighting season when they can come and take over Kabul in 12 days. But they couldn't see it coming. I'm like, I'm not a military expert, but let's just assume I know jack shit about Afghanistan. Like, oh, I saw that coming.
It's on purpose.
Like they saw it coming, but they needed the soundbite, knowing that there was no consequence because the media, big tech would make sure the story was like, Joe Biden did this. He's a great hero. He had to mess it up. He couldn't leave it alone. They needed to make it their own, and they knew that if they made it their own, even if it's a disaster, they got full coverage by the media of how wonderful and great he is. Just like those same people are telling you that he created more jobs than any president in history.
Yep.
Do you think the American people believe it? Because I feel like a lot of Americans remember what happened in Afghanistan, and they will not be able to forget it.
I think we're chipping away slowly. I think it's why they're going to do what they can to prevent the inevitable, from happening. Because when it gets really bad, when you see that 2008 kind of crash, like they changed the definition of recession a year ago. Like,
what is a recession?
I'm like, if it was under Trump, if you met this level of not GDP growth for this amount of time at any other point in time in history, they go, well, that's just the way we've kind of done it, but it's not really like etched in stone. But I was like, but you mean you're saying that now because we've hit that level that puts us in a quote unquote recession? But if it was Trump, like, you wouldn't be changing the definition to like pretend like we're not in a recession, even though every metric we've used historically forever has been met to say we are there.
They would make the rules more strict if it was your dad. It's technically a recession.
Yeah, it really is much worse than
growth was lower than 5% this year, so really it's a recession.
I do love when Obama was like, what did he say? There's no magic wand. You can't get 4% growth.
Abracadabra, bitch. Like, but it is. But again, it didn't take that much. And again, this is with even a lot of the people on our own side working against us. And I mean, that's sort of the miracle of the Trump presidency. Is like he actually notched some pretty serious wins, despite the Republicans working. I mean, Paul Ryan and the things that I don't want to do that. Like, if we build a wall, like, we may upset a couple people, like, who hate us, like, and would put us in the gulags. Like, well, I can't have that. I'm like, really? Like,
do you think there are people like that? Like, if your dad wins next year, are there similar people who you would advise him to be careful of, who might work against him?
I think 100%. I think he knows who probably most of those people are.
Do you want to name names?
Well, listen, I'd say, the vast majority of the United States Senate, there's a couple great guys in there, but, it's a tiny handful. I think, honestly, it'd be much easier to name people who aren't on the list than who are.
Interesting.
Right? I mean, but like, if we're going to be real, I think there's a couple great people in Congress, meaning the House. But again, that's a small part of that machine, right? The unelected bureaucrats, I'm not sure I can name one that isn't, but no, they did that. They entrench, Obama did that very well. They entrench a bunch of people that are career, and you try to change the job role that, that's not appointed by the president, so you can't touch them. Their life, they could be the most incompetent people in the world, but they got tenure, so they can stay there. Like,
it makes it really difficult to clean house.
It's the least there's no meritocracy in Washington, D.C. If you can get in those positions, you're there for life.
I mean, if you merited anything, you wouldn't be in D.C.
Of course, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
if you're doing survive in the market.
And I think that's the other part of the attack on Trump, which is like, we don't really want someone from out of the system ever doing this again. Like, that system works really well for us, and we'll keep, we want to make part of it's the statement of, hey, if you're another successful guy who's done this in the real world and you want to get into politics and, like, Imagine what they try to do to, Elon's not born in America, so he can't do it. But if it was someone like that wanted to run for president, be like, yeah, I've done what I put people on Mars and, yada, yada, yada. Maybe I'll do this. Imagine the revolt. They don't want that. That's a threat to the system that they've created that has been very beneficial to them, but no one else.
And that's why it's so important they don't get away with what they did to Trump with the FBI attempting to unseat him.
But this means...
Because that will send the example to the American people that they will beat you if you try to stand up against
I don't think firing these people is enough.
No, I agree with you. I just don't... Listen, I have my opinions. I have what I'd like to have happen, which is far more grave than what would ever happen. The problem is you actually still have to play within the realm of reality, right? And I don't. It doesn't mean I'm compromising my position. My position may be X, but I just know it ain't happening. Nothing's going to happen. Now, I want to keep pushing. I want to make sure we get people elected who can actually try to do that. I'm going to do whatever I can to make that happen. But sometimes we get caught up on this is what I want, and if we don't do that, I got 99% of what I want, and it's like business. You never get 100% of what you want. Republicans do that poorly. We take our toys home and we cry having 99% of what we wanted, rather than taking the win and we'll work on the 1% starting in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
The Democrats get 51% and they're starting on the next one the next day. They take the win, move on. They take the win, they move on. They take the win, move on, and it's a death by 1,000 cuts. They get where they want. We don't do that well. We don't play that game well. And, and I understand a lot of it's because we're principled, but I think a big part of, my principle is actually getting where I want to be realistically. And I don't want to blow important wins because I didn't get 100% of what I wanted in that. And, people, you're a sellout. I'm like, no, this is how we actually get some win instead of 0 wins whatsoever, which is what we're really good at getting.
I don't know if you would know, but I'm curious your thoughts on a potential vice presidential pick for.
I think it's too early right now. So there hasn't been much conversation
about
it.
List?
Honestly,
yours personally.
Yeah.
Listen, I'd want someone in there I just tasked to clean house in certain things, right?
Who would do that, though?
There's a couple guys out there that could do that.
Who
or women.
Specifically?
I'm not going to go there because I know what the media will then. And Donald Trump Jr. is undercutting his father, and he's announcing but. No, listen.
Yeah, Hannah Claire.
If we list a bunch of people, would you not?
Would you tell us hotter or colder?
You're getting warmer. I don't know. Maybe we put Tim Pool in charge of DOJ, just cleaning out.
Lock him up, Tim.
No, but I think you get some people. You get people like Trump also who don't care anymore. Some of the people who've been wronged.
Yeah.
Okay, the people who they tried to break, who they tried to bankrupt, and probably did in many cases. I'm not saying all of them, because there's some that, again, you gotta, but there's some of those people that now understand that their life meant nothing to these people, and when that happens to you, maybe, it happened to me, okay, you know what? I don't want to curse, but, F you, and we're gonna, we don't care. And I think, again, that's the most important, that, as much of a just total reset. Not to, again, that word will be used against me as, oh my God, conspiracy theory, you're not allowed to say it. But just if we could start from scratch and eliminate as much of that bureaucracy as possible, have people willing to be this guy's the North Korea, he was an expert. He led the North Korea policy for 40 years. I was like, what'd you do? Well, Trump's doing it all wrong. But why?
Well, hold on.
Because you've led it for 40 years, but you've accomplished nothing in 40 years. Why should I believe you?
But you don't. What you got to do is you got to sit him down and say, what would you say you do here?
Well, Bob.
You can't take
it'll feel like Office Space all over again.
I want to say, I despise politics. I would never want to be involved. People jokingly say, maybe, why don't you run? Why don't more people run if you're so pissed off? And I'm like, I just don't want to go anywhere near it. I can't believe people want to. I told Carrie Lake, I can't believe you want to keep running. She's talking about the Senate. But if Donald Trump said, look, you complained so much about these people, we'll put you in charge of all the indictments, it's yours now, I'd be like, yes.
Everyone is going to jail. Everyone's going to jail.
I think we need a team of rabble-rousers that are informed conspiracy theorists who have been far more right, who have been far more correct than all of our elite and educated media. Just let them, give them each a task and just be like, have at it.
I mean, frankly, informed and conspiracy theorists are a redundancy these days.
The conspiracy theorists, they're batting like 1,000 as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
And like,
even Elon Musk, he said recently when he was in an interview, he was like, well, a lot of them turned out to be right. And the guy's like which ones? And he goes, the Hunter Biden laptop. And then the interviewer goes, okay, well, that was true.
Stop bringing it up.
Again, I always talk about Wuhan lab leak because it was so obvious. Like
Jon Stewart goes on Colbert and says it.
Of course it happened
It's
there.
the most obvious thing in the world,
The only one more obvious than that was Jesse Smollett because of course it didn't. You're telling me it came from 3 feet outside of the bio lab that studies the exact virus that leaked,
was crazy.
by magic. Like it just. And if you were in academia, if you were a doctor and you questioned, there was no other answer. There was no other option. Of course, it was that.
And the former CDC director said that pressure was put on him to not acknowledge that publicly.
There was
he's
a
not
scientific
allowed to talk.
paper.
Yeah, he's a
from,
conspiracy theorist.
I think it was South China University in Beijing or whatever it's called, where they said
Called If We Did It.
No,
where they published that.
Yes, if we-
Great
but this is
virus.
like
If they had
looking for
made
the
it,
murderer, walking in circles.
if we did it. This is early on. They said bats had bitten people and urinated on people, and that's what they think caused the leak. And then they quickly said, we retract this, we got rid of it, because probably the CCP came in and said, do you enjoy living? And they were like, we do. I said, then get rid of it.
Yeah, of course. Well, the guy that top scientist that went missing that asked a question, a question, and and then you obviously you saw this stuff in congressional testimony during peak. It was like the Fauci emails versus the Fauci TV appearances, on the cover of Vogue magazine or whatever the hell he was doing. They were literally a contradiction. You cannot. So was he lying to the American public or was he lying to his colleagues in medicine? Because they were literally polar opposites. One of them has to be a lie.
No, everything.
So
he
who
says
is he lying
true.
to?
Can't question Dr.
He's the
Fauci.
science. I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
Yeah.
He is the science.
He is the science, and again,
way the
because
science
that
of life.
became the religion of the left, and he was the high priestess of that religion. You could not question it. But I'm like, but how do you not question a polar opposite? You can't, two things that are opposite cannot be true at the same time.
He declared himself God. He said, "I am truth." He literally did. I am the science. What?
Well, he loved it 'cause that guy spent his life getting his ass kicked, and I think that can be good for a lot of people. But he was just bitter at the world, and he got a moment to be like that star, and he took it. And your health, your grandmother's life, your children's lives, their well-being, their education, your business, our economy meant nothing to him relative to him being on another magazine cover, getting a little bit of attention from a celebrity. None of it meant shit.
I know it is early. You mentioned that, but I'll try asking anyway. Do you intend to be working on your father's administration?
I don't know. Maybe that's not officially. I'd love to maybe be in there as an advisor.
Were you an advisor last time?
Yes, but I just sort of do these things. I just go out there and I campaign. I don't, you know what I mean? So I know what I'm good at, and I'm sort of I stick to my lane. But I think in this one, I now know, and I've spent so much time out there, fundraising for Republicans and fighting these battles, and I just feel like I'm very close to the ground on these things. So I'd be like, we're not hiring that person. And here's why. Here's the person you should hire, or here's the people you should talk to about that job.
The reason I ask is because I think you're probably the second most popular Trump, as you also mentioned, the second most subpoenaed and investigated. But I also think that you have a very good ear to the cultural issues that are entrenched in our politics. And I think your dad would benefit greatly from listening to you.
Yeah, no, listen, that's what I do. I mean, it's sort of become really de facto my job. Is it means something to me. I promise you, it was a lot easier to be a real estate developer from New York and be invited to the cool person party. And I could, when I was young, I could go to any club in New York I wanted, and I got tables. And I don't even want to try now. Yeah. And by the way, there's plenty of people that are sort of closet thumbs up, but they won't say it out loud. So it's not the end of the world, but it's just so different that. But for me, I actually believe this stuff. I've always been, in that fight. I've always been a conservative. Even again, I shouldn't be, but because of the upbringing I talked about with my grandfather from communist Czechoslovakia, I got a taste of that. I understood it. Then spending time in that sort of 8th grade through 12th grade in Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, my friends were from these places. I saw what those decisions, those policies. My father's been really consistent. I mean, he was talking about at the time it was Japan, taking advantage of us in trade like China is now. But this is from the 80s on Oprah. He's been very consistent about these issues, and I saw it sort of peripherally in my life, and now it's sort of become that. I'm out there fighting for these things. I got 5 young kids. I want to let them grow up in a country that like I recognize, and I see just how quickly it's all changed. I see just like the conversations we're having today, the hills to die on for the Democrat Party. Like 5 years ago, we'd have been like, come on, like you can't, like no way.
Yeah.
And yet it's happening. It's so fast, the erosion of decency and everything we believe in, and like we got to fight against that. And if I have a good base and I have a following and I can use that, like that's more important than anything else I could be doing.
I want to show you some articles from back in the day. This one is from Vox. Says Donald Trump is the perfect moderate, and they put moderate in quotes. They're not actually calling Donald Trump a moderate. They're insulting him.
Yes.
What they go on to say is why we mistake extremists for moderates. But hold on there a minute, Ezra Klein, who wrote this. This is from Matt Iglesias. 2 years later, Trump won by running as a moderate Republican. That is actually serious. He says his undoing will be that he isn't governing like one.
By the way,
they actually made that claim. And I think most reasonable people who actually have paid attention to politics over the past few decades view your dad. He's been called a New York Democrat, a traditional liberal who's now running as a conservative because the left has gone so insane that now being a moderate is considered far right by the press.
Well, by the way, I think that's accurate. There's no question. I mean, Kennedy today would be alt-right.
Are you kidding? Yeah.
Like, he'd be a Nazi and he'd be all the things that, we apparently are. And like,
you have that cartoon where the World War II soldiers get transported to the future.
Yeah. So we did a cartoon a few years ago where a bunch of lefty SJWs like build a time machine because they want to bring back the guys who defeated Nazis to fight the Nazis, and they bring them back and they're just horrified by what these World War II veterans are saying.
Yeah, but I mean,
segregation
and their
was still
actual
around back
political
then.
positions. Yeah.
I look at Antifa and I'm like, please explain to me, like, based on your actions, how are you anti the FA part?
Yeah.
It feels like if you have even a
Seem
modicum
very pro-fa.
understanding of history that they are actually acting like the fascists that they seem to, that they pretend to protect us from. I don't understand.
No,
Like,
they're
No,
Antifa.
I
They
can
can't do
explain
that.
this.
we're anti.
They picked the correct marketing first.
Yes.
No, I can explain this, and to be fair to them, they're actually correct. The fascists were traditionalists. They were authoritarian and more traditionalist, and the communists were progressive and authoritarian. So the authoritarian thing is they have that in common, but they want to destroy the family. They want to destroy traditional values, erase culture, and then build their own weird Marxist garbage.
But it's weird.
So that I get.
That's fair. But I look at the
fascism
brown
is
shirt
nebulous.
fascists and just
Exactly.
burning books and
Yes.
this kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't know. So you're right. Maybe the end result is, but the actions, sort of.
Their protest, Antifa, they genuinely believe they're anti-fascist because they think fascism is family. It should be actually anti-family.
That's literally
that's
true.
a better Antifa.
No, that's literally true. That's how they understand it. The thing
Yeah.
about fascism is it's very nebulous and it can fit into many different containers. Like the question is, what is the ethos of the people of the country who are living under fascism, and then the state is supposed to fully embody that. Like Benito Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile write in The Origin of Doctrine of Fascism, nothing of value, human or spiritual, can exist outside the state, and the state must be above all, including the church, which are all things that the left believes, right?
Yeah.
And so it is kind of a fascist system because they're saying our ethos is a progressive ethos, and so the fascist state must embrace progressivism. So they are fascist.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Violent.
Yeah.
Very much. Very much. Well, and this is also like fascism,
We want
like the
freedom.
fasci.
While
the
we're
fasci,
beating someone over the head
Well,
with
this
a
is
brick.
the
I'm
thing.
like,
Well, let me.
This is a huge part, like the fasci, the whole
Fascies.
metaphor comes from a bundle of sticks. We're stronger together. I mean, there's truth in the fact that people are stronger together, but when you become so collectivized that you lose all individuality, that's a very serious problem. And you see that with lefties. When you get them away from their group, they're not quite as far to the left when you have a one-on-one conversation. I've said this before. There are only leftist groups, not leftist people.
What do you think about Patriot Front? Have you seen those videos?
I mean, yes, but like,
They look like.
do we really want to pretend like it's not a Fed operation? No, but
Just went straight for it.
It's
All right.
like the Gretchen Whitmer thing. It's like we're gonna find like the one meth head right wing guy and like get them to follow along. So they're gonna find one guy. They're gonna frame him as though he was trying to overthrow the government. Because it's
You weren't
it's so
convinced
obvious.
by this police
Yeah, I'm
escorted
looking. I'm
group?
like, hey, dude, those guys all look like a lot like my guys that when I had a Secret Service detail. Like they're all sort of in shape, good looking guys. I'm like,
You're like,
I don't
Tom,
know,
is
dude.
that
Like,
you?
yeah, that's. it's so ridiculous. Well, and it's so obvious. It's like the same thing. Like, the Whitmer one's a great example. It's like, so after, it's a threat to the governor. It's like, you mean after like 2 years of baiting and you finally found the one drug addict that, like,
dude.
And it's like, we got him. Like, you are literally entrapping. Like, they should be guilty. It's lunacy. But again, you don't even hear that story. You hear, conveniently right before an election that there was a plot to assassinate. Like, set up by like 12 people, like people, and those guys get promoted, and those guys then are the people investigating J6. I mean, it's not a coincidence.
And they stay in their bureaucracy.
There's no consequence. Again, like, well, we got caught, we didn't do a great job, so let's start a rally and invite, maybe we find one person dumb enough to like go for this, and hopefully we can sell them a firearm on the side and they can carry it, and even if they have no intention of using it, that's going to be the precipice for the investigation because they clearly were trying to murder someone.
Now call me crazy, but I think the purpose of law enforcement should be to prevent crime, not invent fake criminal plots.
Correct.
To entrap some random person who never would have gotten involved with that activity if he wasn't radicalized by feds in the first place.
Yeah, you can't high-five yourself for saying, we stopped extremists if you created an extremist.
Yeah, when the arsonists are calling the fire department, it sort of loses the, I'm like, I don't know, like...
No, it's literally that, though. It'd be like if the fire department went around trying to get people to start fires so that they could put them out.
But they have...
Like, play with matches, buddy.
Ryan Long has that sketch. Ryan Long, the comedian?
Yeah.
Him and Danny Polishchuk wear their Antifa window repair. And they were like, at night, we go out and we smash the windows, then we show up, we leave the flyer behind, then we show up in the morning and we fix the windows for them.
That's hilarious.
That's basically what the FBI's been doing.
Yeah, and by the way, meanwhile, when there's actual crime or actual domestic terrorism, like, a guy driving through a Christmas parade in Wisconsin, well, we had him on our radar, but we were too busy trying to trap a meth head, like, into a fake kidnapping plot. Like, they've been watching all these people, but they're either, they check a couple identity boxes, so they're not allowed to actually pursue that because, God forbid you find someone who's a criminal that, maybe trans or otherwise or just a minority, or we can't actually pursue that, so we got to try to find... Like, the amount of people that were on their radar that just magically slipped through the cracks to actually go commit a crime because they're too busy trying to create a crime that they can actually... How about just, like, try to prevent an actual crime?
Well, that's what I found
just
to be
do that. It's not that hard. Like,
Right.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That was the craziest part of listening to the opening statements at January 6th, which is, the government saying, like, we had FBI informants, and so we knew all about what was happening. But then you get the question of, like, then why didn't you have additional reinforcements? If something bad was going to happen and you knew about it, aren't you an accessory to the crime?
Yeah, and then they say, Trump, he authorized the National Guard. But he couldn't by law send them there. You have to get either Nancy Pelosi or Muriel Bowser, the D.C. mayor.
And they both said, no, thank you.
So they said, well, Trump didn't do anything. I was like, he literally offered. It's almost like, listen, it's almost like, and it's strange. We don't hear about the bombs planted at the DNC or the RNC anymore. Like
no,
that, like
those disappeared.
You'd think that would be a really big story unless it was all a setup, right? And you got what you wanted out of the other part of the setup. If the other thing didn't happen quite that way, the bombs would have been a really big deal. Yeah. But again, I don't know how far we can go down this rabbit hole, while on regular YouTube. But
we got a lot to talk about in the members section. So maybe what we'll do is, like, right when we wrap, we'll just start the members members show right away. But we're gonna go to Super Chats right now and read comments from y'all and take some of your questions. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button and subscribe to this channel? But more importantly, go to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. At about 10 or so p.m., we will put up the members-only uncensored show so we can talk about a lot more stuff and current news goings-on. It'll be a lot of fun. But for now, let's read what y'all got to say. Lizzie K says, hey, Tim, love the show. Joe Biden was born closer to Lincoln's presidency than his own. Lincoln's assassination was 4/14/1865 to Joe's birth, 11/20/42. Is 77 years, 7 months, and 6 days. Joe's birth to his inauguration is 78 years, 2 months. Pretty wild.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy if you think about it. That means, like, Joe Biden could have a grandfather who was around for the Lincoln presidency.
Yeah, his name was John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, it goes. It's that conspiracy is that deep. Could you imagine Joe Biden be like, my grandfather told me stories, man, about President Lincoln
and his hairy legs.
We got hairy legs.
Lincoln had hairy legs too.
All right, I'm not your buddy guy says, let's make saying you're fired great again.
I think that's right. That would be that would be my policy decision if I have any influence over it whatsoever.
Matthew Reckham says, in regard to your conversation about bears in a previous stream, Annie Oakley killed a 500-pound bear with a 22 through the eye socket.
Wow.
Without feminism. She just did it.
Yeah, she just did it.
Wow. I didn't even think it was possible without girl power.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's wild.
Steven says, Donald, after seeing how deep the swamp runs, do you have any political aspirations?
It's interesting. People ask me that a lot. Maybe. Right now, honestly, I feel like I can almost do more not being a part of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's
like,
fewer restrictions.
You got to play by rules. You got to do this. You got to like. So I can do that. I can help people along the way, guys that I really like. Try to help them, get them there, and actually not have to deal with like the nonsense that is so prevalent in there. So again, I think there's a component of it. I love being in the fight. I actually like a lot of the stuff that Republicans aren't traditionally good at, like actually getting in the mud and fighting. I don't know that I want the day job right now, but that doesn't mean it's permanently
Would you want to do it in New York
yeah.
or Florida? Because I feel like New York needs you more.
I'm never going back to New York. Like I kept my cabin upstate.
Good for
like,
you.
I'm just not doing it. I initially you go down the tax code. Like if they reverse the tax code, I'm not going. It's just so different.
Yeah.
You know,
But I got to read this.
Uh-oh.
Anthony Brownlee says, Donald Trump was the best president we've ever had, and I hope Junior will run in the future. Thanks for everything you and your father have done for our country.
I appreciate that, guys. Honestly, it's that stuff that when you see that, and I see it a lot, you go out to dinner and I've had this, man, it was hard. Like, a couple weeks ago, I was out to dinner, I took my son, and he wanted to go get sushi or a little, but like this Marine sat next to it, and like, I go to pay, and this Marine had picked up our dinner just as a thank you for, like, I'm like, wait, dude, you can't, like, come on. But it was like, you could see he was legitimately going to be like insulted if I wasn't going to do it. Yeah. And I was just like, so it's like, that's what makes all the BS, all the inquisitions, all the 50 hours of, like, when you see that, like, if it actually makes a difference in someone's life and they see that and they're waking up to what really is out there, like, that makes it all worthwhile, and perhaps that's what eventually gets you to actually do that.
How did your son react to that moment? Are they like kind of getting used to it, or is it?
It's interesting. So like, for me, it was different because my kids, like, we grew up in New York City, and like that got tough for a while before we moved to Florida, right? Like parents would tell kids something. They tried messing with my son a couple times. I finally told one of my sons, like, listen, if someone's being like that to you, and like you do whatever you can to defend yourself, and you'll never, I don't care if they throw you out of school, like, you're not getting in trouble with me.
Yeah.
And, the kid messed with him. Son, took care of it, and like, it never had a problem again. But like, it was really prevalent. Like, you could see like parents being vicious to like, and my kids are young, right? Like my oldest just turned 16, and this is 7 years ago, right? Like and the 16 thing's a whole nother story because that's scary as hell. But going down to Florida, like I went to pick up my son at school, and put him in under a different name and this, that, and the other. And I go one day and pick him up, and like I'm looking around, like there's kids like wearing MAGA hats at his school, and I'm just like, oh my god, like okay,
yeah.
And so it's really interesting. Like down there, like I have a hard time buying my own dinner sometimes in Florida,
wow.
like where we're at. Like it's a real conservative area, and it's interesting. It's not just like the people. I was sort of surprised because like we live in a really nice neighborhood, and I was like, it's gonna be okay. It's a lot of New York transplants. I'm like, okay, fine. Like I was hoping for normalcy, and like the house next to me, before they even knew we bought our house, they had like a big cardboard cutout like you have of Donald Trump like in their window at that, like this
yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is gonna be the place for us. It's been awesome. So down there, it's been so welcoming for them because they see people come up to me, whether every walk of life. If we're at a restaurant, the busboy, love what you guys do.
After being kind of treated like enemies or
and so they're like, oh dude, like my kids were like, they thought I was, because again, you see it there must be something, dad must be doing something wrong, and he sees it now, and it's like, oh, he's actually like loved, like it's and it was such an important change. Like I think honestly, staying in New York for them would have been like a psyop, like negative. I think it could have screwed them up for life. It would have hurt my relationship with them. It probably did at some level. Because again, you're a kid. I mean, it's why they're so adamant about going after minors. Whether this is with the trans stuff or that, like that is an impressionable mind. Like it could be my child who knows me well, but like, well, this is someone it's an authority figure. There must be something to it. So, Florida for us has been awesome, and I would never. Like I said, I kept my cabin upstate where I can go there, and I'm getting high fives from all the locals. It's cool. Like it's different, but like we'd never go back to the cities.
Yeah. Let me read this from Agamemnon's Gym Bag. Mr. Trump Jr., awesome to see you here. I respect the hell out of you, but why the support for Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch Is it just their donation history? Convince me to sell my puts.
Oof. Yeah, and honestly, I think it wasn't even that. Like, I think I probably, when you talk on air or whatever, you like, maybe I got a little over my skis on something. But like the reality, I was like, it's sort of weird when I look at all the other like just terrible offenders. It was just sort of shocking to me that it was like this one became that bad. And I'm someone who's, I think you had Michael Seifert on the show, like. I've invested in Public Square and these companies that are out there like literally doing the opposite. So it was an interesting one to me. I see Nike, I see all these other companies, and I was just like, I don't get, like, why don't we do this to all of those? So I think my comments got sort of blown out of proportion, but the reality is, like, I've put my money where my mouth is on these things, trying to help the businesses that are fighting on that one. So it was an interesting one for me because I saw, and again, I think there's also a component of it, things are blown up in a primary because, like, how do we dunk on Dar Jr.? He's a lib. Like, I'm like, no, I was just making some points.
But you didn't feel obligated to protect them.
No, dude, I'm not crying for anyone. You see what's going on. Watching the guys double down now, whether it's Miller Lite, last
that was actually before.
That was before,
yeah.
And now you saw the Ford commercial your guys were showing me down there with the the Ford Raptor that turned into like the tranny car, and I'm like, oh god, like what's going on? And so again, I'm not shedding any tears for anyone in any of these things, but again, in a primary season, people are going, oh yeah, he's gone. So there's a component of BS to a lot of these things. And again, I think the biggest thing is, I think if you look at what I'm doing and the companies I'm out there trying to promote and support and literally invest in, it's the guys fighting for those culture battles. So
let's and I'll just add to it. I think when you said it, I think my response was like, I disagree. No, I think we should keep doing it. But and then we moved on. I didn't think anybody.
Yeah, and I didn't even think of it at the time. So like I was like, I'm just sort of surprised that's the one. Like what about like when you see the Nike stuff and the Adidas stuff, I'm like, why aren't we doing like it? It just felt like there's a lot more there. I guess it was just like it's strange that was the one to me, I think.
Let's grab this one. Aaron Preston says, Tim, last week you talked about an OnlyFans model that was wheelchair bound due to her implants. Well, a few days ago, one of her implants exploded because they were too large. Yep. So we need a cultural shift in this country.
Is that like the trans-abled one where people are disabling themselves
no,
because they want to be disabled?
No. This is a woman who wants to get fans on OnlyFans.
Oh, wow.
So she got implants all over her body that are so large she can't walk anymore. So she had to get a mobility scooter to move around.
I mean, you got to pay the rent. Seems...
Yeah, man, people's brains.
Bills? Like, was she investing in her business on OnlyFans by getting the implants? Did she go into debt?
I don't know, but it was if your income is OnlyFans, I guess they could write off the implants, so they get playing with $50 dollars here for the implants that made her unable to walk,
and that have now exploded.
Just Leave Me Alone says, Don Jr., will you please run for our next governor of Florida? We need a Trump businessman to keep our state free-ish.
Is that a yes?
Okay, relax. As I said, maybe one day. Right now, it's probably not that time. But I'll continue. Listen, I promise I'm going to continue to fight for this stuff because, again, it matters. Yeah. And I think we see how it's almost frustrating, right? You see just how ridiculous it's getting. Like, and again, I just wish, honestly, it's why I'm sort of disappointed in some of the other Republican it's like. You know what you have to just go all in. Like if everyone in the Republican side went all in, if the people who support them became unafraid, like we'd actually win. Like they're not going to cancel 175 million Americans.
Nope,
they can't do it. But if you put one guy out there at a time, one guy has the balls to actually go out there and do this. Like they'll take him out.
Yeah,
they did that to my father. They did to the most powerful man in the world. Like. They can do that. If everyone's like, oh, I don't want that because there's a little bit of a social. I'm not going to be liked at the PTA meeting. I'm like, you shouldn't go to the PTA meetings at this point anyway because the FBI is going to label you a domestic terrorist. But we should run for our school boards so we can prevent the indoctrination of our children.
This is a good one. Crooked Smile says President Trump should host a TV show firing all the corrupt politicians responsible for all the many hoaxes. If he charged $5, I'd gladly buy it just to see them slimy politicians squirm. I think if there was like a government program in the Trump administration where it was like $10 a month, subscribe, and you get to watch Trump fire corrupt bureaucrats and politicians.
You can co-sign the order. And just listen.
The audience votes. The audience votes for the person.
Make it like The Apprentice. You know what I mean? But yeah, like you. And again, they'll say emolument. Trump is trying to enrich himself with the fight. No, we'll give the money to the U.S. Treasury. You know what I mean? We'll pay down some of the $31.5 trillion in debt that they're racking up. Ugh. And I think we could pay back a pretty good chunk because a lot of people would pay to be a part of that.
I think I think everybody would subscribe instantly and be like, you just turn it on all day and let it run 24/7, and it's your
You
dead.
could actually probably get rid of taxes.
Right.
You know, enough people. We're like, we're generating enough revenue without taxes now because
You've just got the Bobs.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff walks in. And what do you say you do here? All right, Seth Weathers says Conservative Dad's ultra right beer will be available for distribution in Florida next month. Don Jr., will you put it in Mar-a-Lago on tap? Have you heard of it?
I've seen some of this stuff. I know that a bunch of guys were starting, talking about some of that stuff. So yeah, listen, get me some information.
Seth Weathers launched Conservative Dad's ultra right beer in response.
I saw it on social. Yeah,
much like we have Jeremy's chocolate.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think this is great that people are basically launching alternatives to these companies. If they want to get woke, they can go broke. So we ordered a bunch, Seth. We ordered a bunch for here because we keep drink stocked for our guests. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's grab some more super chats. Agamemnon's Gym Bag says, Seamus and company, let's hear your best Trump impression.
My Trump's not that great.
I'm gonna have to immediately bow out.
Quite frankly, okay. What am I supposed to talk about?
Oh no, I'm only reading this one because his son is right here.
Don Jr.'s your favorite son.
Some people are saying, I won't name names. Some people are saying it's a great impression. What's yours? Do you do an impression?
Can all of your siblings?
No. There's a couple things. I don't do the Trump impression. I don't make fun of hair because maybe the Trump hair gene kicks in one day, and so I'm like, I'm just not going to play with it. I'm just going to leave it alone.
It's risking too much.
It's a karma thing. I'm just not going to go there.
Is that what the impression too? You think you're going to get to his age and just sound identical?
Yeah. They already say I have the hand gesture. It's funny. Like when I'm doing my podcast on Mondays at 6 and Thursdays at 6 on Rumble. He called me. He's like, I saw the podcast content. You got a lot less hands.
He does do the voice.
A lot less hands, Don. I go, like, how much less hands? He goes, like 95% less hands. I go, you mean like I'm going 20 times more hands? Like he speaks with his hands too.
He does the accordion thing.
Yeah. So I guess I do that too, and I get impassioned, and no one's ever said I'm low energy. You get thrown out of the window of Trump Tower if you're low energy in my family, and so
that's great.
Like, I was doing, but he was like, yes, 95% less hands. So I was like, man,
did you feel like that was the pot cut, like the kettle calling pot black?
Okay, so
you're like, sir, king of the hand gesture.
100%. It's like when honestly the best. Yes, because there's a couple times where I'm like, we have to have a discussion about self-awareness. I would get a call sometimes when he was president. I'd get a call from the White House, and Don, you're too aggressive on Twitter.
What?
I'm like, really? Like, wow. Like, I'm like,
what you said about Rosie was horrible. It was very.
It's like that 80s like drug commercial. Like, I learned it by watching you, Dad. Like, it's like, I'm sitting there being like, man, like of all the things, like I'm not saying like I will listen to him on many things if he's got business advice, political. I mean, the guy's done a lot. He's accomplished a lot. I was like, this is the one place where maybe you've ceded like the moral high ground here. Like, I'm like, I don't understand. Like,
of all the things.
And I get it. I mean, with Kimberly, like, and she'd be like, I'm like, it's the White House. She's like, oh, what'd you do now? I'm scrolling, trying to figure out what I said. And I was like, I don't know. It's like, it's
gotta tone it down.
You can't turn some things off.
I learned it from you, Dad.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got here?
Should have been much nicer to that reporter.
Yeah.
She's a good lady.
You're
too aggressive.
Iggy the Incubus says, Seamus, you should animate this Fetterman speech like you did with Biden's corn pop story.
Oh, ooh. I totally should. By the way, we made an animation a few years ago of Joe Biden's corn pop speech because when he's telling the story, you kind of can't tell what he's talking about. So we like boarded it out and put animation to it. So maybe I should do the same thing with what Fetterman said so we can make sense of it.
No, that's impossible.
Yeah, I don't know because I thought the corn pop speech was impossible to make out.
Well, the corn pop was ridiculous, but like the Fetterman thing is literally like just verbal diarrhea. Like
it's true.
No, you look at that, be like the Republic's over. Like you pack it up, folks. Like
I like it because Fetterman keeps gesturing
riding the bomb down, swinging the head.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Here we go. Here we go. Robert Knight says Joe Biden is the victim of elder abuse. We should highlight that constantly.
Yeah.
Shame on Jill and his handlers.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 100%. I mean, listen.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
We all know people or family or whatever that have gone through these things as they get older and stuff like that. But like that they can, he's going to run again. It's going to be great. What could go wrong? I'm like, what could go wrong? Like, have you turned on like the news? Like we're on the brink of World War III.
Yeah.
Like,
do you ever feel like
wrong?
they're running him because Kamala never picked up any popularity? And so
I think like if they could replace him with someone that checks a lot of those boxes. Oh, it's not even a question.
I always
but,
had the impression they wanted
Kamala
him to be a one-term president.
Was the yes, like she was the designated heir, and they assumed that she had both brains and capability. And
it turns out no.
It turns out she has neither. But like again, but only because they put her in there because she checked off those boxes. Like it doesn't take a lot. To understand that there's not really any of that there, and based on even the work history and all that stuff, like it's all created optics, but never real actual accomplishment. Like you guys actually next time talk to Kimberly more about it because she worked in that like San Francisco DA's office with you. You just understand what's she's got a lot of ambition, but that's probably about it in terms of that. But that'll get you far.
Jake says Ingersoll Lockwood was also a watchmaker. Where Ingersoll lived and made watches have some interesting synchronicities with the modern Trumps as well. So I guess there were 2 books, and there was another book called, what was the third one? 1900, The President or whatever?
The Last President, I think.
The Last President. And it's about like the socialists storming Fifth Avenue, a hotel on Fifth Avenue or something like that. People think that
I've got some books for you to read.
Apparently.
I got to study up.
Yeah.
I haven't done much of my, 18th century
literature.
Your 18th century time traveling fiction is not brushed up.
It has not been.
You came on this podcast without brushing up on your 18th century
I'm a little
time
bit.
travel fiction?
I will hang my head in shame.
What is it? I think
Full
Jack
book review on your
Posobiec.
I hope
podcast.
Trump gives you another call.
Yeah, exactly.
you.
I can't believe you haven't read about Baron Trump.
It's part of our family's history.
I think it was Posobiec who said his favorite conspiracy is that Steve Bannon is Baron from the future. That he comes back in time to.
By the way, I love that.
Oh my gosh,
that's amazing.
Yeah. So in terms of like the hand gesture thing, people on the freedom side of things, whatever you want to call it, some people call it right, but then conservatives, they don't consider people like me conservative or whatever. But we can make memes and laugh about Trump doing the accordion hands.
Yeah.
Where it's like as he's talking, and it's hilarious. And we can also make Joe Biden cartoons of him telling the corn pop story. We laugh at all of it. But the left, they can't handle it.
No.
It's like apostasy.
No, they freak out.
It's blasphemy, sorry.
No, it's blasphemy, and this is something I've noticed too. Like, when there are a lot to their credit, like there are some people on the left who will like watch my videos and enjoy them, but then there are some people on the left who they'll see my videos and they'll say something like, "Oh, well, it was funny when he made fun of like Dave Rubin, but I don't like the rest of his stuff." It's like, I was funny when I was making fun of someone you don't like.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Like, I was funny when I made fun of someone you didn't like, but then I just stopped being talented when I was making fun of people you do like. It's remarkable.
I feel like it's like everything else, though, whether it's the attack on the family. I mean, they don't want any place that you can go for joy. Like, humor is gone. I mean, I think of like the stuff that the funniest comedy of when I was in like college, like, when Chappelle was doing Chappelle Show and stuff like that, like you couldn't do those skits today. I mean,
no.
The Black-White Supremacists are one of the great skits of all time. And like, you'd never get away with that today.
Yeah.
You're almost like, when you pull it up for like a refresher once a year to be like, that was fun. Like, you're almost like, I don't know, like it's on my search history now. Like, I can't.
Adam Schiff's going to indict you for that.
Yeah,
I grew up in a different
he watched
time.
white supremacist content. Yeah. Dave Chappelle. Yeah.
It's crazy.
All right. My third nut says, "Hey, Don Jr., I'd vote for Trump. However, his recent 2A statements at the town hall have me feeling a bit soured. Why does he seem apprehensive towards 2A support? If he became pro 2A, I'd vote for him without hesitation."
I don't know. I don't remember his 2A statements about that. I mean, I know he's, you see what's going on right now. I mean, I'm going to actually do a whole show with a buddy. I mean, obviously, I'm probably about as big a 2A guy as I can. That's probably my like single issue vote thing. And I shoot competitively. I have my own life. I'm a big hunter. Like I'm going to do a whole thing on my show on Monday with my buddy George Armstrong, who's a manufacturer actually, and talking about all the stuff as it relates to the pistol brace stuff coming up. And so I must have missed those comments on that, but what's going on right now and the threat and the attack and the registrations and all of this stuff, all without, done through the ATF and unelected officials, is crazy stuff. And I know there's a couple guys in Congress trying to do something about it, but I don't think it's going to happen before that. So we're actually going to talk.
Would you want to abolish the ATF?
Oh, 100%. Like, I like, what do they do? The reality. They don't do anything.
Eliminate freedom.
Listen, let's talk about the one at hand, right? The pistol brace thing's expiring or going into effect on May 31st. The pistol brace rules that allowed, they're saying it's the way around the SBR. The ATF built that. That's their design. Like, there's times, hey, you give like the American redneck like a blueprint. This is the law. They'll figure out a way around it. And I could say, okay, fine. If this was something that, people figured out a way around an existing law to be able to get by something, they created this. They wrote this. And now they want to make millions of Americans felons for having millions of pistol-braced AR-15s and saying it's an SBR. Guess what? Even if it's an SBR, who cares? Like, what's an SBR gonna like? It's nonsense. Just
Repeal
like
the NFA.
Yeah.
Get rid of the ATF. Don't need them.
100%. Like,
but that's a big undertaking with Congress.
No, of course. Well, that's the problem, right? People are like, why didn't Trump do something with the Hearing Protection Act, right? Well, because Congress didn't put it on his desk. Like, they weren't, the president doesn't unilaterally make laws. That's not how it works in reality.
There was the bump stock ban.
Yes.
And then I think he said, what Luke is always ragging on this, he said something about, I like to take them first and then legislate afterwards or something like that.
Yeah, I did. I wasn't a fan of the bump stock ban. Listen, I have dozens of guns. Like, a lot more than that. I can't even say the number.
Recently, anyway, I think.
I don't know that it did.
Yeah, I think the federal court ruled it unconstitutional or something.
Probably because it's an accessory or whatever. Yeah. Like the whole thing. Listen, but the pistol brace thing's a lot different in my mind in the sense that it's literally ruled on by the ATF. Like, they created this law. Now they're going to make people spend millions of dollars to fix millions of firearms or you're a felon. And again, I don't like the back way and sort of way of registering it. Now, do I register them? I probably have to. For me, I'm not recommending it to others, but I know that someone's going to see me with a gun, or they know that I have dozens of guns.
You have a different target on your back.
You are so under the microscope,
I'm not going to get the Hunter Biden treatment that if I have, and again, it's not like I don't have plenty of ARs that aren't registered, that aren't SBRs or aren't pistol braced. So it's like, it's fine, but I hate it in principle, but I know that, like, there's a solid chance if there's ever a, hey, I'll get a knock on the door like they used the hostage rescue team to knock on the door of Mar-a-Lago, and if I have one thing that's out of compliance, I'm going to jail, and like I'm not getting a mulligan.
I gotta ask you before we run out of time, because we did ask you this when you called in last time about Julian Assange and a pardon, and you said we got to pardon these guys. So while we have you here, I really this one's particularly important to me, especially some of my friends. What's currently going on with Julian Assange. I think none of this should ever happen. The man should be free. I'm curious if you want to elaborate or your thoughts.
Yeah, listen, I think we got into it last time. I don't know if I fully sort of gave you my views on it. Like, and I think if you would have asked me this in 2016, I'd say it's terrible. And same with Snowden. I can't believe they did this. If they put our people in harm's way, And now I'm looking at it, in light of what we found out about Ukraine, and I'm like, wait a minute. Now that I've been a fly on the wall. Right now that I've been a subject to their, witch hunts or to their, disaster, whatever we want to call it, whatever just happened. I think it's far worse than a witch hunt, frankly, at this point. I understand. My views have changed entirely. I think there was that time when I had that. Well, the American government and the FBI and our CIA, they're doing it in our best interest. No, they're not. At that time, I would have said those guys are, they're a traitor to the country, or they're, now, like the guy that.
After that Time magazine cover, maybe
after that, I was like, so my views have changed. So I think 100% you have to let them go. I think you need those kind of things to keep us in check. It'd be different if I thought we were functioning as good actors, but we're not. And that's evidenced as recently as 2 weeks ago in Ukraine when, magically a 21-year-old Air Corpsman, has all this classified documents about boots on the ground in Ukraine when we're told explicitly that we don't. We don't have, and, I have a feeling that whistleblower or that guy is going to go to jail for a very long time. Yep. But he could have stopped World War III as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Like so again, my sentiments now, knowing what I know, and again, maybe I was wrong years ago, but again, I wanted to believe, right? It's like Santa. You want to believe that it's true when you're a kid, you know what I mean? Like, I wanted to believe they're doing good things. I wanted to believe, you're putting people in harm's way. It's like, no, you're putting people in harm's way because we have boots on the ground in a war we're not supposed to be in, that you're telling us we're not in, that we're funding unilaterally against the world's largest by volume nuclear superpower. Like, that's a problem. And, again, that one disappeared really quickly, which means there's probably other incriminating evidence that, all of a sudden we don't hear about this one. So, my views have changed. Like, a lot of my political views now, frankly, have changed having been in the room and seen.
Been the target,
been in the room. And so, that would be a big one for me. Do I ever want to put our people in the field in harm's way? 100% no. You know what I mean? I think there's reason, that has to be had here. But like, if we're acting as bad, like we've lost the moral high ground on a lot of stuff that I thought we were able to have, and it's because these guys are telling us what we're actually doing, and that's important.
I'll tell you my view on this. I'm not convinced as much on Edward Snowden. I'd probably be like, okay, fine, let him come home. Julian Assange, very different. Edward Snowden gets documents working internally and then leaks them. People call him a whistleblower.
Exactly.
But what he did was he had a big trove of documents that he did not review and gave them out.
Yeah.
There was a lot of important information revealed by doing that, which I think is good. We saw that they were lying to Congress. They were spying on us. But there's a big difference between leaking, whistleblowing, and journalism.
Correct.
Julian Assange received materials from whistleblowers and then reported on it. And they actually would redact and they would make phone calls. He would contact the State Department and say, hey, we received these materials. We want to make sure nobody's put in harm's way. And then they drummed up all these insane lies to try and destroy him because he was effective. So it's like people come to me about Edward Snowden. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. But Julian Assange,
Assange is obviously the no-brainer in that. But yeah, listen, you see it every day, right? They disbanded the group at the IRS that was investigating Hunter Biden and the tax fraud. It's like, you took it over by like Joe Biden's DOJ took that over because they had a whistleblower. I remember when whistleblowers were above reproach. Like they, look at what they did. Alexander Vindman, he's a great American hero. He, maybe, offered the job to Ukrainian defense minister and who the hell knows what grifting off of that. But like, he was a great hero because it was against Trump. And so that, again, the way these things are applied, the way the rules are, the way people are protected as whistleblowers or thrown under the bus as whistleblowers, we live in two very different worlds. And I'd like to see actually just some, equal treatment of those people.
I agree. We're gonna move to the members only uncensored show. So head over to timcast.com, click join us. We'll try to have it live ASAP. So go to, again, timcast.com, in the menu bar, join us, and it'll be on the front page in a few minutes. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. You can follow the show at TimCastIRL. You can follow me personally at TimCast. Do you want to shout anything out, Don Jr.?
Listen, I guess just if you like what I'm saying, check me out on my Rumble podcast on Mondays and Thursdays at 6 p.m., conflicting a little bit with our friend over here. But, there's always time to watch both.
We'll just have to cross-stream at some point,
Yeah.
See? Talking about shameless plugs, working my way in there.
Maybe we have to do that. We'll have to make that happen.
Right on.
Seamus Coughlin, not the only person giving plugs anymore. Feels good. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. We're going to be uploading a cartoon tomorrow that I think you guys are really going to enjoy. This is one about the fact that men have periods now. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I've heard that's
true.
Science.
Yes, it is science. And if you deny that, you're a science denier.
Why would you guys want those? I just don't understand.
Because, look, all I'm saying is what Democrats have literally done, by definition, what the left has done here, because trans women, I'm told, menstruate, and because trans men still menstruate, they have increased the number of people in the world PMSing. That's what they've done. That's all they've done. So check that cartoon out. It's coming out tomorrow. And also on Rumble, I have a stream called Shamer. Thank you very much.
I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. When you're not watching either one of these two gentlemen's podcasts, you should go to timcast.com, click on the read tab. You can see the work from me and all of our other journalists, including Chris Bertman, Cassandra McDonald, Adrian Norman. You can follow at Timcast News on Twitter and Instagram. It's the best. Do it immediately. If you want to follow me personally, you can find me on Instagram at hannahclaire.b and on Twitter at HCBrimlow. Thanks so much.
I wouldn't cross streams. That's like the first rule of Ghostbusters.
Wow.
Just to
Nice
call you
little
guys
Ghostbusters
out.
reference. I like that. The old school.
Yeah, I gotta call you guys out. But beyond that, fun show. Glad for the members. Or glad we're going to members only in a second here. Thanks for watching, y'all. I'm Surge.com on Twitter. Please follow me.
So I can misbehave a little bit more now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. We will see you all over at timcast.com in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out.
If it's Wednesday, debt limit dysfunction at home and perils America's standing abroad. The president embarks on a key trip to Asia that has been cut short as he tries to rally U.S. partners in the region and counter China's growing global influence. Plus, upsets, winners, losers, and lessons. What last night's election results out of Kentucky, Florida, and Pennsylvania tell us about the biggest political races of 2023, as well as some hints on the biggest race of all, the White House in 2024. And battleground abortion brawls and bans. North Carolina Republicans override their Democratic governor's veto and enact a 12-week abortion ban, becoming the latest state in the South to roll back access in post-Roe America. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press.
People have to have confidence in the results of the election and the legitimacy of the government. And people trying to change the rules to this methodology, which as a matter of logic is very open to fraud and coercion, is reckless and dangerous. And the people are playing with fire.
Absolutely. How did he put it? Those words are powerful and true. They were true in 2020. They're true now. Put them up on the screen, please. As a matter of logic, it's very open to fraud and coercion, is reckless and dangerous, and people are playing with fire. As a matter of logic, we're allowed to have concerns because it's logical to still have concerns about the 2020 election. And he knew that America, well, it's a dangerous situation potentially, and he wanted to calm things down and look the other way when it came to all this stuff.
I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud, and it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was.
It seems like someone he knows is being held hostage or something. I know that's not happening, but the incredible change in tone and demeanor, it's strange. What I do believe happened here, he's owned by the swamp. He tried to go rogue, he tried to go independent, and ever since he's been trying to work his way back into the good graces of the swamp, going on a date with Lester Holt. And Lester Holt, he's the prince of the swamp. You have to accept a couple of things if you want to make money in Washington, D.C. First and foremost, January 6th was the worst thing that ever happened. That is a cardinal rule, right? And it's always unfairly reported, but they pretend that this is legitimate.
New surveillance of the person who placed pipe bombs before the Capitol riot, walking with a backpack, the moment the suspect may have left a bomb in a park near Democratic headquarters. Tonight, the manhunt and the plea from the FBI.
One of the most fascinating fake news moments. They don't mention anything about the pipe bomb left at the Republican National Committee. This just happened to Democrats. You see how it works in the swamp, and Lester and Bill Barr go for a walk, and they talk about January 6th and how awful it was. And so Bill Barr is the guy who was charged with actually figuring out what the hell was going on with the Russia hoax. So he brought in John Durham. I'm pretty convinced he brought in John Durham because John Durham would not rock the boat, okay? John Durham is he's a guy of that whole system. They're lawyers. They want to work. They don't want to lose their license. And Bill Barr, he didn't want to get impeached, and that was a real possibility for him.
Impeaching Bill Barr, why Democrats are now considering it after today's stunning accusations of corruption.
Some members would like to impeach Bill Barr. Others would like to hold him in contempt.
There's always the possibility of impeachment of Bill Barr as well. And I think that there have been a number of different instances that would be grounds for an impeachment of Bill Barr.
Wow, he was on thin ice. The whole world's gone crazy. He didn't do anything impeachable, but lawyers in general, and I think this is why the Durham report is so lame, they're all on thin ice. They're all looking over their shoulder, and if you do anything that MAGA would like, they're going to come for you.
We have attorneys now calling for the people who have been pushing this past the point of acceptable argument to be disbarred.
At some point, some of these lawyers have to be challenged. Some of these lawyers need to be disbarred.
There needs to be much stronger pushback, including possible disbarment for some of the lawyers bringing these cases that are full of blatant untruths.
These lawyers, as Mary suggested, should be disbarred. They're violating the codes of conduct of the American Bar Association.
Now, they're not talking about Durham. They're not talking about Barr, I don't think, but it gives you an idea of the climate. I mean, it's ludicrous that attorneys aggressively pursuing a case should be disbarred unless they broke the law or stole money. There are rules. There's a canon for that. Anyway, the Durham report. I told you last night the thing is kind of lame. I mean, there's dynamite stuff in here, but it's too late. And it's camouflaged in heavy bureaucratic stuff. And they're still actually getting a kick out of, well, Moscow and the prostitutes in the hotel room. Remember that whole thing?
Honestly, never thought these words would come out of my mouth, but I don't know whether the current president of the United States was with prostitutes peeing on each other in Moscow in 2013. It's possible, but I don't know.
Total liar. Unbelievable. And this guy gets to walk around and get invited to the Aspen Institute and nonsense like that, huh? Holds his head high. He should be deeply, deeply ashamed. All that stuff was made up. The FBI knows it. And if you dig into the Durham report, you do find some things. Some we knew, but it's important to point out that some guy named Charles, this dude, most likely made up all that stuff himself about the Moscow hotel and just made it up and sent it to Chris Steele. It's in the report. And who is this guy? A professional Democrat and PR dude, actually. He ran the Democrat Governors Association, ran Bill Clinton's campaign in Virginia, and advised Hillary in 2008 and beyond. This guy was making up stuff and giving it to Christopher Steele, that former British whatever the heck he was. Who is this guy, Steele? He's a rich man, I'll tell you that. And he could have been richer, but he couldn't prove anything in his phony dossier. But the FBI... During one of the meetings, the interviewers informed Steele, you heard about this, that the FBI might be willing to pay Steele in excess of $1 million if he could prove anything that was in that ludicrous dossier. And he couldn't. How messed up is our FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, offering foreigners $1 million if they can blow up our elections? Talk about a threat to democracy. This is worse than January 6th. January 6th was a picnic compared to what these people are doing. And add this into the mix. James Baker, ultra-Democrat and Trump hater, was general counsel at the FBI back in 2016. And guess where he was in 2020? Pulling the strings and censoring the Hunter laptop story at Twitter. Man, these people are connected. How about that, huh? All right, one other thing. Carter Page, you know about this guy, right? Nice guy. He wanted to help out in the campaign. He traveled the world. He was an energy consultant, totally innocent. The FBI knew it, and they kept on approving that FISA warrant, and that's illegal. It's totally illegal what they did. Number one, put it up on the screen, please. The OIG found that as the investigation progressed and more information tended to undermine or weaken the assertions in the FISA applications, the FBI did not reassess the information supporting probable cause. This is a big problem with the Durham report, the OIG, and all that stuff. That bureaucratic language, it lessens the impact of the whole thing. This should be sensational. I think John Durham made it this way, made it boring, made it hard to read on purpose, and also delayed it 2 years, right? And don't forget, all the swamp, I mean all of it, especially the media, they were all wrong, and Trump was 1,000% right. When will 60 Minutes apologize to Donald Trump?
The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
Well, there's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is.
No.
It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't put on things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify
It's been totally verified.
No.
Just go down and get the papers. They spied on my campaign, they got caught.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie, and you know that, but you just don't want to put it on the air.
As a matter of fact, I don't know that.
Yes, because you're ignorant and you like it that way with all your friends in the swamp. This is, by the way, that was knowable. You didn't have to wait until this Durham report came out, all right? Mueller had that. We knew that in the fall of 2020. Insane. CNN is at it again, though, with all this stuff. Take a look. This is just a few minutes ago. Going around the dial, I see CNN. What do they have today? Ready? New evidence in special counsel probe may undercut Trump's claim that docs he took were automatically declassified. No wonder why CNN is failing ridiculously. Even if that was a real story. Can we read that one more time? What? New evidence in the special counsel probe may undercut Trump's claim that docs he took. Give it up, CNN, all right? Constantly not news. Ooh, CNN, constantly not news. All right. Can I go back real quick to Biden's trip to Japan and that offhand whatever he said about President Xi?
You will be meeting or you will be speaking?
Yep, that's Joe Biden on China, right? Our enemy, our competitor, as he might say, the most powerful nation in the world, second to ours, maybe. Well, I heard something on this show last night about China that I need to remind everybody about. First of all, Gordon Chang is an amazing guy, expert, guest on this show, and just so you know, he's Trump endorsed. Check this out.
Now, by the way, we have a great gentleman. Speaking of China, will you please stand up? Gordon, stand up, please. Gordon Chang.
Gordon Chang is amazing, and he's been, I don't think there's any better expert on China than Gordon Chang. He's a lawyer. He lived and worked in China for 2 decades. He's the author of The Coming Collapse of China, The Great U.S.-China Tech War, and he's been warning us for a long time that China means business when it comes to combat. But this tweet really stopped me in my tracks, okay? Pray with all your heart. We're about to face the unimaginable. What a statement from Gordon Chang. So I had him on the show, and I thought he would allay my fears. He didn't, but we got to listen to him. This is important.
Xi is getting Chinese society, both civilian and military, ready for war. He is mobilizing China's civilians, Chinese industry, Chinese agriculture, and we could be at war at any time. We have all of these males of military age, unaccompanied by family groups that are coming into our southern border. These are saboteurs, Ministry of State Security agents or People's Liberation Army. And these are the guys who are going to be attacking our grid, poisoning our water, assassinating officials, detonating bombs in shopping centers.
This is very serious stuff. And what is America doing? Our leadership? What he said about the military-aged men coming through the border, it's true. It's happening. They're showing up like crazy. This is very serious and take a look at this. Next graphic, please. 900% spike in Chinese migrants. And it is believed that a lot of them are getting an assist from the Communist Party of China. I mean, it's very tough to come to America, to go through Mexico to get to America from China. It's very hard to get those exit documents out of China, the expense involved. You think some of these folks just might be getting help from the Chinese military or intelligence apparatus there? You can count on it. You can absolutely count on it. And we're already actually doing some things that the communists love, like canceling people. The communist cultural revolution in China. You said one word that deviated, they came for you big time. That's cancel culture, and it's happening here. And it's also happening to defenseless, pregnant white women. If they say the wrong thing or do something just a little bit off, they can be globally cyberbullied, fired, you name it. A little interaction in New York that just should have been a little interaction in New York has gone globally viral, and innocent people are being hurt. I'll be right back.
you trust. A new study finds Americans don't trust big media. Millions are going to NEWSMAX as their trusted source. They go to NEWSMAX.com and watch NEWSMAX TV for the news they really need to know. They download the free NEWSMAX app. Almost 7 million cable viewers watch NEWSMAX, but
in one of Chicago's oldest bars, you can step into the shoes of some of the most notorious Prohibition-era gangsters. The Green Door Tavern hasn't changed much in 100 years. It's one of the only all-wooden structures grandfathered in after wooden construction was banned after the Great Chicago Fire in 1871. But its real history started in 1921, when owners turned an Italian restaurant called the Heron Orleans into a speakeasy. Prohibition laws outlawing the sale of alcohol gave rise to some of Chicago's most notorious mobsters. Through this secret entrance, Irish mobster Dean O'Banion, leader of the North Side Gang, stocked the shelves of this hidden basement bar, and many others like it, with plenty of illegal alcohol. Through his bootlegging operations, O'Banion set himself up as a direct rival to mobsters like Al Capone and Johnny Torrio. Like many other establishments at the time, the tavern's door was painted green to signal the presence of a speakeasy, hence the origin of its current name, the Green Door Tavern. Long after Prohibition, new owners of the business happened upon the long-forgotten secret entrance and the unspoiled speakeasy hidden below. They discovered full bottles of wine and liquor supplied by the mob were still sitting on the shelves. The Green Door Tavern stands on the street much as it did back in the days of Al Capone, warts and all. After it was completed in the 1800s, the building settled, leaning as if it were going to fall over. Fire marshals still regularly inspect it to this day, but they never find much beyond the magnificent memorabilia which overflows inside as monuments to a bygone era. And patrons still slip through the wall and head downstairs for some live entertainment. The speakeasy is now a bar within a bar called The Drifter. A rotating selection of over 100 cocktails are listed, all perfectly legal for the 21 and over crowd. So pull up a seat and eat and drink like a mobster. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on NEWSMAX TV.
Advertising.
So we have one of those Karen situations. I can't stand that they have weaponized the word Karen, right? It's a beautiful name. And now it's supposed to mean entitled, racist, white woman. So unfair. I think that's racist in and of itself. And it's a big thing now. And if a white person gets, and if she's female, gets out of line, watch out. It can go global like that. This individual is some sort of healthcare worker. She was at one of those rental bike stations. And look, she seems a little wacky. Whatever. You can be a little wacky. I'm not saying she's perfect, but no one is, right? Take a look at this.
Please help me!
It's not your bike.
Please help me! Help! Please get off!
Hey, what the f*** is going on, bro?
Please get off!
Yo, don't not take the bro. Now you're not getting the bike, bro.
Hey, now you're not getting the bike. Help!
You're not getting the
Get
bike.
off.
I'm not. Bro, why you took his phone? What's wrong with you? You're not touching his phone. You're not touching his phone.
So they're at a rental bike station. She's on a bike. The guy says, hey, that's my bike. And I think it actually might be his bike. But then again, so what, right? Things happen. People get into arguments all the time. Next.
Hey, stop touching me. I don't touch you.
Hold up.
Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me.
All right, so she's upset. They say she's fake upset. Who knows? Who cares? She said help at one point. Help! Someone is taking a bike that's mine. Whatever. What's the big deal? It's going to get really bad. Nothing really bad happens in this, in my opinion. One more.
So take it. Your baby gonna come out with wait, how you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss. Not a tear came.
So, oh, by the way, she's pregnant, okay? Now, nobody said anything about race. She said help. The other guy, they're having an argument. And if she thinks the guy's taking a bike, that's hers, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? And neither one of them said anything about race. Look at what the media did with this story.
The confrontation grew quickly between the white hospital employee and young black men just getting ready for a bike ride.
The white woman here is seen attempting to steal a city bike from a young black man, claiming she was threatened and was calling for help.
No wonder why everybody hates the media. Look at them stirring the pot, trying to make this into a big thing, and they succeeded. First of all, it looks like she's on very thin ice at work. Her employer, a major hospital, puts out a statement right away. The incident in the video is disturbing. The provider is currently out on leave and will remain on leave pending a review. Oh, by the way, let's face it, if it were a white person hassling a white person over a bike, no problem. A black person hassling a black person, no problem. It's only, they have a formula, right? The media. Ben Crump, this guy, right? He senses an opportunity maybe to make some money, maybe to, I don't know, just get his name out there again. His tweet, words of wisdom from Ben Crump. Woo, wow. This is unacceptable. A white woman was caught on camera attempting to steal a city bike from a young black man in New York City. Well, Ben, that's one heck of a tweet. Don't mean to be, but look, you're really fired up because she's white. In America, we have a problem. We have all kinds of problems. And at this point, I'll point out that black on white crime is a lot more prevalent than white on black crime. And by the way, stealing the bike, they were having an argument about who rented the bike first. That's a little bit different. And I don't know about you, but my phone percolates all day long with crazy, disturbing videos. We know what they look like, all right? I see it all the time. People just getting beat up like there's no tomorrow. And nobody seems to make too big a deal out of any of these videos. Sometimes they do, but a lot of them just kind of fade away, like that guy getting executed on the street in St. Louis and this happening. It's just it's like background noise. It just happens. So back to the bike thing, right? Is this really all that compared to what some of us see all the time? What is going on here? I do feel like white women are being targeted. I know they are, and it's for political reasons. More on that in a moment. Who remembers the St. Louis Karen? And I'm sorry to use that term, but here she is. She lives in an apartment complex, walking the dog, and some guy she never saw before tried to walk in the apartment complex behind her, and he didn't have a key fob. It says in the rule book, I've lived in apartment buildings like that, you gotta know people before they get in. Anyway, this is what happened.
Excuse me.
No. You don't have a key fob. You are... No.
No. Ma'am.
If you have that, then okay.
Ma'am, you're not security. You're not the property manager. You're not
no,
Mike
but
Herman.
I live here. I don't like the fact you have your phone in my face.
Okay, I don't like the fact that you're blocking me for where I pay.
All I'm asking is what unit.
But you're not, I don't need to tell you that information.
All right, so
ma'am.
you see what's going down here. They're having an argument, and she feels like he has to have a key, and according to the rule book of the condominium, you're supposed to have a key yourself. And anyway, two people having an argument. Neither of them said anything about race. Again, the media, this time national media. Actually, the most watched show in television for some reason is this guy with the hair.
The confrontation caught on video, a white woman blocking a black tenant from entering their apartment building, demanding proof that he lives there.
Peter Jennings once sat in that very chair and reported on the Berlin Wall coming down. And he's talking about an argument in a vestibule in St. Louis between a dog walker and how ludicrous have we become as a culture. And this woman, again, cyberbullied. Why? Because she's white. I think the blonde hair probably had something to do with it. The little dog, is that privilege or something like that? Is that why? Is that why? I got to tell you, there's something. I mean, how can anybody talk like this in public about their fellow human beings?
This is a typical case of a white womaning, right? So we see the disrespect, we see the privilege.
White women have taken an active role in the maintenance of white supremacy.
My advice to white women is mind your own goddamn business.
You see? This is really toxic stuff, but it's taken hold in our society. It really is. Like, this is the new way. This is the way things are. It's not for us. We're going to push back and everything like that, but this is where corporate America is. I have one more to do, and this is Amy Cooper, the so-called Central Park Karen. So many lies have been told about her. She is a victim, and she was canceled. I hope she's well wherever she is. Take a look.
Would you please stop? Sir, I'm asking you to stop.
Please don't come close to me.
Sir, I'm asking you to stop recording me.
Please don't come close to me.
Please take your phone off.
Please don't come close to
And
me.
I'm taking pictures calling the cops.
Please call the cops. Please call the cops.
I'm going to tell them there's an African American.
Now, I know it's not possibly ideal that she's talking about his race first, but oh, by the way, when you call 911, Facebook page. And now, according to him, here's how it all went down.
most storied moments, the called shot. During a rowdy game with the 17-year-old Garrick hit 2 home runs, including a 9th inning ruled double. Another distinguishing characteristic here is the basket.
Big deal, and it was a big hoax, and that's it. No, by the way, independent. I'm getting a little tunnel in Paris with Dodi, right? Anyway, I think it's all a PR sham, but that is not what we did here on Newsmax. And speaking of Newsmax, hey. A lot more money for us to beat them, as this show did Friday night. We beat
But all that changed in 1958, when Eastwood was cast. As he took on an empty chair. Few have had such a remarkable life. You're watching An American Life on NEWSMAX TV.
This case. And how is your client?
Hey, Greg, thanks for having me back.
Case, and what are you working on right now?
Well, what's happening? Sort of disclosures that the defense is entitled to before a case.
At least subway chokehold continues.
All right, the term chokehold.
In this context, on the reasonableness of their actions.
Now, a Democrat town, it's kind of interesting. You opposed him in the election, and now you're opposing him in court. Does that complicate things? Does that?
is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their
He's extraordinarily online. I just sit here, you know, there's certain senators, and I always sit there and you're like, oh, man, this is their full-time job, is to be online.
almost as if the issue
and
of
yet,
the whole
Elon Musk is also designing rockets and designing cars, and I really, you know, there's no doubt if he's not in the room, stuff doesn't get done. I'm just surprised at how much this is not a distraction.
I agree with you. I don't know exactly. Obviously, you know, I asked him, he works 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Took 3 days off last year. Does sleep 6 hours a night, more than I thought he might.
Yeah.
But he does spend a lot of time on that phone, on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He sees it as a communication platform, clearly. He's obviously very able to get his views across and or anything else he wants. But you're right. This is the most consequential businessman on the planet. You know, launching rockets into space, the largest EV maker by far, and yet he does dedicate his most important resource, his time, to this.
Very quickly, is there another CEO in history you would compare him to? Or is he unlike anybody else we've ever seen in the business world?
You know, there's nobody that close. I mean, Jobs was certainly interesting, incredibly influential, but this guy is unique. And no handlers, no PR people, nothing.
At the beginning of this
so
next
I've heard,
clip.
which is why booking him, fantastic. That to me is the win, David. I am jealous, and I am not afraid to admit it. David Faber, great stuff. It was quite the interview. I digested the entire thing. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's sitting in for Hallie Jackson, and it begins right now.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, cautious optimism. This morning in Washington, as debt ceiling negotiations between congressional leaders and the Biden administration continue, with a White House meeting yesterday that left the door open for a possible deal by the end of the week.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days.
We've got the latest from Washington as President Biden switches up his overseas plans to avert a looming economic disaster. Mounting tension this morning on the southern border as new court documents show agents released more than 6,400 migrants without court dates and without a way to keep track of them. Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is now saying he will send backup to the border even as migrant crossings fall. We've got the latest in a moment. Also this morning, one-on-one with billionaire Elon Musk in an exclusive interview with CNBC's David Faber. The tech mogul talks Tesla, Twitter, and why he tweets what he wants to tweet, even if it costs him cash. And later in the hour, we are flipping the script with the first Native American female playwright to open a show on the Great White Way. And if it's flipping the script, that means Joe has that interview coming up in just a little bit.
It is a play called The Thanksgiving Play. It is hilarious, funny, satirical. You'll enjoy
I love it. I have my own personal Broadway reviewer. I love hearing this. So we begin this morning with the latest on the standoff over the debt ceiling in Washington, but there is optimism in the air today following a vital meeting at the White House.
President Biden and Vice President Harris met with congressional leaders yesterday. They are hoping to break the logjam and avoid a potentially catastrophic first ever default, which could happen as soon as June 1st. Now, President Biden is heading to Japan today for the G7 summit, but he is cutting his overseas trip short, skipping Australia so he can return to Washington and continue negotiations. Well, no deal was reached during yesterday's meeting. The president says he is hopeful one could be reached soon.
We just finished another good, productive meeting with our congressional leadership about a path forward to make sure that America does not default on its debt for the first time.
For the latest, we are joined by NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. Monica, let's start with you. There is mounting pressure on both sides to get a deal done to avoid defaulting on the country's $31 trillion debt. So what was the tone and some of the key takeaways of this meeting?
Well, it did seem, Joe, like it was at least a little bit more productive than the one that was held a week prior, where there were a few more personal fireworks and where both sides really were completely dug into their positions and said that there wasn't much progress made. Yesterday, at least the principals, so we're talking about the president, the vice president, the top congressional leaders, agreed that default should not be an option, that everything must be done really to avoid it. And now there's at least a little bit of a path forward on how to get there and some broad areas of potential compromise. Now, it's not entirely clear how this is all going to work out, but at least it seems they're headed in a direction that is a little bit more constructive. But at the same time, the president had to cut short his trip overseas. He will be heading to Japan in just a couple of hours, but then those stops in Australia and Papua New Guinea have now been postponed or canceled entirely because he says he wants to get back to Washington to continue these talks. Here's a little more of how the president framed the meeting in the context of all of this.
There's still work to do, but I made it clear to the Speaker and others that we'll speak regularly over the next several days. The nature of the presidency is addressing many of the critical matters all at once, so I'm confident we're going to continue to make progress toward avoiding default and fulfilling America's responsibility as a leader on the world stage.
So the president will be in daily contact. He will have some phone calls with negotiators. His team will continually brief him so he can kind of be a part of the conversations from there. But the other important thing here, when we talk about some areas of cooperation, things like permitting reform, some unspent COVID funds, there is some agreement there, but there's still a lot of disagreement on a couple other sticky items like work requirements for some federal benefits. So still a lot to hash out here, but at least everybody agrees this has to get done in the next 2 weeks. Joe and Savannah.
And Julie, let's bring you in here to talk about the other side of this. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, he did say that they remain far apart despite this meeting. He spoke with reporters afterwards. What is he saying at this point about the talks?
Yeah, well, you heard Monica lay it out so well from the White House perspective. Speaker Kevin McCarthy coming away from this second meeting, telling reporters they are still far apart. He's maintaining that Republicans are going to continue to flex their muscle, flex that Republican passed bill a couple of weeks ago, and try to demand negotiations to try and meet what the House Republicans were able to coalesce around already and try to pass. Here's some of the bit what he told reporters afterwards.
We've got to find a way that we can curve our spending, raise our debt limit, and also grow our economy. And the president agreed to appoint a couple people from his administration to sit down and negotiate directly with my team, so I found that to be productive personally. It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
So you heard McCarthy there, who everybody is looking for in the Republican Party, looking towards to kind of lead these negotiations with the president. You heard him say they appointed new people, new staff to the center of the negotiating table. McCarthy sees as a positive development, and a lot of Republicans behind the scenes see this as a positive development too. I should note, last night these negotiations began in earnest, this new phase of negotiations with staff for the president and for congressional leaders, including Speaker McCarthy's closest Republican ally, Garrett Graves, beginning to sit down and trying to hammer out if they can get to a framework in the next couple of days while the president is overseas at the G7. Because remember, this is the last week the House and Senate are actually planning to be in session together at the same time before that June 1st deadline.
All right, Monica and Julia, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. Overnight, North Carolina lawmakers voted to ban most abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy. The Democratic governor had vetoed that ban, but the GOP-led legislature overrode that veto.
Yeah, this is the moment that chaos erupted on the legislative floor following that controversial vote. Take a look.
Having passed by the requisite 3/5 vote, the House has overridden the governor's veto and the bill becomes law, notwithstanding the governor's objections. So be notified. Actually, just a moment. The sergeant at arms will clear those who can't follow the rules.
NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins joins us now on This with More. Hi, Chloe. Always great to have you. So catch us up on how we got here with this bill, and then also just what is in it. How restrictive is it?
So late last night, we saw the North Carolina State Senate and House really move rather quickly to override the governor's veto on the state's 12-week ban, which sailed it to victory. So what this ban does is it really reels back the time and the amount of time that people are able to get access to the care from 20 weeks to 12 weeks. And this was a major victory for Republicans, and it was a huge critical test for them because they now have a new slim majority in the General Assembly. So what this ban does is it bans abortion at 12 weeks, only allows exceptions for rape, incest, and if the mother's life is in danger, and it also requires more in-person visits as well. Now, we did hear from the governor of North Carolina, who spoke out after his veto was overridden last night, and he said, look, you know, Republicans, they are unified in assaulting women's reproductive freedom, and he's going to do everything that he can to secure access. Now, it does remain unclear what he will be doing, but it's something we'll be watching rather closely.
We just heard those protesters who erupted after this was all passed. I want to play some sound from one of those protesters last night.
As an OBGYN, as a woman, as a mother, I feel really strongly that women should have the right to make those decisions. And I know this is a 12-week whip ban, but with all the restrictions, it's going to really, really limit access to abortion at all for many of the women in North Carolina.
So what are some of the biggest concerns from those who oppose this 12-week ban?
I mean, there are a lot of concerns. I mean, just hearing from that OBGYN, it really hits home for a lot of folks in the state and even the Southeast, because I want to remind folks, because after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the Southeast turned into this huge abortion desert, and North Carolina was an outlier. It was dubbed an abortion safe haven state where people from all over the Southeast, Texas, Mississippi, Georgia, were able to get abortion care in the state. And now with the time that they're allowed to get abortion in the state being dialed back to 12 weeks, that means that a whole lot of other people won't be able to get care, Joe.
All right. Chloe Atkins, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chloe. Well, we're getting new numbers this morning about migrant releases at the border. According to court documents filed Monday, Border Patrol released more than 6,000 migrants into the U.S. without court dates or the ability to track them since Thursday. Some 2,500 people of that 6,000 were released after a judge ordered Border Patrol to stop those releases, known as parole with conditions. Well, this news comes as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced he is stepping in to help Texas secure its border with Mexico. He says he is sending more than 1,000 state law enforcement agents and troops to the border. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on all of this. Julia, good morning. Always great to have you with us. So let's talk through just some of those numbers. I know I listed off a lot here. Border Patrol says 2,500 migrants released after that order to stop those parole with conditions. Why did those releases continue after the court order was issued? And doesn't this policy ultimately defeat the purpose of trying to help migrants gain that legal path to citizenship? Is it just adding strain?
That's so true. Actually, can I start with your second question? Because I think that's really important here. Florida is suing because they think that these migrants shouldn't be released without an ability to track them. And it's true. In the past, we've had ways for migrants to check in. They could have a GPS ankle monitor or even an app on their phone where they can check in, show where they are. There's someone who's following up where they are and making sure they're showing up for appointments, whether that be a court date or with ICE to later get that court date. But when they get released and they don't have court dates, what often happens is that they could miss the one-year deadline to apply for asylum. They're not sure how this immigration process works. They're not connected with a lawyer, and they don't go before a judge, in which case they would be in a position to claim what's called defensive asylum. That's claiming asylum to avoid deportation. And if they don't get into that process soon enough, many of them don't understand that they only have a one-year window to apply. So first of all, this isn't just a matter of trying to play cat and mouse with migrants. It's also a matter of migrants' rights here and things that they may be missing out on. Secondly, what happened, what DHS says happened in a sworn affidavit is the reason why 2,500 were released even after the judge issued that they not use this practice is because they had already been processed. Basically, they had already turned on the spigot, started processing people, 6,400 under this new parole with conditions memo. And then there were 2,500 who had been already processed but not released when the clock struck midnight on May 12th and the order went into effect. And so since they had already processed them under parole with conditions, they had to release them that way too. So that's what we're looking at here, but it is something to watch. The judge did say last night that he is not holding the Biden administration in contempt of court for releasing them.
And Julia, let's talk about some of this other new information here, this deployment of help of law enforcement agents from Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis announcing this. What is that going to look like? Where will those agents go?
Well, it's interesting. It's sort of similar to what we saw in Texas. State agents are not able to fully carry out immigration law. They can't be arresting them. They can't be processing them. That all falls to federal agents because immigration is a federal, those immigration laws are federal statutes. And so in this case, they could be supporting them. In Texas, though, sometimes the line may be crossed. We've seen Texas agents ordering migrants where to stay. And of course, migrants wouldn't know who to listen to and who not to. So if they're told not to cross over a certain line, they're going to do it. So a lot to watch here to see how these state agents in Florida are instructed and how they might interact.
Absolutely. Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much.
Now, officials in sanctuary cities like here in New York are also struggling to handle the influx of migrants.
Yeah, the city has been forced to repurpose hotels and now public schools to be used as shelters. It's a decision that is causing outrage among parents. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has this story.
The migrant crisis in New York City is escalating. After new protests by parents and children to the city's potential plan to house asylum seekers in school gyms.
Oh, sad. I was crying. It hurts to see that, you know?
No, I do not feel safe having my kids in this school.
I am terrified because as a nation, we're so worried with everything that's going on in schools with mass shootings and everything. Now we have something else to worry about.
And it's not only this school. Parents up before sunrise protesting at another public school in Brooklyn.
Here we are because we don't want this to happen.
Mayor Eric Adams says he's looking at migrants using 20 freestanding gyms as short-term shelters until they find better housing, and they would not have access to the schools.
It is not a permanent site. It is an overflow site, more so than it is anything else.
But some parents are furious. When you heard of this potential plan, what'd you think?
I think it was absurd. I think it was, I have no words. It's not, I think that this shouldn't be on school grounds. anywhere but not school grounds.
Adams, who has blasted the Biden administration before for not helping enough with the migrant influx, is now stressing that it's expected to cost city taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year.
None of us are comfortable with having to take these drastic steps, but I could not have been more clear for the last few years, for the last few months of what we are facing.
It's all happening as the city faces pressure to expand its overwhelmed shelter system, with people arriving on buses and planes from border states like Texas.
The crisis is not when the buses come in. The crisis is when you have people sitting in shelters and in hotel rooms with no place to go, no work, no way to get around the city.
The mayor is also announcing that the historic Roosevelt Hotel in Midtown Manhattan will soon house migrants too. It's been vacant for more than 2 years and has as many as 1,000 rooms. That's in addition to several other hotels across the city, including this one just steps from Times Square. I came for the purpose of giving my son a better life, this man from Venezuela told us.
How long do you expect to be here? ¿Cuánto tiempo espera estar aquí?
This woman said, I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go to. She's already lived here for 4 months.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. And New York Mayor Eric Adams has also announced plans to begin busing migrants to other counties in the state to help alleviate overcrowding, but that's getting pushed back with other leaders throughout New York State.
This morning, the Secret Service is investigating a stunning intrusion. They're trying to figure out how an intruder got inside the home of White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, even though agents were on duty guarding the property. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with more on this. Ryan, good morning. So this actually happened a few weeks ago, but we're learning about it now. So how was the intruder able to get into Sullivan's home, and what happened when he was found?
Joe, that's a big question that Secret Service doesn't necessarily have an answer to yet, but they've already changed their security posture while they investigate this situation. According to the Post, the man was found inside Jake Sullivan's home in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was actually Sullivan himself who confronted him and asked him to leave. The man ended up leaving the house still undetected. There were 2 Secret Service agents guarding the home at the time. Sullivan has round-the-clock Secret Service protection. It was Sullivan himself who actually went outside to inform the agents that the intruder was inside the house, but at that point, the intruder was already gone. There was no sign of any type of forced entry and no physical confrontation with Sullivan himself. And thankfully, Sullivan was not hurt. At this point, though, Joe, the White House is not commenting on exactly what went wrong here.
Ryan, what is the Secret Service saying about the breach? I mean, you mentioned the Secret Service says it's changed its security posture. Are there any changes that we hear about that are being made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Well, they don't comment on their specific security posture, Joe, but they do admit that this was a serious failure and that they are making changes immediately. What's interesting about this case is that they were unable to actually question the intruder because he took off before Secret Service agents even knew that he was there. Now, according to the Post, it did seem that the intruder was intoxicated at the time, that he actually didn't know where he was, and that they also believe he was never a serious threat to Sullivan or his family. But of course, Joe, this comes at a time with threats against public officials at an all-time high. We, of course, saw the attack on the office of Congressman Jerry Connolly earlier this week. So this is something that is in the back of the minds of many people in Washington.
Yeah, Joe, you were just covering that attack at the congressman's office yesterday. An intern was hurt. In the wake of all that, do we know anything more about this intruder at Sullivan's home?
No, and that is something that the Secret Service is still investigating. It's very possible that unless he is arrested, we may never learn the specific details of who he is and why and how he ended up in Jake Sullivan's home, especially in what appeared to be such an easy fashion.
All right, Ryan Nobles in Washington. Ryan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather on this Wednesday morning.
And Bill Cairns is with us today. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, great Wednesday morning to you guys. So all yesterday and in the afternoon and the evening, we were tracking severe weather. Happy to report no tornadoes yesterday, so that was good. But we did have a lot of storms producing small hail and also wind damage. So there is some cleanup to be done. All of the blue dots that were in Kentucky there and then went into areas of North Carolina and Virginia, that was probably the worst of it. And then hit and miss storms. In all, 121 severe weather reports. Today, I don't think it's going to be quite as bad. Those storms exited overnight through the Outer Banks. We have a few showers and storms that are dying off here in areas of Mississippi as they're trying to push into Alabama, but these will fire back up this afternoon. We only have a marginal risk today of severe weather, so I'm not expecting anything widespread, but if you are in central Mississippi, Alabama, or Georgia, over towards Savannah, you do have a chance of seeing at least isolated severe storms later on this afternoon. And then after sunset, we should expect some storms to pop up in areas from western Kansas right along the border of Colorado into Nebraska. Again, isolated at worst. And then Thursday, we take those storms and push them into the middle of the country. It's not a huge outbreak, but we'll have isolated strong storms, Oklahoma down towards Midland and Wichita Falls. And as far as flash flooding goes, we do have the potential to isolate it. It's been kind of wet in this region lately. So as we go throughout Thursday from areas from Colorado all the way down to northern New Mexico and then Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and the Little Rock, that area has been soaked as of late. So as far as the forecast goes, the heaviest rainfall totals will be in northern portions of Texas and Oklahoma, 2 to 3 inches. Not widespread flash flooding or flooding for that matter, but we will see isolated. And as far as the forecast goes for today, a lot of warm temperatures, but you'll notice one exception. Northern New England and pushing down through New England. Temperatures highs today only in the 50s from Boston northwards, and tonight is going to be exceptionally chilly. Some areas will have frost and freeze tomorrow morning in New England. Yes, so when I was growing up as a kid, we always, Memorial Day weekend, when we always planted our garden. My grandparents had a big garden, and my grandmother had a rule. It was never before Memorial Day because of reasons like this.
And is this why you're a weather person now? Because your grandmother was so...
I was just an insane little, second grader, and I was like, I want to do the weather. Right. Yes, that's a different story.
That's a different way. We're not going to go that deep into that.
All right. Wow, dreams realized. Bill, thank you so much. See you in a little bit.
Welcome back. As the war in Ukraine rages on, the family of an American confirms he was killed in the fighting. He's been identified as U.S. military veteran Nick Mamer. You see him speaking in a video here. His aunt says that he was killed while in Ukraine. For more on this, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter, who is in Kyiv. So, Molly, first of all, what are we learning about Nick Mamer, and what are we hearing about from officials about this?
Yeah, Joe, good to be with you. A big picture, we have not received official confirmation from either U.S. officials here or the State Department. Joe, this has been really a problem, I should say, in the last 15 months. It is incredibly hard for U.S. officials to confirm any American deaths on the battlefield. We believe that Nicholas Mamer, he was 45 years old, from Boise, Idaho, was the 10th American to be killed in the last 15 months of this war. But what we're learning is from his family. So we spoke, a colleague of mine spoke with his aunt overnight who confirmed his passing. His uncle actually gave an interview to their hometown newspaper, Joe, and he talked about how this was a man who didn't let obstacles get in his way. He was very respected. He first joined the U.S. Army in 1996, and he has been in Ukraine since 2022. You just showed that Facebook video where he explained why he was here, and he wanted to use his military expertise for humanitarian needs, to train up civilians, to train up soldiers, and really to save lives, is what he said to his family and to his friends, Joe.
Molly, let's talk about what's happening on the battlefield. Ukraine says it has reclaimed a region of nearly 8 square miles in the eastern city of Bakhmut. What can you tell us about that push?
Yeah, Joe, and this doesn't sound like much, but you've got to remember the focus, the fiercest fighting has been over the bitterly contested eastern city of Bakhmut. And when you look at drone footage, actually our partners at Sky News obtained drone footage over the city. It is a shell of a city. So what they are fighting for is really the remains of a city that stood where Bakhmut was. But this is where the fighting has been. There's been very few gains that the Ukrainian military has reported. So 8 square miles, I think it's actually specifically kind of 7.7 square miles, is what they say their biggest military battlefield advancement in months, and they have done that just in the last few days. So they feel like they have the momentum right now. They are training troops, we know, around the clock, Joe, ahead of a possible counteroffensive. The other thing I do just want to note, Joe, of course, we spoke yesterday about the massive aerial blitz we saw overnight in the early hours of Tuesday. When you talk to Ukrainian officials, they say that is really what has changed in the last couple of weeks in the war, is the very intense missile attacks from the Russian military.
Let's also talk about diplomacy. This morning, a top Chinese envoy is in Kyiv for a second day of talks with Ukrainian officials. This is part of China's push for a political solution to the war. Do we know how those talks are going?
Joe, we don't. We have asked the Ukrainians, we have asked the Chinese. We have not received official confirmation or any kind of meeting readouts or any pictures that actually show that Special Representative Li Hui, he's the Special Representative for Eurasia. He was actually the former ambassador to Moscow just a couple of years ago, leaving that post. This is a man who knows Russia really well. He's a fluent Russian speaker, we have learned. And so he has apparently come to Kyiv for 2 days of meetings, you know, just as much as we do, basically, for meetings with officials, we can assume, in a bid for a peace plan in terms of mediating. This is a man who knows one side very well, so when you talk to Western analysts, there is some skepticism that he would really be a neutral player. Of course, China, a staunch ally of Russia. But interestingly, Joe, Secretary of State Tony Blinken was asked about a potential role for China in any kind of mediation process just a couple of weeks ago by the Washington Post. And he said, look, leaving the door open, a possible role for China as mediator could be very beneficial, were his words, Joe.
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
Now let's get back to President Biden's foreign trip, which is going to be cut short by the debt ceiling crisis. Today, Biden is heading to Japan, where he'll meet with world leaders at the G7 summit. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the site of that meeting in Hiroshima, and he joins us now with the latest. Hi, Peter. Good morning. So tell us the focus of the G7 meeting and just how much of a shadow this debt ceiling crisis is casting.
Well, we'll detail more of the debt ceiling in a moment. Obviously, it does cast a shadow on this, impacting the back end of the president's trip to this region, no longer going to Papua New Guinea or to Australia as well. But certainly the focus of the next several days will be here in Hiroshima. This is the hometown of the Japanese prime minister. It is, of course, where the first atomic bomb struck, and the damage, the devastation here obviously maintains a lasting impact, not just on this community, but on the world. It's now a place where they support the message of peace. And so I think there really is going to be a lot of focus on the crisis taking place right now with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is the second G7 summit since that war began there, and real concerns about Russia's threat of using nuclear weapons there in the future. And obviously Japan is in a position where it will try to alert its allies around the world, the seven of the world's biggest economies, that what's happening in Europe right now could also happen in the Indo-Pacific, with real concerns about China's military buildup in this region, certainly as it relates to the situation in Taiwan. Right now, North Korea, only a short distance away, has just continued to build up its arsenal of ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons. So those are two of the key focuses that we will see. The issue of Ukraine and Russia, the issue of nuclear weapons, certainly high among the priorities as it relates to the conversation that they'll be focusing on here. Savannah?
And Peter, when it comes to this debt ceiling crisis, the possibility of the U.S. defaulting on these debts, are other nations, are other leaders at the G7 summit, are they concerned?
Well, it's obviously something that would have ripple effects, not just badly impacting the economy in the United States, but certainly impacting the global economy as well. The power of the dollar is king, and it would have wide-ranging impacts. We know that some of the negotiators from both the White House and Kevin McCarthy's side met late last night. They did, both President Biden and McCarthy, appear to express some optimism that they were making some progress on this, but there is a lot of ground still to cover here. One of the topics that's being debated right now is the issue of work requirements. We have heard from the Republican, the House Speaker McCarthy, saying in effect that it's a red line, that there must be new work requirements for those who receive public assistance benefits right now. Democrats oppose that, so where they go from here will be key. But the president for months had said that he was not going to negotiate about hiking the debt ceiling, effectively about America's ability to pay the bills that have already been incurred in the past. But now he's, in a sense, doing just that. Even if the debt ceiling is raised, there will certainly have to be some spending cuts in the eyes of the Republicans for this to get resolved. Now just 14 days away from what they call that X date, when the U.S. would default on its debts. And consider the consequence of all of this. There is a real impact even as they near this date. With the president not going to Papua New Guinea, he will no longer be what would be the first ever U.S. president to go there. And it forces the cancellation separately of a trip to Australia for the Quad Summit. Here is the Prime Minister of Australia on the impact of all of it.
The blocking
and disruption that's occurring in domestic politics in the United States with the debt ceiling issue means that because that has to be solved prior to the 1st of June, otherwise there are quite drastic consequences for the US economy, which will flow on to the global economy.
A major Australian newspaper today saying the Prime Minister's disappointment is President Xi's victory. Of course, it is the Chinese president who would only be happy to see a breakup of that scheduled summit that was supposed to take place in Australia. Back to you guys.
Peter, Alexander, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world, starting with severe floods in northern Italy.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, let's start here in Italy, where at least 3 people have died and 3 others at least are confirmed missing after several towns in the north of the country suffered severe flooding. At least 5,000 other people had to be evacuated and rescued as rivers broke their banks after days of heavy rain. The alert remains high in the region as more heavy rain and bad weather is expected. Now let's go to Melbourne, Australia, where at least 18 school children were rushed to the hospital after a horrific bus crash. The bus was carrying 45 students when it was hit from behind by a truck and rolled over. Their injuries included crushed limbs, forcing amputations, as well as head injuries, spinal injuries, and serious cuts. The truck driver has been charged with dangerous driving. And finally, let's head to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, where the shipwreck of the Titanic received a full-sized digital scan. The impressive 3D view of the entire ship was created using deep-sea mapping. Remotely controlled submarines spent more than 200 hours surveying the wreck and took more than 700,000 images from every angle to create an exact 3D reconstruction. The hope is that the highly precise image will help shed new light on what exactly happened on that tragic night back in 1912, guys.
Still so fascinated by what happened more than 100 years ago.
I know.
Claudia, thank you so much.
Thanks. We are back with this week's medical checkup, and we're looking at how effective artificial intelligence is for detecting certain cancers.
Plus, putting the new technology to the test and seeing how it does on the exam to become a doctor. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is on set to break down these headlines. So let's start with AI here. We're going to talk about my alma mater, Northwestern. Doctors there using AI to better detect polyps during colonoscopies. This is, of course, so important because colon cancer is one of the toughest ones to identify. It's often too late. What can you tell us?
It's so cool. And so basically the background here, guys, is that colonoscopies are really good at detecting polyps, which can become cancer. The problem is they're not 100% perfect. Miss rates of polyps can be as high as 25%. So doctors have been searching for a way to increase that. How can we make sure that we don't miss polyps, which can turn into cancer? So they're turning to AI. This is FDA approved. This is something, by the way, that's available today, and at Northwestern is now the standard of care. So every patient starting June 1st who goes there can get this. And it's using AI during the colonoscopy, which could eventually decrease the colon cancer diagnosis by up to 40%. And so really the doctor's orders here, guys, are one, know the screening guidelines. It's for most people, it's going to be about the age of 45, depending on your personal or family history. It can be a little bit lower. And two, ask if AI is an option. It's not just Northwestern. Places around the country are starting to use this. It's FDA approved, and it can really, really help, detect future cancers.
That's interesting that you can just start asking if AI can be involved in your doctor's appointments.
We talk all the time about AI and future. This is something available today, FDA approved at many centers across the country.
Wow. Okay, so the other thing, though, is, AI is getting so smart. And I know that in order to be a doctor, you know better than we do, but the tests and the studying that goes into it, but apparently ChatGPT passed the radiology board exam with flying colors. What does this mean for the future of medicine?
It's the radiology board exam. It's the medical licensing exam. This is something we study years and years and years for. So imagine our reaction when we see ChatGPT is just passing this thing. But for the radiology exam, it scored as high as an 81% in certain categories. But the problem is, one on the radiology board exam, for those who don't know, radiology is the field where you just look, you look at CT scans and x-rays and you read them. The board exam, it's not really measuring how well you can read the scans. It's more of just a written exam. And so that's kind of the issue here. There's too many little incorrect responses that make this too dangerous to use in practice. And so the doctor's orders, guys, we see this a lot now coming up. People are coming into us saying, I put my symptoms in a ChatGPT.
Oh, gosh.
Here's what it told me. So really the doctor's orders don't replace your doctor with ChatGPT yet. And I'm not just saying this because I want to keep the lights on. I'm saying this because there is, it's not validated as a doctor, of course. If you have a rash for 3 weeks, don't just rely on ChatGPT. Make sure you bring it to your doctor's attention.
Interactive WebMD, that's where
Plus, you have better bedside manner.
Yeah.
Let's quickly here talk about CPR, which can double, even triple your chance of surviving cardiac arrest. How hard is it to learn CPR, and how young should you do it?
So now the American Heart Association has new guidelines out that children as young as 4 years old, down from about 9 to 10, what they were saying earlier, can start to learn the importance of CPR. And this is as simple as learning when to call 911, learning how to practice hand rhythm in chest compressions, which they can start to learn about 9 to 10 years old, actually doing the compressions. So the doctor's orders here, guys, is a really cool movement now called hands-only CPR, because I find that some people don't want to do CPR because they're afraid of mouth-to-mouth. So hands-only CPR, it's 2 steps to save a life. Ready? First one, call 911. Second, hands just like this, one over the other, place it on the center of the chest, and you want to push as hard as and fast as you can, about 100 to 120 beats per minute. It's the same beat as Staying Alive, Hips Don't Lie by Shakira, and Crazy in Love by Beyonce. All of those songs work.
All the genres.
Yeah, we've got you covered. You got to know one of those. Dr. Sile, really good information as always. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Welcome back. Tesla CEO Elon Musk never shies away from causing controversy or just talking about it. And that was the case when he sat down with CNBC anchor David Faber for a wide-ranging interview.
We want to start off with Musk's reaction when he was asked about conspiracy theories. Take a listen.
You do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true. You know, I'm reminded of the scene in The Princess Bride. It's a great movie. And he says, offer me money, offer me power. I don't care. I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
You might remember Musk made waves shortly after buying Twitter by demanding workers either return to the office or resign. Here's more of him talking about that.
I'm a big believer that people need to are more productive when they're in person, and really, man, and the whole sort of work from home thing. It's like I think it's. Look, there are some exceptions, but I kind of think that the whole notion of work from home is a bit like the fake Marie Antoinette quote, "Let them eat cake." It's like really, you're going to work from home, and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can. Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You see it as a moral issue?
Yes.
I mean, I see it more as just
it's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue.
Our thanks to David Faber for that interview, and for more of David's nearly 1 hour conversation with Musk, including his political views, his involvement in the early days of OpenAI, and why he thinks the next year will be a rough one for Tesla, you can head over to CNBC.com.
Well, let's stay in the tech world. The man responsible for bringing ChatGPT to the forefront appeared before Congress yesterday to warn senators about the possible dangers artificial intelligence could bring in the future. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman called on the panel to impose more regulations on the rapidly growing technology. This comes as Microsoft continues to integrate artificial intelligence into its software. Its CEO Satya Nadella sat down with Andrew Ross Sorkin as part of our ongoing series, AI Revolution.
There's been a lot of people talking about AI and the potential for AI for a very long time. When do you think you realized the moment at which you said, okay, this is not just a pipe dream anymore, this is real?
Yeah, a couple of moments. So the first time it started showing, I'll call it emergent qualities, right? When it learned to code, when it was not trained specifically, that's when I felt like, wow, this is different.
Different in that generative AI essentially learns and increases its own capability, which has some worried it could surpass human intelligence. That leaves CEOs like Microsoft's Satya Nadella grappling with the balance of business and responsibility. There is a big question about whether all of this is moving too fast. What do you think?
It's the way I think about this is the following. A lot of technology, a lot of AI is already there at scale, right? Every news feed, every sort of social media feed, search as we know of it before chat plus search, they're all on AI. I describe them as the autopilot era. So in an interesting way, we're moving from the autopilot era of AI to co-pilot era of AI. So if anything, I feel, yes, it's moving fast, but moving fast in the right direction.
Microsoft has invested billions in OpenAI, whose ChatGPT rocketed through the tech world since its release last fall. AI's ability to write content, help people code, and generate disinformation has raised alarms in Washington.
And now, for some introductory remarks. Too often, we have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
In a hearing on Capitol Hill today, Senator Richard Blumenthal used a voice cloning AI program to deliver remarks that he says were written by ChatGPT to share his concerns.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world.
OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman was there, calling on Congress to create new safety standards, even a new government agency to oversee AI companies.
We think that regulatory intervention by governments will be critical.
Nadella also says regulation is needed, but that companies do not need to wait for the government to step in. What scares you about this?
A couple of different things. In fact, what scares me the most is what I'll call it societal choices do we make. We definitely want the benefits of this technology, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences.
But Nadella also sees the potential.
Steve Jobs had this beautiful line, right, which is computers are like the bicycles for the mind. We now have an upgrade. We have a steam engine for the mind.
Our thanks to Andrew Ross Sorkin for that report, that interview. The hearing exposed a divide in opinions on tech giants, on the government's involvement in overseeing AI. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt stated there's no way a non-industry person can understand what is possible.
Financial headlines now. We've got new numbers on the costly impact of the emergency rescue of Credit Suisse back in March.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and more other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Dill, good morning to you. So, yeah, UBS expects a financial hit of about $17 billion from its takeover of rival Credit Suisse, which collapsed in March. Now, that includes $4 billion in potential legal and regulatory costs. But UBS estimates that it will book a one-time gain for buying the bank for a fraction of its value, and that cushion could help absorb potential losses. UBS says it was rushed into the deal in a shotgun merger engineered by the Swiss government. Google will start deleting accounts that have been inactive for 2 years in December, and this is in a bid to prevent security threats. Now, the company might delete the account and content across all apps, including Gmail, Docs, Drive, and Calendar, as well as YouTube and Google Photos. Now, the policy change, though, is only applicable to personal accounts and not those for organizations like schools or businesses. Indiana Jones is coming to Disney Plus. Now, the first 4 movies in the long-running franchise haven't been available on the streaming service in the past, and that's due to a deal between Disney and Paramount that split distribution rights. Now, ahead of the release of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny on June 30th, the other films will be available to stream starting May 31st, and you can still watch the movies on Paramount Plus, guys.
So you don't have to do
I've got
those.
Disney Plus, so I'm excited.
Exactly, and you don't have to do those theater marathons anymore to sort of prepare yourself.
Right.
You can just do it at home.
Those are fun. Oh, gosh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Should rewatch.
There you go.
There we go.
Get soon. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Savannah. I appreciate it.
Welcome back. Well, a massive world tour just wasn't enough for Beyonce this year. She just teased that she's launching a big new business venture. It looks like it's a hair care line. Now, Beyonce is, of course, known for her gorgeous hair, and now it looks like she could be letting fans in on her secrets to success. She shared a teaser on her Instagram where she talked about her first job. Get this. It was actually sweeping hair at her mom Tina's salon, and the band, of course, that she was a part of, Destiny's Child, actually performed for clients while they got their hair done. She wrote about her mom in her caption saying, quote, "Having learned so much on my hair journey, I've always dreamed of carrying on her legacy." What a cool full circle little anecdote there for this business.
Yeah, it's great to bring that all full circle, and I'm eager to see. Everyone can soon have Beyonce hair, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Let's hope.
Thanks, Savannah. Thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Larissa Fasthorse. Last month, the playwright made history, becoming only the second Native American writer and the first Native American woman playwright to bring a show to Broadway. It is a critically acclaimed comedy called The Thanksgiving Play. Fasthorse is currently in South Dakota working on her next project, but she took a little time to chat with us from a car.
So we're 4 white people doing a culturally sensitive first Thanksgiving play for Native American Heritage Month.
As best and simply as you can, how do you describe the plot of the Thanksgiving play?
4 people trying so hard to do everything right that they get it all wrong.
This is 4 white people trying to put on a Thanksgiving play.
Yes, for Native American Heritage Month, and they're trying to hit all of those things. However, they're trying to do it without any Native American people in the room. To be clear, they wanted Native American people in the room, and they really mean well, but well-meaning isn't ever enough.
Those 4 people are played by 4 well-known actors. TV stars Darcy Carden, Scott Foley, and Chris Sullivan, and 2-time Tony winner Katie Finneran.
Help her recover from the false value placed on her sexuality, because I've taken that journey.
It's an understatement to say this is a satire, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm really clear that it's definitely a comedy within a satire. There's absolutely satire in it, but there's a lot of comedy that I put in intentionally because I call that the sugar that helps the medicine go down, right?
So I have to take a bus. Have you ever taken a bus?
I want people to feel invited into the conversation. I want people to feel, unsettled and questioning why they weren't taught a lot of the truths and the history that we learn about during the play about Thanksgiving. And I want people to ask why. Why didn't I know these things? Why haven't I thought about these things before? Why wasn't I taught these things? And then I want them to go find some answers and to start making some change. And I want them to be invited into that conversation.
This idea from some that they don't want kids to learn about hard histories because it might make them feel like there's racism out there. What do you make of that?
We have to know things about each other. I mean, how can you possibly understand another person if you don't understand who they are, where they came from, how we are both related? I mean, ignorance and hiding truth and hiding facts just isn't a way to get there.
We need to get our creative juices flowing.
I know this play has been seen in other cities around the country. How does it feel to bring it to Broadway?
It's a goal I've had since I started playwriting, is I wanted to be the first Native American woman on Broadway, and I'm very fortunate to have been here after the great Lynn Riggs, who was the first Native playwright on Broadway, but that was the beginning of the last century. So that's a little concerning that it's taken I hope it's not another century before we have another Native playwright on Broadway. I put a lot of pressure on myself just to make sure it goes well and that the door is wide open and that folks are not just able to get through the door into Broadway, Native folks, but that they're also feeling like it's a place for them.
What do you think needs to be done to make sure it's not another century, that we are telling more Native American stories on Broadway and really just in entertainment in general?
The reason I wrote this play was because of casting, because I was told that there weren't Native American actors that could be on the big stages. We need to get past that. Reservation Dogs, Rutherford Falls, a lot of great shows have showed us that there are incredible Native actors out there. And so theater needs to catch up with that and be able to hire Native folks and have them on their stages. And I think that's going to be a big thing that has to change so that more Native folks don't have to write an all-white play to be able to get on Broadway.
Fast Horse is busy these days with 7 plays hitting stages around the country this year. She hopes the next show she brings to Broadway does feature Native American actors. As for the Thanksgiving play, you can check it out now at the Helen Hayes Theater here in New York. I saw it just before it opened. It is so funny. It is just hilarious.
The amount of shows that you are able to fit in with as much as you work and the time that we get up just amazes me. But I love that I get the early reviews.
If you need a recommendation. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the pressure is on. In just over 2 weeks, the nation could start running out of money to pay its bills. President Biden and congressional leaders have yet to reach a deal on the debt ceiling. The negotiations now forcing President Biden to cancel part of his upcoming foreign trip. But the latest on the talks and what this could mean for your wallet. Beyond the border, the migrant crisis along the southern border has become a growing problem across the nation. Migrants are heading north to big cities that are now running out of room and resources. The struggles those major meccas are now facing as they try to house migrants who entered the U.S. thousands of miles away. Case solved. The girl who was reported missing nearly 6 years ago has been found thanks to someone who recognized her in a Netflix documentary. What we're learning about the case and how that eagle-eyed viewer was able to make the connection. Plus, history by the bottle. There is a new vineyard in Oregon's wine region, and it is breaking barriers. We're going to introduce you to the first Korean-American winemakers in the state. They're celebrating their heritage with every bottle they make. And now I want a glass of wine for breakfast.
Don't you love when our show does that?
Exactly.
Wine, burgers, Taco Bell. I want it all after
We'll do
the
it
show.
all, exactly. We'll bring you that in a little bit. We are, of course, going to begin this hour with the gridlock in Washington over the debt ceiling. There is an optimistic tone this morning that a deal can be reached to avert a potentially crippling default next month.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, and top congressional leaders met yesterday at the White House with just over 2 weeks to go until the Treasury says the U.S. will run out of money to pay its bills. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
With time running out, the president is canceling part of his planned trip to Asia to deal with the crisis here at home. But there are some new signs of progress this morning, including the newly appointed negotiators from the White House and the Speaker's office meeting late last night to try to get to a deal.
We're just getting started.
With the clock ticking towards potential catastrophe, no deal yet between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over the nation's debt limit.
There's still work to do.
But Tuesday's White House meeting between the president and congressional leaders may have broken new ground.
There's an overwhelming consensus, I think, in today's meeting, the congressional leaders, that defaulting on the debt is simply not an option.
It is possible to get a deal by the end of the week. It's not that difficult to get to an agreement.
For the first time, Democratic leaders are conceding a bipartisan compromise will be needed to break the impasse, likely combining an increase in the nation's borrowing limit with spending cuts.
We all agreed that the only path forward is to reach a bipartisan agreement anchored in common ground.
That means a so-called clean debt limit increase with no spending cuts attached, favored by the president and Democrats, is now off the table. The White House says President Biden has appointed 2 top aides to lead negotiations with the House Speaker's team. While the president will depart for the G7 summit in Japan today as scheduled, he'll cut his overseas trip short, skipping a planned summit in Australia, returning to Washington Sunday to deal with the crisis. Because the global financial system relies on the dollar, economists say damage from even a short-term default could be disastrous. With the government unable to pay its bills, Social Security checks, tax refunds, and veterans benefits could all be delayed. Interest rates would spike, and if the market takes a big hit, as expected, the value of your retirement account could plummet.
In the 2011 standoff over the debt ceiling, stocks plunged 20%, and the U.S. credit rating was downgraded for the first time in history. And that's when Congress passed a debt ceiling increase on the very last available day. Now, Treasury Secretary Yellen said yesterday that they are already seeing the impacts of brinksmanship, her words, on the markets this time. She's watching for hits to things like business confidence and borrowing costs as these negotiations drag out, the costs of inaction already apparent.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Well, overnight, North Carolina joined the growing list of states with strict abortion bans. Republican leaders there voted for a 12-week abortion ban, overriding a veto from the state's governor just days earlier. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there. In the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, North Carolina has been considered a safe haven by some women seeking an abortion in the South. But now the landscape is shifting for them yet again, with new obstacles making it more difficult to get the procedure.
Overnight, U.S. abortion access facing another major shift as one of the remaining southern states to allow abortions tightens restrictions. Late protests in the North Carolina Capitol after the state banned the procedure after 12 weeks. The Democratic Governor Roy Cooper vetoed the new ban and went on the road trying to persuade others to join his side. But a united Republican Party voted to override him.
The people of the state are just family values, conservative people.
Supporters say the bill's a compromise, since according to the CDC, over 90% of abortions take place before 20 weeks. And it allows for cases of rape, incest, and health of the mother. But it includes more restrictions for those seeking abortions, like mandated doctor's visits and more regulations for clinics.
With all the restrictions, it's going to really limit access to abortion at all.
Governor Cooper saying overnight, quote, several Republican lawmakers broke their promises to protect women's reproductive freedom. It's all part of the changing landscape for abortion access across the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last year, as many southern and some Midwestern states have banned abortions entirely, or under 6 weeks. North Carolina was one of the only southern states with lighter restrictions. After the Roe decision, the state had an increase in the number of abortions provided, suggesting that women from surrounding states may have traveled there, according to a nonprofit that supports abortion access.
This is about making sure that politicians stay out of my family decisions, out of my doctor's offices.
And it comes as 2 other states are considering changing access this week. South Carolina is locked in a fierce fight over banning abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And overnight, Republicans in Nebraska moved a 12-week abortion ban forward.
Now, of course, abortion will remain in the spotlight at the center of political debate as we head into the 2024 election. And the Republican frontrunner, former President Trump, has been under pressure to say whether he would sign a national abortion ban, so far refusing to answer the question directly. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Now to Ukraine, where amid intense new Russian airstrikes, we're now learning that an American military veteran has died in the fighting. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from Kyiv with that story. Molly, good morning.
Joe, good morning. That's right. Very sad news confirmed by his family. 45-year-old Nicholas Mamer is one of at least 10 confirmed Americans who have been killed since the war started here in Ukraine. This, as Ukraine says they have the momentum around that eastern city of Bakhmut.
This morning, the grim confirmation that another American has died fighting in Ukraine. Overnight, Nicholas Mamer's aunt, Sherry Mamer, confirmed to NBC News the 45-year-old veteran from Boise, Idaho, passed away. Yesterday, a video posted by a pro-Russian blogger on Telegram shows Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin standing over what he says is a dead American soldier in Bakhmut. The group posting an Idaho driver's license and what appear to be genuine U.S. documents for Nicholas Mamer. The U.S. State Department said they were aware of the report but offered no official confirmation. Mamer's family says he was a decorated veteran. His service record obtained by NBC News shows he joined the U.S. Army in 1996. Mamer traveled to Ukraine in 2022, posting this update.
And I'm putting together a training program for the territorial defense, and that is going to allow me to hopefully save some lives.
The fiercest fighting today over the ruins of what was once the eastern city of Bakhmut. The Ukrainians say they have recaptured nearly 8 square miles in the last few days. Overnight, President Zelensky trying to capitalize on the momentum with European allies.
That we, in unity,
will give 100% in any field when we have a goal to protect our people and our Europe.
Meanwhile, as the fighting shows no signs of letting up, the CIA sensing an opportunity inside Russia, where privately some may disagree with the 15-month-old war. Yesterday, the agency posting a dramatic video aimed at recruiting Russians. People around you may not want to hear the truth, the video says, but we do.
Coming back to Kyiv, possible big news here. So Chinese Special Representative Li Hui is expected to be in town for meetings. With who, we don't exactly know. We've asked the Ukrainians and asked the Chinese for official conversations, confirmation of those official conversations. We have not seen any pictures. Of course, Joe, China is a staunch ally of Russia, but Secretary of State Blinken was actually asked about a possible role for China in mediation or mediating between Russia and Ukraine just a couple of weeks ago. And his words said it could be very beneficial. So leaving the door open, and we will certainly keep an eye out for any news on that today. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv. Molly, thank you.
And turning now to new developments in that mass shooting in New Mexico, police have identified a teenager as the gunman who killed 3 senior citizens Monday in an attack that authorities say appears to be completely random. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there. Once the first shots were fired inside the close-knit community of Farmington, New Mexico, police say hundreds called 911. Neighbors pointed first responders in the direction of the attack. Multiple agencies answered the call, including 3 officers who responded during their lunch hour without body armor. Absent that collective effort, police say this could have been so much worse.
In New Mexico, new details about America's latest teenage mass shooter.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's walking south. He's wearing all black.
Late Tuesday, police identified the suspect as Bo Wilson, an 18-year-old high school student. Seen here moments before being shot dead by police, following a murderous and apparently random shooting rampage that killed 3 elderly women and wounded at least 6, including 2 police officers.
The amount of violence and brutality that these innocent people faced is something that is unconscionable to me.
Police say Wilson opened fire on a Farmington, New Mexico neighborhood, blowing out car windows and shooting up random homes.
He was just shooting indiscriminately, houses, cars, people.
Police say first shots were fired at 10:56 in the morning. About 10 minutes later, police shot the gunman dead, having been armed with at least 3 different weapons, including an assault-style rifle. Police say he'd purchased one of the weapons legally last year. The rest belonged to a family member.
He got them from a family member. And by got them, that's a loose interpretation of the word.
All of the victims shot in their cars. Among those lost, 79-year-old Shirley Voita, a mother of 5 and retired school nurse who'd been married for 57 years.
Just pillars of the community.
97-year-old Gwendolyn Schofield died alongside her 73-year-old daughter, Melody. Family member and state representative Mark Duncan tells NBC News they were women of faith.
It's a horrible thing when tragedy hits, and I can tell you that Aunt Melody would probably be the first one that put her arms around that young man as he lost his life.
We're also learning more about the suspect's past. Police say he did have minor infractions as a juvenile, but nothing that would rise to the level of a serious crime. Court documents show his parents filed for divorce last year, and police say people who knew him had concerns for his mental health. Back to you.
Heartbreaking details, Aaron. Thank you so much.
Now to the emergency at the border. Every day, busloads of migrants are arriving in sanctuary cities, and officials are struggling to find space and resources for them. It's causing a strain on cities big and small. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
We're roughly 2,000 miles from the southern border, but this city and others like it are feeling the impact of the immigration debate. This county is now suing to keep migrants out, but not before some were already bused to this hotel.
This morning, the ongoing migrant influx is being felt far beyond the southern border. Just hours ago, 2 buses carrying nearly 100 migrants arrived in New York City from Laredo, Texas. while from Chicago and Philadelphia to Denver and Pittsburgh, shelters are being stretched thin in cities from coast to coast. Illegal border crossings have actually dropped each day since the COVID border restriction known as Title 42 expired last week. But with border processing centers slammed, newly released court documents reveal more than 6,400 migrants were released into the U.S. last Thursday and Friday. In Chicago, there are now pop-up showers for migrants living in police stations.
They have not showered for probably from 5 days to almost 2 weeks.
While in New York City, parents and even students are protesting a new plan to temporarily house asylum seekers in school gyms. What worries you most?
I don't know these people. Why can't they send them someplace else?
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says there's just no room anywhere else. We spoke with this woman who's been living at an emergency shelter near Times Square for 4 months. How long do you expect to be here? I'm just trying to save up a little more money to be able to find another place to go, she tells us. The mayor is blasting the Biden administration for not doing more.
We're not getting the support that we deserve here in New York City.
The immigration debate now spilling into the suburbs, too. Orange County, New York, granted a temporary restraining order, stopping more migrants from being bused to local hotels for now. The county executive says homeless veterans were pushed out of hotel housing early to make way.
The 20 veterans that were displaced, that is really sends a bad message.
You can't just drop a bombshell on them and kick them back out to the streets. Leave the veterans alone.
Neighboring Rockland County is also sued to keep migrants out, so we expect court battles over the coming weeks. Meanwhile, New York City budget officials estimate that housing and caring for migrants will cost taxpayers more than $4 billion by next year. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. If you're in New England, time to cover those plants or bring them inside. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with the Morning News Now weather.
That's right. We heard it's frosty. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, it will be. So you guys like it when I ask you questions, right?
Yeah.
Always, because we do so well.
Yeah.
Okay, so when was the last time we had significant rainfall in not just New York City, but in the Northeast? You know how long? Can you think back?
Well, didn't
New
we have
York,
some a couple weeks ago? Yeah.
A couple weeks ago. Very good. It was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yes, it was about 2 weeks and about 2 days that we actually had significant rain, but it hasn't really rained since then.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's not good. We you like the frequency to increase a little bit more than that, and for that reason, we actually have red flag warnings up for areas of New England, portions of New Jersey too, because things have gotten very dry very quickly, and the humidity is so low today. I mean, you'll feel it when you go outside. And here's the forecast over the next 7 days. You'll notice that we have zero rainfall in the New York City area, Jersey, Washington, D.C., and Richmond. So it's only going to get worse. There's a chance for some rain Saturday afternoon and evening with some coastal moisture coming up. It may clip Long Island and Rhode Island and the Boston area, but that's not even guaranteed. So if that doesn't happen, some areas could go 3.5 weeks without rainfall at least in New England. And that's pretty rare. It doesn't happen very often. Usually the frequency of rain's a lot more often than that. So with this dry air that's moving in, it's also chilly too for this time of year. You may love it. Roll the windows down in the car, probably feels good. Temperatures in the 50s and the 60s during the day today. So that's, we call it free air. You can just open up the windows in the house. It's fantastic. 60 in Detroit, Pittsburgh at 63. But tonight, before you go to bed, make sure you slam the windows shut because it is going to get cold with the clear skies and pretty much a calm wind. Temperatures are going to get down to 28 degrees in Binghamton, which should be a record low. We're going to be in the 30s in the Hudson Valley, 42 as far south as Philadelphia. So a lot of people will be waking up in the night and probably turning their heat on in their houses too. And then as far as frost and freeze goes, a lot of people hopefully haven't planted their tomatoes and things like that outdoors yet. But if you have, make sure you cover them up. Freeze watches are up for much of Pennsylvania, New York, and areas of the West. And the opposite of all of this is the Pacific Northwest, who just got done with an epic May heat wave. Seattle 4 days in a row over the weekend, going into the weekend and coming out of it, record highs. Portland, for the first time ever in May, had 4 90-degree days in a row. And it hasn't really cooled off much. Portland back up to 90 today. That's 22 degrees warmer than it should be. So that's like way, way above where we should. That's like midsummer heat wave. Medford 93. And it's not like it's going to really give up either. It's going to stay very warm, not just the coastal areas, but even interior. Boise up to 90 on Saturday. Portland's going to stay in the 80s too. So the Pacific Northwest, I don't know. This, you never know. This could be warmer than the summer in the Pacific Northwest.
They don't like that weather in the summer. I've lived in Seattle, so to have it this time of year is unreal.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, gentlemen, I like both of your pink. Thanks for participating.
You know something? I picked out a different tie, and then I looked at my calendar. I said it's Wednesday. I go, oh no, ran back upstairs and got it for you.
Is that true?
Yes.
Love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
We are back with an urgent push by the man who helped create ChatGPT. Of course, that's the artificial intelligence program that is sweeping the world. Well, he wants to see lawmakers regulate AI as fast as possible. This comes as the New York Times reports that researchers at Microsoft believe AI is showing signs of human reasoning. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest on this. Tom, it feels like every day we have a concerning headline in terms of AI. Tell us the latest here.
You're right. And Sam Altman says AI could be as revolutionary as the printing press was, but given that it's evolving by the minute, it could prove to be destructive and devastating for humanity. He and other AI execs want Congress to write new AI laws, license and regulate it, just as nuclear energy and clean water are regulated. Underscoring the promise and peril posed by artificial intelligence.
We have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation.
Tuesday's Senate hearing started with a voice that sounded like Senator Richard Blumenthal, but wasn't.
That voice was not mine. The audio was an AI voice cloning software trained on my floor speeches.
The words written by AI program ChatGPT. The man behind ChatGPT, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, is now pleading with Congress to regulate AI before it's too late.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
AI's peril is far more than stealing a singer's voice and composing a new song or drafting love letters and college essays. Researchers warn it could create counterfeit humans, steal identities, spread fake news and medical advice, undermine elections, democracies, even start wars. And there is wide agreement that humans could soon start losing their jobs to AI.
How do we find meaning in life if the AI could do your job better than you can?
Billionaire Elon Musk, who helped fund OpenAI, is among hundreds of tech leaders calling for the industry to hit pause. Last night, he talked exclusively to CNBC's David Faber.
There's a strong probability that it will make life much better, and there's some chance that it goes wrong and destroys humanity. Hopefully that chance is small, but it's not zero.
For years, Hollywood has envisioned a dark future controlled by computers.
What am I?
While iRobot may be extreme, the man known as the godfather of AI, Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, recently left his job at Google to issue a stark warning.
I think it's possible that people are just a passing phase in the evolution of intelligence.
People are a passing phase. In other words, computers will take over.
Yes, that's possible.
An existential threat to all of us. Think about what this means. We now have the top leaders of AI saying, regulate us, please, before this gets crazy. And there is growing bipartisan agreement in Congress that AI needs to be regulated. But, you guys, the U.S. is far behind Europe, where new AI guardrail laws are moving towards passage. For example, riskier apps would face tougher oversight. The EU laws would move to protect children from manipulation, ban scoring people based on the behavior, and ban remote facial recognition, for example, in a grocery store.
Oh, wow. Tom, it's something when you see a CEO like that, not necessarily just on the defensive in a setting like that, actually asking for help, asking for more from lawmakers. It really says something. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
You bet.
Republican voters in Kentucky have picked the state's Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, as their nominee for governor.
Cameron, who was endorsed by former President Trump, beat rivals, including former UN Ambassador Kelly Craft and Agriculture Commissioner Ryan Quarles. In many ways, the race was seen as a test of Trump's influence ahead of 2024.
Cameron's victory now sets him up to face off against incumbent Democratic Governor Andy Beshear in November. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Lexington, Kentucky with the latest. latest. So, Dasha, Cameron blew away the competition. It was a large field, but he's been the front runner since announcing his bid last year. He secured that early endorsement from Trump. Walk us through what this win means and what it says about Trump's influence over Republican voters right now.
Well, look, Joe, one of the reasons we've been watching this race nationally is because it has been sort of an early bellwether, a test for the Republican Party about what wins out with voters. And look, Cameron is well known in the state as the state's attorney general, but that Trump endorsement is something that he put front and center in this race. All of his ads talked about it. He was constantly touting it on the campaign trail. And he took a lot of incoming from his opponents, particularly Kelly Craft, who spent a lot of her own money. She's a wealthy candidate. She spent a lot of ad dollars attacking Cameron, and still he came out well on top, which does indicate that Donald Trump, the former president, still has a lot of power with primary voters, right? That is a big key factor here. We're talking about primary voters. What does that endorsement mean in the general? Will it help or hurt? That's the big question, guys.
So this was hurdle number one, but of course the big one here is going to be unseating a popular incumbent governor. That is a hard thing to do. What are some of Cameron's advantages here? Are there any, and how are voters feeling about him going up against the current governor, Andy Beshear?
Well, you said it there, Savannah. Beshear is incredibly popular. He's led the state through several tough moments, the pandemic, tornadoes, that shooting recently where he lost a close friend of his as well. So he has a lot of popularity. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I imagine a lot more money will be spent here. I want you to hear from one of the voters we talked to yesterday who kind of laid the groundwork about what this is going to look like. Take a listen.
He's young. I like his morals. He's got that swag to him, and I really like him. And the Beshears are similar to like a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Oh, I got the last name, so I'm going to run.
Similar to a Kentucky version of the Kennedys. Look, they have a lot of sway here and a lot of name recognition. And as I said, quite a popular governor here. So it's going to be an important one to watch. And again, that Trump endorsement that was so critical to winning the primary. We saw this in the midterms, right? A lot of Trump's endorsed candidates got through the primary, then got to the general election and lost. So we'll see if history repeats itself here, guys.
Dasha, while we have you, we want to ask you about another race there in Kentucky. The Secretary of State, Michael Adams, did win the primary and a chance to secure a second term. He beat out two candidates who did campaign on voter fraud claims. So what can you tell us about this one?
Well, look, this says something pretty important. I think it says that campaigning on looking back, campaigning on election denialism might not be as fruitful as some Republican candidates may think. And look, the Secretary of State here said, I am not going to give in to this. I might lose my job over it, but I'm not going to give in to this kind of conspiracy theory, and ultimately came out on top. So that might be a bit of a flag, a bit of a signal to others that might be thinking about campaigning on these sorts of issues, guys.
All right. Dasha Burns in Lexington. Dasha, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now for what is making international headlines this morning. Police are now launching a full investigation into the deadly hostile fire in New Zealand.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, a day after a fire ripped through a hostel in the city of Wellington, the police has started a homicide inquiry as it believes it may have been arson. And now the police is not saying why they believe the fire was deliberately lit, and nobody has been arrested yet. But the investigation is ongoing. In the meantime, several people remain missing, raising fears that the death toll may climb. Let's go to North Korea, where the leader Kim Jong-un paid a visit to an aerospace facility to take a look at a military spy satellite expected to be launched in the near future. According to the Korean Central News Agency, Kim Jong-un described space-based reconnaissance as crucial for countering the U.S. and South Korea. North Korea has not disclosed the target date for the launch, but it's expected to take place in the next few weeks. And let's end this short tour of the world on top of the world, Mount Everest. According to a government official in Nepal, on Wednesday, a Sherpa scaled the 29,000-foot mountain for a record 27th time. Sherpas are local climbers who make a living guiding foreign clients up Everest and other mountains, but Everest remains a dangerous and deadly mountain. At least 320 people are known to have lost their lives while trying to climb it, guys.
All right, congrats to that Sherpa, though.
27 climbs. Wow, just incredible. Claudio, thank you.
We are back with an alarming new study that is shedding new light on the racial disparity between black and white Americans.
According to a report published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, higher mortality rate among black Americans led to nearly 2 million excessive deaths, that's what they're called, over the last 2 decades. Those early deaths ultimately led to the loss of more than 80 million years of life.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now to help break down this story. She's also an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Doctor, good to have you with us. So first of all, why are we seeing such a large number of excessive deaths? Did COVID play any role in this?
Hi, Joe and Savannah. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for reviewing this important article. So yes, COVID definitely had something to do with it, especially the first year of COVID. But even before that, the differences in mortality rate between white and black Americans was decreasing significantly after some improvement in the late 90s. And so what we're seeing is there are multiple factors. They're all related to what we call the social determinants of health, related to access to affordable housing, quality education, gainful employment, access to green space and healthy food. All of those are impacted by systemic racism, and we're seeing how that manifests in the health of black Americans. And I think these numbers are incredibly sobering and call for both policy at a local, federal, and state level intervention.
Doctor, in addition to COVID being a specific major issue, another one is maternal mortality, contributing to this high number of deaths. Let's talk about this before. We've had this conversation on this show before, but put in context for us just how much of a racial disparity there is between black and white expecting mothers. Why do black women suffer more from pregnancy complications?
So in the U.S., black pregnant people are 3 to 4 times more likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications than their white peers. And here in New York City, that rate is 8 to 12 times higher. So we are really dealing with a significant issue. These rates are higher than that of even some low and middle income countries. I would say overall, the U.S. is not doing great in terms of their overall maternal mortality rate, but for black pregnant people, it's more striking. And it has, there are multiple reasons. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, pregnant people will say that when they ask for care or complain of a symptom, that they're not being listened to by their healthcare professionals. Another issue is just how maternal care is provided in this country. There really is not close follow-up after someone delivers a baby. We typically have a 6-week postpartum visit. That's not enough. Most other countries, you have a doula, you have a midwife that visits you at home and keeps track of the symptoms that you're having. So we may have to think about changing the model with which we take care of birthing people to that of other higher income countries where there's closer follow-up and with people are able to advocate for themselves and be listened to as well.
Dr. Blackstock, we only have a little time left here, but we do want to talk about the price that black Americans pay. Given these higher mortality rates, black families are more likely to be grieving the loss of a family member at any given point. So what is the impact on physical and mental health?
Yeah, and when we hear those numbers and we think about this, like those are missed graduations, missed celebrations, not having grandma or auntie or uncle at an important event, right? So, that's why we are seeing higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety. Even when we look at suicide rates over the last several years, those have actually increased over with young black men and women. So we've seen these increases, and we have a situation where we don't have enough mental health counselors of color. So again, we need to think about multiple ways to address this issue.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, an important conversation. Thank you for joining us this morning to talk about this.
Thank you.
An Illinois girl who disappeared 6 years ago has been found, and it's largely because of a Netflix series that put a spotlight on her case. It's a positive example of America's obsession with true crime stories in this country. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Illinois with the details. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, just an absolutely incredible story. As you point out, Kayla Unbehan was 9 years old in 2017 when police say her mother kidnapped her. Her mother didn't have legal custody at the time. Well, fast forward to this week, 6 years later, police here in South Elgin say she is now back home with her dad after someone in North Carolina, states away, recognized her from the Netflix hit Unsolved Mysteries. And experts add this is not an isolated case, noting that sometimes America's true crime obsession indeed pays off. Everyone. From in-depth docuseries
A killer on the loose in New York
to hours-long podcasts. This morning, investigators say America's true crime addiction has helped bring a young girl home.
Hi, this is Kayla here.
Back in 2017, police in South Elgin, Illinois say then 9-year-old Kayla Unbehan was abducted by her mother, Heather, after a judge granted Kayla's father full custody of the child. The dad, Ryan Iskirka, speaking to our affiliate at the time.
When she canceled all that social media, that's another sign that she wasn't ever intending to come back.
Despite years of dead ends, Iskirka refused to let the case grow cold, pushing his story onto the national stage, including in early 2020 appearing on Vanished, the Missing Persons Project, a series streaming on Peacock, which is owned by our parent company, NBC Universal.
Here I am at home, wringing my hands, wondering where my daughter's at.
And again last fall on Netflix's Unsolved Mysteries. Finally, this weekend, a crucial break in the case when investigators say someone in North Carolina who saw that Netflix show recognized Kayla at a clothing store and alerted police. Because of the tip, police say Kayla, now 15, is back home with her dad, while her mother was arrested and charged with kidnapping. She was released from custody after posting a $25,000 bond. Ryan Iskirka writing in a statement, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe," adding, "We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning."
6 years is way too long. Let's face it, 6 minutes, 6 seconds is way too long to be away from your own child.
And this is not the only case where true crime shows have made a difference. From HBO's The Jinx, which led to the murder conviction of the late real estate heir Robert Durst, to the iconic Serial podcast, which helped free Adnan Syed from prison more than 20 years after he was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. Experts say the genre can be an invaluable tool to cracking cases. Kayla's just the latest proof of that.
Do you work to get these kids' cases into these kind of true crime series to get that spotlight on them?
We do, as we saw today, that it just takes one set of eyes to be a hero.
And directors with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who you just heard from in that piece, note that they only put these cases on these shows and on these platforms when authorities basically give them the green light and tell them they're comfortable, because of course they've seen cases like we all have where authorities where online sleuths and kind of true crime fans can sort of produce complications, running away with theories online. But they say in these cases, this is definitely proof that true crime can produce crucial tips and crack a case, as we've seen, wide open. Guys.
All right. Fascinating one, Maggie. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Time for our CNBC Money Minute with all the biggest financial headlines this morning, starting with details from Elon Musk's exclusive interview with CNBC.
And CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us. And look at her in her pink, too. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. On Wednesdays, we were pink.
Exactly.
Let me give you some Elon Musk headlines. He says that Tesla will launch ads for its electric vehicles. Speaking to shareholders at the company's annual meeting, he says, quote, "We'll try a little advertising and see how it goes." In an interview with CNBC, Musk says that Tesla would be interested in running ads that are informative, aesthetically pleasing, and beautiful, but didn't offer any more details. The move would be a shift for Tesla, which has largely avoided conventional marketing and instead relying mostly on word of mouth and tax credit incentives. Musk also continues to be critical of working from home. In the interview with CNBC, Musk calls remote work, quote, morally wrong and unfair to those people who can't. Musk banned remote work at Twitter after buying the company in October, and he also imposed a strict return to the office policy for Tesla back in 2022, warning employees they would lose their jobs if they refused to do so. Musk says he's a big believer that people tend to be more productive when they're working in person. And Taco Bell wants to liberate Taco Tuesday. It's asking the U.S. Trademark Office to cancel 2 smaller rivals' trademarks on the phrase. Taco John's owns Taco Tuesday in 49 states, while Gregory's Restaurant and Bar owns it in New Jersey. And Taco Bell says they wrongly monopolized the use of the phrase. Taco John's, though, has a history of defending its trademark, sending cease and desist letters to anyone who infringes on it or uses the hashtag on social media, guys. It's a fight for Taco Tuesday.
There's a lot of places I could stick them on here in New York City then. Right? Not everywhere.
Exactly.
Who knew? I had no idea.
I had no idea. No idea.
Can we even say it on television?
I know. Right? I mean, I say it all the time.
No kidding. Careful. All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, in some other business news this morning, entrepreneurship has skyrocketed in recent years, bringing in billions of dollars for the economy.
Now, thanks to data collected by Shopify, there is a new global index that is measuring just how much these small business owners are impacting the markets. And Shopify's president, Harley Finkelstein, joins us now with more on these new numbers. Harley, good to have you with us. So walk us through this index here. What countries are on top, and how did you go about creating this index?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe and Savannah. Appreciate the time. So at Shopify, we live and breathe entrepreneurship. And as you sort of pointed out, Joe, entrepreneurs are certainly the backbone of the economy and the local communities. They create jobs, they anchor communities. And we decided that it was time for us to put together a bunch of data and insights across 40 countries and every U.S. state to look at the impact that entrepreneurs have. We're going to be updating this every quarter, so there's going to be lots more trends coming soon. But because nobody else has this data set, we felt it'd be a very powerful resource for those empowered to help make it easier for entrepreneurs to start and scale their businesses. And so, interesting enough, despite a very challenging economic environment, entrepreneurship is absolutely having a renaissance right now. There was a record 10.5 million business applications in the U.S. over the last 2 years, and about 99% of all American businesses are considered to be small businesses. So there's a lot we can do here. Now, in terms of the index, some of the big numbers, so the U.S. was the #1 country in terms of entrepreneurial index. The second was Lithuania, and the third is Romania. And so a lot of really cool stuff is being provided now. But again, the idea here is to give policymakers, government, the media, the public more information to make better decisions to help increase the amount of surface area for entrepreneurs.
So then what kind of impact, let's talk a little bit more about this, do these small businesses and entrepreneurs have on the economy? You mentioned things like the jobs, the way they anchor communities. Let's dig in more on that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed, if you just look at the U.S., for example, where, again, U.S. ranked #1 in terms of leading the world in entrepreneurship, we saw that total jobs supported, GDP impact, and business activity by entrepreneurs on Shopify each increased by 11% over 2021. And a couple things really jump out. So one of the things that we noticed about in the U.S. in particular is that entrepreneurs in Shopify's ecosystem, they're exporting more goods to foreign customers. So cross-border commerce is really, really strong. And on the consumer side, we are seeing that American consumers are actually spending more at small businesses across the country. And in fact, clothing and accessories are the biggest 2 categories there. But really, American consumers are voting with their wallets to support entrepreneurs and small business, which is amazing. Another thing that's super cool is that rural entrepreneurship in the U.S. is very strong. Nearly 1/3 of entrepreneurs are building their businesses outside of major cities, which is incredible.
Harley Finkelstein, thank you so much. Really, really interesting information there, and good to hear what a positive impact small businesses can have. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Now to that major shakeup on the basketball court, the Philadelphia 76ers have fired head coach Doc Rivers after a disappointing postseason.
Yeah, but he's not alone. The Milwaukee Bucks fired head coach Mike Budenholzer, who had the best regular season record this year. And then the Phoenix Suns fired head coach Monty Williams, who had the best regular season record last year. So what is going on here? For more, we are joined by sports business reporter at Sportico, Eben Novy-Williams. Eben, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Super interesting. I don't have a ton of sports knowledge, let's put it this way. So I just am so curious about this. I mean, of the last 9 coaches to take teams to the NBA Finals, only 2 of them are still with the team. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The NBA job security team by team right now is not very strong, and you mentioned three of the big ones right there. I think there's two things happening here. One, fan expectation is incredibly high, and if you have the NBA MVP, which the Sixers do, and you don't make it to the conference finals, a lot of people view that as a failure. And then secondly, and this is the bigger point, I think, NBA players specifically are so powerful. They have a lot of say in things beyond just what they're doing on the court, obviously. And if you have stars that want to make a change, the owner's hands are often tied. And I think we're seeing that across the league right now.
And that was kind of the question here, right? James Harden, who's got impending free agency, and Doc Rivers, there was some question about them. I mean, talk a little about that. And then just in general, I mean, has coaching and the culture around coaching changed permanently here in the NBA?
There's so much of the job that I think a lot of fans don't realize, which is not drawing up X's and O's and making sure that everyone's standing in the right place on the court, right? So much of this, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said this week, so much of it is about culture and fit. And if you want to shake something up, look, Doc Rivers is paid a lot. He might be the highest paid coach in the NBA. He's not paid nearly as much as the players that he's coaching are. So if you need to make a dramatic change, which the 76ers owners feel like they need to do, it's cheaper and easier to change the coach, right? You're not going to fire Joel Embiid. You're not going to fire James Harden. If he wants to go, he's going to go. But in a lot of ways, from an economic standpoint also, it just becomes easier to make a dramatic change by letting go of a Hall of Fame coach in Doc Rivers than it is to make a dramatic roster change that, to be quite honest, fans would be a lot more upset by if you went that route.
That's a great point. Quickly, just tell us then, what's the market like for these recently fired coaches? What happens next?
Yeah, I think it's a great question because it's funny that we're saying there's not a lot of job security in the NBA. All of these coaches will get another job if they want it, right? And probably get multiple ones. Mike Budenholzer will get another job, and if that doesn't work out, he'll coach again. And probably the same for Doc Rivers if he wants to. So while there's not team-by-team security, there is a lot of league security in the NBA, and that is a real thing. So I would expect all of these guys to be interviewing for potentially other jobs, new ones. And again, as we're talking about, the leash may be short there, but it doesn't mean they're out of the NBA by any means.
Still a fairly small pool of coaches, or at least high-quality coaches around the NBA right now. All right, Eben Novy-Williams, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back. If you're already on your second coffee, thinking about a third, you're not alone. According to a survey of office workers, more than 3/4 say they need 2 or more cups of coffee to actually start feeling productive for the day. They also found that people make an average of about 3 trips a week out of the office for coffee runs and spend about an hour a week in coffee shops. And get this, according to the one poll survey of around 2,000 U.S.-based office workers, respondents spend an average of about $3,000 a year on coffee. I've been trying to do better about bringing my coffee from home to save money, but that's hit or miss today. A miss.
I do not want to calculate mine. That's just I'll leave it there. That's scary, actually, to hear that number added up like that, isn't it? You know we're consuming coffee at this hour.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, Joe, thanks. Well, from coffee to wine now, and we end the hour with a Korean-American couple who are making history one grape at a time. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has this story.
Oregon's Willamette Valley is home to more than 700 wineries. Domaine Drouin, Yamhill, Bjornson, and now Cho.
Initially, when we had named our winery, we weren't going to name it after ourselves. Will anyone buy a wine with the Asian American or Asian name on it? And at some point, we just said to ourselves, let's just do it. Let's just embrace it and be ourselves.
Dave and Lois Cho did make a name for themselves, becoming the first Korean-American winemakers in the state, according to the Regional Wine Association. To make their dream a reality, Dave went back to school for winemaking, and Lois left her job as a nurse practitioner to become CEO of Cho Wines. Their journey has been a family affair, with 3 kids and grandma along for the ride. Sourcing grapes from nearby vineyards until they had their own, the Chos launched their label during the pandemic, reaching customers through social media.
Lots happening in the cellar right now.
Nationwide, there are only a few dozen API vintners, but Asian immigrants are deeply rooted in building some of the earliest wineries along the West Coast. In the mid-1800s, Chinese laborers who had worked on the railroads also helped plant vines and excavate wine caves in California's Sonoma Valley. Nearly 2 centuries later, the Chos are breaking barriers too.
Talk to me about the challenges of getting something like this started.
So you're looking at the whole team of wine. So this is two-person operated winery.
But their budding business is growing toward a future estate.
Eventually, the goal is to have everything here from start to finish.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So we'll do our production here, we'll do our tasting room here, grow the vines here.
And they're beginning to see the fruits of their labor.
I get jazzed about this. So this is awesome.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Willamette Valley, Oregon.
All right, now we're gonna have some wine, right?
I know, and another coffee.
Just combine the two. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app. We are coming on the air with a defiant George Santos, the Republican congressman, saying he's not guilty, he's not resigning, and he's not going away anytime soon after finding out he's facing 13 federal charges that could lead to decades in prison. We're going to take you inside this moment. Look at this, the crushing swarm as he was walking out of court with the look at what happens next. Also tonight, we will hear from former President Trump on camera in public for the first time since a jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation as he's ramping up his 2024 push. Why some Republicans on the Hill are kind of trying to keep their distance and some are staying just as close. Plus, a major breakthrough for birth control with an FDA panel approving the country's first ever over-the-counter pill. How long it may be before you could get your birth control pill with no prescription in a bit. And in tonight's original, how extremists are co-opting memes, law enforcement now scrambling as they try to decode this stuff to prevent disasters. Then Beyonce is kicking off a tour that may make history as we speak. It is literally happening now in Sweden. And tonight it's Queen Bee for business mogul as she's expected to make bank, and some fans are spending it to see her or traveling to a different continent just for a cheaper ticket. We'll explain later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and as we speak, Representative George Santos is headed back here to Washington, where he intends to stay. He wants to, at least, declaring late today he will not resign, insisting he is not guilty of the 13 federal charges he now faces. And you have to look at how he said it, right? In the middle of what was, can I just tell you, like a bananas scene outside this federal courthouse in Los Angeles. This is not like a team of sprinters or a rugby scrum. This is reporters, right? Members of the media around Santos. Protesters are there too, by the way, showing up. You see some of them that has a sign that says lies, one of them does. By the time Santos actually got to the microphone where he was going to speak, he made it pretty clear how he feels about these charges. Listen.
Now I'm going to have to go and fight to defend myself. The reality is I'm sorry, it's a witch hunt. I'm going to take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing that.
Santos is out right now on a $500,000 bond as he was in, of course, Long Island for that. You see the charges right here. 7 of them for wire fraud, 3 for money laundering. The wire fraud, by the way, that is a charge that carries decades of prison time. There's also stealing of public funds, a couple counts of basically lying to Congress here. Open the hood of this indictment, there's a lot in there. Accusations that he used donations to pay for a kind of lavish lifestyle, that he ripped off the COVID unemployment program. Santos specifically denies that. And that he falsely claimed a salary of $750,000, money that he apparently didn't actually make. It's all part of a web of investigations that Santos faces at the state and local level, too. So question is now, what happens next? Santos is making clear he's not backing down. Watch.
Are you planning on running for re-election?
Yes, I am.
Do you think that should anybody believe you, man?
Well, like I said, I will prove myself innocent, and then we'll move from there. And re-election is a very far time away from now.
Okay, but you know who thinks he should go away? People who do want to see him go away? His own district, according to the most recent polling from a couple of months ago, including, look at this number, 70+% of Republicans in his own district don't want George Santos in Congress. Neither does his own state's Republican Party, along with some of his fellow New Yorkers in Congress.
Sooner or later, honesty and justice will be delivered to him.
This is somebody who literally committed a crime in order to get into Congress.
It's insulting to the people of New York, especially his constituents.
The bottom line is his conduct has been embarrassing and disgraceful, and he should resign as a member of Congress.
You should note a mix of Democrats and Republicans there. Republican leadership, well, they're not planning to go nuclear on Santos just yet.
He'll go through his time of trial, and we'll find out how the outcome is.
In America, there's a presumption of innocence, but they're serious charges. He's going to have to go through the legal process.
I want to bring in our Valerie Castro, who is out on Long Island for us, outside that courthouse we showed you a minute ago. You were there, Valerie. I think we showed you in the middle of that, like, swarm of reporters here. What was interesting is George Santos is trying to echo somebody else who faced a bunch of legal problems and who's trying to ride them out, and that is former President Donald Trump, with George Santos today calling the investigation against him, this indictment, a witch hunt. Valerie.
Well, Hallie, I just want to say that the images that you saw from this afternoon here outside the courthouse, that chaos, that is not what happened here this morning. The media was staked out here early this morning, hoping to get a shot of George Santos walking into the courthouse, but he didn't show. He went in through a different entrance. However, after that quick arraignment, it only lasted about 11 minutes, he came outside and he was ready to talk to the media. He says he looks forward to clearing his name. He says he plans to even hand over financial records to prosecutors in order to help prove his innocence. Again, he says he will not resign, but he does say he plans to run for re-election. He was asked if he thinks he would win re-election, and here's what he had to say.
That's not up for me to know. Elections are very tricky, and it's up to the people. I trust them to decide what's best for them.
Now, in the meantime, the judge ordered him to surrender his passport and limit his travel to Washington, D.C. and New York. His next court appearance is in June. Hallie?
We talked about the reaction from some members of the Republican Party back here where I am, Valerie, in Washington here. And what's interesting is when you look at leadership, they need George Santos for some tough votes, right? Like if there's some kind of agreement on the debt ceiling. George Santos was one of the, Republicans. Kevin McCarthy squeaked through that speaker vote with the barest of margins. He needed George Santos for that vote also, right? Like there is a political reality that the GOP is looking at here.
Well, Hallie, we know the GOP has a slim majority in the House, and there was some question that if George Santos is convicted on any of these charges, could he be expelled from Congress? That would take a 2/3 vote from members of Congress to get him out. And with that slim majority, that is very unlikely. Hallie?
Valerie Castro live for us on Long Island. Valerie, thank you. Just a few hours from now, former President Trump will be on stage in public to answer to Republican voters directly at a CNN town hall in New Hampshire, about 24 hours after a jury in New York found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation. Remember, this was a civil trial, not criminal, so it's not like Donald Trump's heading to prison. But he could face fallout politically. Keyword, could. Because at this point, this whole thing hasn't really moved the needle at all as the former president runs for office for a third time. He's certainly not facing fire from many fellow Republicans. Some, yes, many, no. And there are plenty of those Republicans giving, like, haven't seen the tweet vibes with not a whole lot to say at all about the person trying to get the party's nomination. Watch.
I don't have any observations about it. The American people are going to have to decide, particularly Republicans and Democrats, who they want to run for president.
Do you have a response to President Trump being found liable for sexual abuse?
What's happening in some of these courtrooms in Manhattan, I don't even know.
Of course, that was Byron Donalds, who was supportive of former President Trump. Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. And Vaughn, let's look ahead to tonight, because this is kind of a fascinating town hall. Not unusual to have a town hall with a presidential candidate and members of the party, right? Voters in the party they're running to lead. What's interesting about Donald Trump and what's worth noting here is that on live TV, he has said things before that aren't true. He has lied about the election, for example, the legitimate results of it. He has gone after members of the media, accusing some of them incorrectly of being fake news or whatever. Talk us through the dynamics tonight and how this E. Jean Carroll verdict may come up.
Right. So this town hall tonight is notable, number one, because Donald Trump
has not sat down and taken a series of questions from a non-right-wing outlet since he left Washington, D.C. just shortly after the January 6th insurrection here. So there is a myriad of questions that the American public has never heard asked of Donald Trump. The question is tonight, over that course of more than an hour town hall, will he get some of those questions from the moderator or from some of the Republicans here in New Hampshire? The second part of this is for Donald Trump is the fact that he's now facing some pressure from some notable Republicans on Capitol Hill. I was just watching off screen as you were playing some of those Republican members of Congress answer the great questions from our Capitol Hill team. I want to let you listen to two notable responses from two key Republican senators. Take a listen.
I do not think he can win the presidency, and so I think regardless of what you think about him as an individual, to me electability is the sole criterion.
I think for a lot of voters it's kind of baked in, and they think this, everybody, all these prosecutors are out to get him, but it does, like I said before, I think it has a cumulative effect, and people are going to have to decide whether or not they want to deal with all the drama that's going to surround it.
You heard the Republican senator from Texas, John Cornyn, call into question his electability, and you heard John Thune, the Republican senator, suggest that this is all sort of mounting here. What is different between 2016 and 2020, Hallie, is the fact that now there are other Republican options here. It's not just Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. There's other Republicans who are running for president now.
That said, the Trump campaign has used the legal problems against him to their advantage, or they've at least tried to, right? You look at that indictment in Manhattan just, several weeks ago, last month now, raised millions of dollars off of it, right? So whether or not it should be a liability for Donald Trump, his campaign is looking to talk to Donald Trump's base and say, as they've been saying, like, this is a witch hunt. He is being persecuted. He is the victim of a political manhunt here.
And since his New York arrest, Hallie, polls have him jumping by about 15 percentage points over Ron DeSantis here. There is a reality that Donald Trump is facing an onslaught of allegations, and now arrested in New York City, and now found liable for sexual abuse by a jury here. And so for Donald Trump, really his only option while running for president is to continue, because I don't think anybody expects him to accept blame or apologize for his past actions here. But instead, you are looking at him try to mount this as an effort to not only undermine him, but a political movement here that has really taken over the Republican Party over the last 8 years.
What are people saying that you're talking to there in New Hampshire and beyond, Vaughn?
Take a listen. Actually, I've got a couple young voters here who I talked to that I want folks to listen to, because you got to take into account some of these young voters here are actually, from some early polling, the most ardent backers of the former president. And you're talking about somebody who they've grown up with. Take a listen to two of the folks we talked to here.
I've already experienced his presidency. He might be old, but I liked what he did.
I like the way he speaks his mind and tells the people what he thinks.
Isaiah and Michael both told me, Hallie, that the E. Jean Carroll verdict doesn't change anything for them. Donald Trump is their guy. Now the question is, are any of these other Republican presidential alternatives, are they willing to try to use this verdict, the New York City arrest, to try to undercut his presidency or his presidential campaign? Or right now, is that lead a lead that we're going to see stick around for months to come?
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Manchester. Vaughn, thank you. So listen, in a big deal recommendation, an FDA panel late today is green-lighting the first birth control pill that would be available without a prescription over the counter. It is not the final green light, but it's an important one in the process. Now listen, this group had a couple of concerns. First, will people be able to follow instructions to use the pill safely without a doctor? And second, will people with certain medical conditions like breast cancer take seriously some of these warnings that they maybe shouldn't take the pill if they can get it over the counter? But the panel ultimately is deciding that the benefits of making this pill available more broadly outweighed those concerns, saying they're confident in how effective the drug is and they're comfortable with what they describe as its limited number of risks. You see it there. The full FDA will vote later this summer. Those votes typically go with whatever the panel recommends. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. And Dr. Natalie, that is why this is such a big deal to people who take birth control or who want to take birth control, is that if this ends up ultimately greenlit, you don't have to go to the OBGYN or go to your doctor or whatever to get a prescription. You can just go to like a Walgreens, let's say, to get one. But help us understand the practical logistics. How long will it take before that happens, if it does happen and the full FDA approves it?
So, you know, as you kind of said in the lead, Hallie, the FDA typically does follow its advisory committee recommendations. That's why they have an advisory committee. But it's not a foregone conclusion. Look, there's an example we just had recently in the last year with an Alzheimer's drug where the advisory panel said no and the FDA said yes. But I think in this case, the FDA will probably finalize that green light sometime over the summer. And then it's not an issue of manufacturing. You know, remember with the COVID vaccine, for example, we had to wait until it was approved and then they ramped up manufacturing and it was a whole big thing about how to administer. I think it's going to be pretty quickly after that we'll see probably in the next in the few weeks following the FDA's final stamp of approval that you will start to see it on pharmacy shelves.
Will there be an age limit? Like in other words, if you're 16, can you get it, or do you have to be 18? Do we know?
So currently, according as far as its current FDA approval, which it of course has been since 1973, there's no age restriction. It's for any woman of childbearing potential. So that means that a teenager who's 13, 14, 15, a minor can go in and purchase it, which is actually one of the main reasons that the advisory committee felt so strongly about making it available, because adolescents are in terms of percentage of unintended pregnancies, they make up the lion's share. They're the ones who actually need access to this even more than, you know, a 35-year-old mother of two.
We laid out some of the concerns that this FDA panel had, like the idea, could somebody who is on the younger end of the scale follow the instructions if they get it over the counter without a doctor kind of walking them through it? As a medical professional, how do you see that? Because this panel has decided, well, the benefits outweigh that concern, but what's your sense?
I know that the instinct is to think that a teenager wouldn't be able to handle this. What I would say as an argument is that a prescription does not guarantee compliance at all. We have patients who are prescribed medications who take them indirectly all the time. And honestly, if a current teenager wants to get a prescription, they get a prescription and then they come back in a year. So they really don't have that much oversight as much as we think they actually do.
Dr. Natalie Azar, good context, good perspective. Thank you very much. We'll be watching to see, of course, how this progresses as it makes its way to the FDA. Right now, it's just about 24 hours or so until the end of a key rule that'll have a big impact at the border. NBC News is exclusively reporting the White House plans to let some migrants enter the U.S. with no court dates or even a plan to track where those people go, according to multiple sources familiar with the discussions. It comes as border officials are getting ready for an even bigger spike of migrants along the border. The Homeland Security Secretary just today warning it is about to get more chaotic. Watch.
We are clear-eyed about the challenges we are likely to face in the days and weeks ahead, which have the potential to be very difficult. Even after nearly 2 years of preparation,
on the state level, you're seeing governors make moves, too, like in Florida, where Republican Ron DeSantis in the last couple hours has signed a sweeping immigration crackdown into law, something he hopes will disincentivize migrants from going to that state. I want to bring in Guad Venegas, who is live for us on the ground in San Diego. So here we are, Guad. We've talked about this pandemic-era rule called Title 42, basically something put in place under the pandemic as a kind of public health emergency that would allow U.S. officials to turn migrants away at the border. That goes away tomorrow, right? Depending on your time zone, sometime like in the evening to midnight hours, right? Tomorrow evening. Talk to me about what you're seeing as this moment gets closer and as we have that new NBC News exclusive on the ways that the Biden administration is looking to prepare here for what's expected to be an influx of people.
Hallie, well, we've seen a surge before Title 42 is lifted. So here in San Diego, between San Diego and Tijuana, we've seen crowds arrive, hundreds of migrants arriving here. We have about maybe 400 to 500 today. It's difficult to know because it's been growing and it's over the side of this mountain between Mexico and the U.S. That is U.S. territory where they've been waiting to turn themselves in. So we've seen these large numbers of migrants arrive here at the border. A lot of the migrants that I've spoken to, they do tell me they're a little confused about immigration policy, Hallie, but they say that their understanding is that under Title 42, there was a possibility for them to seek asylum the way many have done so in the last few months. And they understand that the new policy could be more difficult for them to seek asylum, which technically could be correct. So sometimes they understand things right. Other times they're just guessing right. What we know is that the new policy that DHS Secretary Mayorkas is describing would have much more strict rules when it comes to migrants that enter the U.S. illegally to seek asylum. Technically, under that definition, Hallie, individuals that come to the border and enter the country illegally, like the ones we're seeing now, to then turn themselves in, then these migrants would face those consequences of expulsion. Mallorca says they're working on a way to expel migrants much faster. A lot of the migrants that are here have already been expelled trying to cross somewhere else. I was in Tijuana yesterday, and I spoke with some that said they were flown back to Mexico after trying to cross in Texas. So it's a lot of moving pieces here. The search already began. But I keep saying, Hallie, whether it's Title 42 being in place or lifted, the migrants come here for other
Thus the perils of Guad Venegas on that live shot there from the border in San Diego. We're going to get Guad back for the next hour, of course, but as you heard him laying out, there is obviously the big question of what happens. As you see it here, 11:59 p.m. Thursday, at least East Coast time, when Title 42, that rule, expires a little earlier where Guad is. Much to watch on that front. We'll have more coming up in just a bit. As for President Biden, right now, he is raising money for his re-election campaign in person for the first time since that 2024 announcement a couple weeks ago, hitting the road to some friendly territory in New York. And in the process, he's slamming so-called MAGA Republicans on this debt ceiling fight. Watch.
They're literally, not figuratively, holding the economy hostage. I made it clear, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills.
It comes as our team is learning more about this kind of rose garden strategy he's pushing. You see the names and faces scrolling by here, a kind of who's who of Democrats in the party. In the Biden team's words, an Avengers-like crew that'll be spreading his message on the road. You can determine for yourself if you feel like the Avengers analogy is appropriate. It comes as the president is dealing with the two big crises in his day job, right? Immigration, as we just talked about, Title 42 ending. And, oh, yeah, the fate of the global economy, too, which we're going to talk about in a sec. Let me bring in Kayla Tausche, who is joining us now first. And our Mike Memoli, our team has had some reporting here, talking with the Biden's campaign co-chairs, Jeffrey Katzenberg, a.k.a. the guy who did DreamWorks, made Quibi, et cetera, likening to this, like, super team of Democrats to when LeBron James got his buddies together to go win a bunch of titles with the Heat. As he does that, he's making some interesting choices here, going to New York, focusing on some of these trips here. Talk us through sort of the dynamic, the sense, Kayla, how this fits into the bigger picture of what the White House is managing right now.
Well, Hallie, the Biden team has long believed that the best marketing for running for president is being president, leaning into the trappings of the office, the backdrop of the office, and really touting what he's already done in office so far. That's why on these day trips that he's going to be taking to a lot of vulnerable districts, which the junior GOP lawmaker actually just flipped recently. But he appeared with President Biden there today, and President Biden was talking about the economy, but he was also talking about prescription drug costs. No fewer than 3 times he talked about the price of insulin going down thanks to his policies. He's also talking about infrastructure projects in specific districts and small business creation, which he did alongside the SBA administrator last week in the Rose Garden. So he's talking about things that his administration has done, is implementing already, and trying to do it in places that would be politically advantageous for him. All the while, those official campaign events haven't really begun in earnest. We don't expect him to be holding official campaign events until early next year, talking about what the platform is for re-election, what he would do in a second term. Remember, his tagline has been "finish the job," but so far it's been unclear what exactly that would entail and what he envisions would be the policy platform for a second term. But in the meantime, it's going to be up to Jeffrey Katzenberg to build this $2 billion fundraising juggernaut to power that campaign. And he's going to be having to lean on some of his Hollywood high flyers to do that. He hosted a fundraiser with George Clooney back in the 2020 cycle. So expect a lot of big, bold-faced names on the agenda. Hallie.
Kayla Tausche, thank you very much. Outside the White House for us. We talked about the economy, right? There are some mixed signals about the economy tonight. Starting with the good news. Inflation, it turns out, is cooling off to just below 5%, according to some new numbers out today. This is the lowest it's been in 2 years, meaning what you pay for stuff like food and cars and clothes is getting a little more expensive than it used to be, but not as expensive as quickly. But here's the not so good news. Well, we just said it. What you pay for stuff like food and cars and clothes is getting more expensive. Okay, the sting of inflation is not totally gone. I want to bring in Brian Chung to break it down for us up at the big board. Help my eyes not glaze over when we talk about inflation, right? Because it matters. This is the stuff that we're paying for the food that we eat, right? And everybody knows it's more expensive to buy a dozen eggs than it used to be. It seems like the numbers are going in the right direction, although it's very slow and steady, if in fact it remains steady.
Yeah, and you laid it out really nicely, is that it's very confusing because you see headlines, inflation's going down, but it's still inflation, which means that things are still going up in price, albeit at a slower pace. So here's the context, right? 4.9%, that's how much more expensive things are April of this year compared to April of last year, and that is better than the 5% that we saw in March of this year compared to March of the year prior. So you can see how the pace has been coming down, and is also pretty remarkable when you consider it was 9%. That was the yearly pace of price increases that we saw in the summer of last year. So inflation is coming down, but prices are still going up, and economists say that what's a really healthy level of inflation would be somewhere closer to 2%. So this sub 5% number, even though it's down certainly, is still not necessarily at an area that's comfortable for Americans. And again, you don't need to show Americans this figure. They're feeling it at the store. Hopefully this number can continue to go down as the bite of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes continue to take effect.
What about where we're feeling it the most, right? Because it's the places where, like, it's just the gas station and, like we said, at the grocery store.
Yeah, so if we break down the categories of what we saw in that April inflation report, you can see energy and shelter still remain expensive. These are monthly changes between April and March. Energy going up by 0.6% as gasoline prices did come up, although prices at the pump are still lower than they were in the summer of last year. Shelter, the cost of just putting a roof over your head, mortgages, and also rental rates continuing to be expensive. Anyone that signed a 12-month lease lately would know that. But interesting to see this. Check this out. Food prices essentially going flat between March and April, and that continues a trend that we saw between February and March when prices also for food went flat. So egg prices going down. We also saw pork prices go down and milk prices go down in the month of April. So certainly some encouraging signs, although food when you dine out did get more expensive between March and April. So if you're going out, make sure that you got the expenditures for it too, because that still remains expensive, Hallie.
Yet another reason to meal prep, maybe. Brian Chung, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Still ahead here in the show, a new twist in that whole backlash against Bud Light. What's raising red flags for a big bank? Plus, a Hall of Fame college basketball coach being allowed to keep his job after using a gay slur in an interview. We'll explain next. Bad news for Bud Light and its parent company, Anheuser-Busch, with HSBC analysts, those big bank analysts, downgrading the stock today. It means they're telling people, take a step back from scooping up shares of the company while it's handling what it calls a Bud Light crisis. What is the crisis? I am sure you have heard about it, right? It's coming as we're finding out that 5 at least LGBTQ plus bars in Chicago are boycotting Bud Light by not serving any of its beers. And it's not just Bud Light beer. It's like Stella Artois, it's Michelob Ultra, it's other beers too. The bars are saying they're upset because Bud Light distanced himself from Dylan Mulvaney, the trans influencer you see here, after she posted an Instagram video featuring the brand as part of an influencer partnership, a partnership that created massive controversy with some people having essentially Aaron Gilchrist, who is joining us now, boycotting Bud Light because of that partnership. So we've seen basically for Bud Light, just to take a step back here, does this partnership as part of like a big, broader St. Paddy's Day thing. Some people, Kid Rock and others, got extremely upset. They were very upset that Bud Light partnered with the trans influencer. So Bud Light kind of came out, didn't really apologize, but in the eyes of some in the LGBTQ plus community, seemed to capitulate to the people who were calling on the boycotts of Bud Light. And now you have LGBTQ plus bars boycotting Bud Light too. They're getting it from all sides here, and now their business is hurting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we watched during the month of April after this video was posted by Dylan Mulvaney.
This is weeks in the making.
We watched week after week the sales of Bud Light go down. The last week of April, the last full week of April, I think sales were down 23% for Bud Light. And so the companies had to deal with the marketing and the PR nightmare that this has created around this particular brand. Anheuser-Busch is dealing with a larger problem, right? And now we have this downgrade where the folks who watch the money and the sales are saying, you know what, we don't know, we don't feel confident that Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch can really handle what's going on right now in terms of dealing with the marketing issues that have come out of this. We talked to a marketing expert today and said, well, what do you make of this? How does Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch correct the problem with that's going to lead to better sales? And this is a part of the response that we got.
Bud Light is such a strong brand. It's definitely going to survive, but I do believe it's going to change the way we look at polarizing topics. I think brands are going to be a lot more cautious when it comes to jumping on some ideology. There's going to be a lot more research. They're going to have to figure out exactly where their consumer base sits.
And so we've heard that the folks who were in charge of marketing at Anheuser-Busch have been put on leave.
Yeah,
while
there's
they're
been this
dealing
whole,
with this, right?
whole bunch of what is so interesting here, and it's this sort of extraordinary moment where cancel culture has affected the business world in such a big and significant way. We see it in some other instances too, but this is fairly unique here. It is not as though, I think it's objectively safe to say, Bud Light jumped on an ideology, right? They did a partnership with an influencer along with many other influencers.
Right.
This particular influencer happens to be trans and controversial in her own right? Separately, according to some people. Right. It's not as though Bud Light came out with like some other, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't. I look at Nike, for example, that had found controversy in its own, for some of its things, and sort of stood by members of the LGBTQ+.
Yeah, the CEO of Bud Light has said that this was one can, one influencer, one post, not a campaign. That was what we heard during an investor call last week from the CEO of the global company. And so the company has tried to sort of, as you said, back away a little bit from what the controversy seems to be rooted in here. At the same time, we know in the last couple of weeks they rolled out a couple of new ads that really leaned into the traditional Anheuser-Busch model.
And this is what has ticked off some people who look at the comment you just read from the head of the company and say, well, wait a second, why are you backing away from this, right? Like rather than support more vociferously in the eyes of these critics, the LGBTQ+ community, which is why these bars in Chicago were like, fine, you know what? We're not going to carry this beer either.
Exactly. And now Bud Light has to, Anheuser-Busch, the larger company, has to figure out, all right, how do we make sure that we're speaking in a way that if our position is that we are inclusive and we want everybody to be a part of the time in the bar, then how do we speak to both these audiences in a way that's going to be useful? And they haven't really made clear what the next message is.
What should they have done when you're talking with these marketing experts? Do they have any sense of like what would the better move have been for Anheuser-Busch?
This expert that we talked to says that she believes that they will sort of pivot to go middle of the road again. They'll try to appeal to the audience that they've always appealed to, but also to other audiences by not going in either direction, but just staying straight down the middle. We'll see how the summer goes.
It is.
Memorial Day is the beginning of beer season, if you will, for companies like this.
A beer season, here we come. Aaron Gilchrist, much more to discuss, I am sure, on this front in the days to come. Appreciate it. To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And this evening, it is memes. You know memes, they're everywhere online, right? Meme humor, maybe it's your humor, especially if you are a member of the internet generation. You're looking at like Doge, these inside jokes that millions of people are in on, and sometimes millions of people are not. But what happens when extremist groups use their own memes to kind of signal to each other to try and get around moderators on some of these platforms? And what happens when there are potentially deadly consequences? Ken Delanian has our meme culture story.
The patch worn by the mass shooter who took 8 lives at a Texas mall last week meant nothing to most people. But the acronym RWDS, for Right Wing Death Squad, has for years been a popular meme in far-right circles. It's the latest example of how experts say violent extremists are using memes to fuel radicalization.
It's like grassroots organizing, and that you feel like you're really involved, but it's also at scale, and that's what a meme can do. And they spread like wildfire.
The U.S. National Counterterrorism Center recently warned in an intelligence bulletin that memes are full of coded language that makes it harder for social media platforms to flag them as extremist content.
The intent is to hide these provocative and extremist messaging under a veil of irony to avert detection.
Memes have been a feature of hate-motivated violence for years. The man sentenced to life in prison for killing 10 people at a Buffalo supermarket last year plastered his gun with racist slogans. In the winter of 2020, Aaron Swenson posted these his crude anti-police memes on Facebook. A few months later, Swenson, a self-described member of the far-right extremist group, the Boogaloo Boys, started a Facebook live stream capturing what he said was a mission to hunt and kill a police officer. Prosecutors say this is the moment he tried to ambush a Texas patrolman. He ultimately was sentenced to more than 50 years in prison for attempted murder.
We can see how these things that appear innocuous as phony sequel jokes, as meme cartoons, they can really rapidly and dangerously convert into real-world violence.
After both Facebook and Twitter cracked down on extremist users following the January 6th attack, experts say many groups have flocked to more loosely moderated platforms such as Gab, Telegram, and Discord, where Airman Jack Teixeira is accused of posting classified documents.
I think these gaming sites have really come into the fore in public notice as a way for people to be radicalized and then organized, unfortunately.
But law enforcement faces the twin challenges of anonymity and free speech protections. A lot of extremist content is posted under pseudonyms, and the FBI has been reluctant to monitor public social media posts by Americans.
I don't think we've taken this homegrown extremism seriously enough, and we've been very hesitant. And of course, we need to protect the First Amendment, respect the First Amendment, but we also have to take extremism seriously.
Ken Delanian is joining us now. It's a fascinating piece, Ken, and I want to just sort of say this, right? Like, memes are not slogans, right? There are some things are not memes, some things are, but sometimes like slogans or acronyms can come from memes, right? I mean, this is all tangled up in this idea of like the dark corners of internet culture and how it comes through in some of these examples that you've laid out.
That's right. It's often a slogan and a photo or a piece of artwork. And, you know, this is a really tough problem that both the social media companies and the government are grappling with. And experts I've talked to say both need to do more. The social media companies need to do more moderation, but the FBI needs to lean forward, they say, a little harder in looking at things that are public. This most recent shooter in Texas posted a roadmap on a Russian social media site that included memes, but also photos of his weapons and very disturbing posts showing a fascination with mass shooting. Any law enforcement officer who saw that would have wanted to go visit that person, but no one saw it because no one was looking.
Right. There's also this, not that example specifically, but this issue more broadly speaks to this underlying tension that sometimes comes up of like, well, free speech, right? Can a person post a meme if they want it?
That's right. And the FBI is saying we don't want to look at public social media, even though they're probably legally entitled to do that. They don't want to chill speech. The issue with memes is where does it cross the line into hate speech, where Facebook and other platforms would say you can't post that.
Ken Delanian, fascinating. Thank you so much for that reporting and for tonight's original. Appreciate it. So listen, TikTok is pushing back tonight on reports that it's delaying the rollout of its online shopping platform here in this country because people and companies who plan to sell on the app say they're worried about its future. The Wall Street Journal came out with this report. You see it here, but TikTok is denying it in a statement to NBC News, saying there is no delay at all. We're talking about like the TikTok shop, right? It comes as officials here in this country are still considering a possible TikTok ban because of data and privacy concerns, thanks to TikTok's ownership by a Beijing parent company called ByteDance. I want to talk to NBC News tech reporter Dave Ingram, who is joining us now. It is always good to see you, talking all things TikTok here. Talk to us about where things stand with this hugely popular app that is in some ways demonized here in Washington, in some ways, you know, appropriately, TikTok says inappropriately. Like, talk us through the dynamics at this point.
Yeah, so there are a lot of different ways that this TikTok debate could go. So a couple months ago, the Biden administration sort of behind the scenes told ByteDance that they needed to sell off the U.S. operations of TikTok at least in order to be able to continue operating in the U.S. Now, of course, it would be pretty extreme and almost, you might say, unprecedented if TikTok were to suddenly evaporate as a popular app in the United States. Both users and advertisers, I think, would miss the app. So there are a lot of different options. They could reach some kind of security agreement between the U.S. government and TikTok, or they could spin off the business as its own separate company, or Congress could act to maybe just ban the whole thing. That's not out of the total realm of possibility, although maybe it's still unlikely.
If this shop opens, as TikTok says, and they're saying no delay, whatever, like, is this supposed to be like a Shein competitor? Like, what's the vibe? Or is this going to be just like how on Instagram you can buy stuff from influencers? Same deal?
You know, Hallie, I think that comparison to Instagram is really apt. Over the years, I think anyone who's used Instagram has seen how it has evolved from a photo sharing app to many people use it as a shopping app now. It's so many social media apps. Yeah, it's like every time you scroll through, it's something new to buy, whether it's like a direct-to-consumer mattress or a big brand or someone, and they're really targeted to what you've been looking at recently online. So retailers love this kind of marketing. They think it's very effective. At least they have for some period of time. And so if they could sell on TikTok as well as Instagram and other places, that gives them another option. But there's a lot of uncertainty here about whether TikTok is going to be around and in what form.
Dave Ingram, thank you very much. Great point. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, officials in Phoenix are starting to move people out of its biggest homeless encampment, called The Zone. Hundreds of unhoused people have been there for years, and more people came during the pandemic. City officials telling our Phoenix affiliate some folks were moved into shelters. A couple of months ago, the judge said the area was a public nuisance and ordered the city to start clearing the streets by July 10th. Out of our Midwest Bureau, check out this moment. Ring doorbell cam. Watch what's happening in the, you saw it, I'm sure, an explosion, it looks like, at a condo in Madison, Wisconsin. The city's fire chief says at least 4 people have been hurt. They obviously can't go back to the building. We don't know what caused that explosion. Out of our Western Bureau, a 19-year-old hiker found alive after being missing for 3 days at Glacier National Park in Montana. Park officials say like a heat detector, like a heat device on a chopper, figured out where this guy was after he slipped off a trail on the mountain and fell into snow that was as deep as his chest. He was flown out of the park and is expected to be okay, incredibly. Still ahead here on the show, Beyonce fans are buzzing over Queen Bee kicking off her long-awaited Renaissance tour. You know what's happening like as we speak? I think it's just wrapping up over in Stockholm. We've got the video, we got the talk, and we got the business angle of it that you're going to want to hear coming up in just a sec. A big tabloid over in the UK is admitting to spying on Prince Harry and breaking the law. Pretty huge moment in the prince's lifelong fight against the British media. The acknowledgement is coming out today in day 1 of the phone tapping trial against the British publisher of the Daily Mirror. The tabloid is apologizing for snooping at least once, but Harry says they did it a lot more than that. He's expected to take the stand next month. He says 148 articles that the tabloid published between 1996 and 2010 had information that Harry says they got illegally, including, he says, hacking the phone. The paper is denying those claims. It's not just this. Harry has 3 active cases in his legal fights against the British media. You can see him here going after the Mirror, the Sun, the owners of the Daily Mail. I want to bring in Ali Arouzi live for us in London. Talk to us here because an acknowledgement like this is fairly unusual here. Talk us through this admission and what comes next.
Hey, Hallie. Well, yeah, it is very unusual, and they made this admission straight out of the gates. They issued a statement saying that they were very sorry about what had happened. I think we have a full screen of their statement from the MGN group. They say MGN unreservedly apologizes for all such instances of unlawful information gathering and issues the claimants such conduct to never be repeated. They went on to say that Harry's claims warrant some sort of compensation, but only for that one instance that they're saying. And as you mentioned, Harry is saying that this has been going on for a long time. In fact, his lawyer said that he was subject to the most intrusive methods of information gathering. I think we have a statement from his lawyer. His lawyer says that the blatantly unlawful, illegal methods that were used to frankly appalling results, and that nobody should be subject to that sort of thing. And this has been going on for a long time, Hallie. I mean, this has been going on since Prince Harry appeared at his mother's funeral, the late Princess Diana. He was snapped behind her coffin, and that carried on through his schooling, through his military career, and through his social life. So this wasn't one instance, according to them. This has been going on since his childhood, and the methods were very intrusive. And it's also important to point out, Hallie, that these newspapers have been embroiled in this scandal several years ago. They were caught up in another phone hacking scandal where they had to settle millions of pounds to the victims of those scandals. So their track record on this is not good.
Ali Arouzi live for us in London. Again, a significant moment, Ali. You've laid it out well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tonight, Beyonce may be on the way to making history with night one of her very highly anticipated Renaissance World Tour. At this moment, over. The show ended something like 40 minutes ago in Stockholm with the kickoff of her first tour in 5 years. She could get something like $2.5 billion from the tour ultimately. These are some of the estimates based on the number of people who are buying tickets. You see the average ticket price, like $700. Demand for tickets is 800% more than the actual number of tickets available when they went on sale. The demand, the prices are so high, some fans are literally flying overseas to try to get cheaper tickets. One person telling NBC News his VIP seat at tonight's show, plus the cost to get to Stockholm and the hotel and the food, all combined, is less than that same seat in his home city of Atlanta, if you can believe it. Blaine Alexander is following the story for us. It feels like, Blaine, a $700 ticket is kind of the new norm for these huge stadium tours. Like, I wonder if this trip overseas, because it's cheaper, could kind of become a trend for shows like this.
When it comes to Beyonce, Hallie, absolutely. You know, this is something that a lot of people have been watching. I got to say, as I've been reporting this story throughout the day, I'm even saying, why didn't I think of that? Because it's a brilliant strategy. I spoke to that young man who went over to Stockholm. He talks about he used his points. He used just different hotel things, credit card points. That means that he's spending less money than if he had bought a ticket here in Atlanta. I talked with another sister duo. They're going over to France. They're saving about $3,000 on floor seats combined. So they're going over there, they're getting great seats, and also it's a lot less stressful than over here where you have to worry about an access code, a VIP code, and really trying to get in and out of the ticket sale thing. They said that it was actually very easy, one and done click, and they were able to get over there and have a great vacation while they do it, Hallie.
From a business perspective, you know, Beyonce is looking to make absolute bank here, right? Not like she needs it. She's incredibly successful already, but this is going to add to sort of that mogul, that empire that she's built. But we talk about top concerts. We've talked about it a lot on this show this year. You look at all the drama with Ticketmaster and Taylor Swift. There was this kind of fight to get into the Beyonce pre-sale, etc. I mean, there are some business dynamics underlying all of this.
Absolutely. I think that for Beyonce, anything that she touches, people are going to clamor for. I think that it's, if you kind of look at her pattern, you know, it used to be that you could count on a Beyonce tour every 2 or 3 years. It's been 7 years, Hallie, since she last went on a solo tour. The Formation World Tour, that was back in 2016. So people are kind of looking and saying, hey, they're becoming less and less frequent. We want to make sure that we're in there. You know, some estimates say that this could be her highest grossing tour by far. They say that if you look at all the cities, all the possible stops that she has lined up, and the number of ticket sales, she could eclipse the total income from her previous tours combined, Hallie. That's just really astronomical.
That is an unbelievable statistic, Blaine. Here's another unbelievable statistic. That you yourself, I'm going to blow up your spot, that you yourself have not missed a Beyonce tour since 2007. I need to just, in the interest of disclosures, tell people this. The show has ended in Sweden since we've been on the air. Have you seen, like, is it on TikTok? Do you have the set list? Like, what's up?
Yes, so I am a card-carrying member of the Beehive. Been to every single North American tour that she's ever done. I even went to one twice, the Mrs. Carter World Tour, just because it was that great. I've got to say, yes, we've been on Twitter. I've been watching not just performances, but seeing people tweet. I'm going to blow up his spot a little bit. Roberto, our producer with Today's Show, and I have been texting back and forth today, sending Twitter clips to each other. So apparently what she does is she kind of starts with a slow set and then comes back and does Renaissance all the way through. That's
These are some of the ones.
Yeah. And I think what's interesting is that you see it overseas, and that only heightens the excitement here in the States. So for people who maybe haven't bought a ticket, you start to see all these images leak, and people say, okay, maybe let me reevaluate, let me rethink the fact that I'm shelling out hundreds of dollars and just go see, because you start to see those pictures and FOMO sets in, Hallie.
Yeah, but, okay, so wait, but you are going, right? Did you get tickets?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I got a ticket. It was very stressful. I made a lot of money. My family may be eating beans and rice, but I'm going to that show. Yes.
Okay.
The ticket is purchased.
Blaine Alexander, you know what? Love it. I can't wait to hear the full report. Need a full report. Thank you. Add me to that text chain. Appreciate you. Appreciate Roberto. Thank you. That's a wrap for this hour. We got a lot more coverage picking up on this network right now. We are coming on the air with a defiant George Santos, the Republican congressman saying he's not guilty, he's not resigning, and he's not going away anytime soon after finding out he's facing 13 federal charges that could lead to decades in prison. We're going to take you inside a moment when he ends up basically crushed in a swarm as he walked out of court. You see it here with a look at what happens next. Also tonight, we'll hear from former President Trump on camera in public for the first time since a jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation as he's ramping up his 2024 push. Why some Republicans on the Hill are kind of trying to keep their distance and some are staying just as close. Plus, a huge breakthrough potentially for birth control with an FDA panel approving the country's first ever over-the-counter pill. How long it could be before you could get your birth control pill with no prescription. And in tonight's original, how extremists are co-opting memes with law enforcement now scrambling, trying to decode these messages to prevent disasters. And another crisis tonight for Budweiser, Bud Light specifically, getting stock downgraded for Anheuser-Busch after getting canceled from seemingly all sides, with the company distancing itself from a trans influencer. That's later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and as we speak, Congressman George Santos is on his way back here to D.C., where he intends to stay. He wants to, at least, declaring late today he will not resign, insisting he's not guilty of the 13 charges he now faces. And you have to look at how he said it, right? Because it was a, honestly bananas scene outside federal court today. Look, you see him, people are running, you've got members of the media there, yeah, but you also have protesters, too. You see somebody, there was a sign you might have caught. It just was a sign that said lies, right? So there was a lot going on. There it is. You see Santos in the middle. He's got the shades on and just an absolute scrum at this point. When he finally got to the microphone at the podium, Santos was crystal clear about how he feels about these charges. Watch.
Now, I'm going to have to go and fight to defend myself. The reality is it's a witch hunt. I'm going to take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing that.
Santos is out right now on $500,000 bond, and you see the charges here. 7 counts of wire fraud. That is a charge that carries decades of time in prison if he's convicted. There's money laundering, there's theft of public money, there's lying to Congress, essentially. Open the hood of this indictment, and there's a lot in here. There's accusations that he used campaign donations to pay for his sort of lavish lifestyle. We're talking fancy suits, designer shoes, using these donations from the campaign to pay for that. He's also accused of ripping off the COVID unemployment program and collecting money he allegedly shouldn't have, and that he falsely claimed a $750,000 salary, money that he apparently didn't make. All of it is part of a web of investigations that Santos faces at the state and local level, too. So what happens next, right? That's the question. Santos is not backing down.
Are you planning on running for re-election?
Yes, I am.
Do you think why should anybody believe you, man?
Well, like I said, I will prove myself innocent, and then we'll move from there. And re-election is a very hard time away from me.
So he's not resigning, and he's going to run for re-election. But you know who thinks he should go away? People in his own district, according to some of the most recent polling from just a couple months ago. That's including, look at this number, 70+% of Republicans, his own constituents, right? People in his district, in his own party. Some of those people who were not fans of Santos to begin with, speaking with our station in New York late today. Watch.
This is not someone that I want to represent me with such distrust and such lies.
I'm absolutely delighted. He deserves it, and he deserves to go to jail.
If he has to quit for lying, everybody else does, and we're going to have an empty Capitol.
Even the New York State Republican Party wants Santos out. They're like, hey, he's not going to represent this district in the next Congress, something some of his colleagues would want to see.
Sooner or later, honesty and justice will be delivered to him.
This is somebody who literally committed a crime in order to get into Congress.
It's insulting to the people of New York, especially his constituents.
The bottom line is his conduct has been embarrassing and disgraceful, and he should resign as a member of Congress.
You saw not just Democrats, but Republicans, too, there. How about this guy, right? Republican leadership. They're not planning to go nuclear on Santos just yet.
He'll go through his time of trial, and we'll find out how the outcome is.
In America, there's a presumption of innocence, but they're serious charges. He's going to have to go through the legal process.
Our Stephanie Gosk is in Long Island now. In the thick of it, Steph, I was watching you live today as you were trying to get that question in to Congressman Santos there, because we laid out these sort of the lifestyle things, right? Like paying money for stuff that was sort of fancy and maybe not appropriate here. Let me play some of this back and forth with you and Santos.
Yeah.
Congressman, did you take campaign donations and use that money to buy expensive suits?
No, I did not.
Okay. It was a long wait for a pretty quick denial, Steph, right? Like, I mean, flat out, he's like, no, I didn't do it. He denied, he said the evidence is going to show that some of this information is inaccurate here. That seems to be his defense, but boy, kind of unusual to come out and mount that defense so publicly without a lawyer present.
Yes, and that's exactly it. And that was the incredible thing about today. It is not very often that you see someone facing federal criminal charges walk out the front door of the federal courthouse and start answering questions publicly. Typically, defense attorneys will advise people against that, but George Santos has never really shied away from the cameras. Today was no exception. I'm sure you were very jealous of that scene on the courthouse steps, those reporters all slamming together. It's not a lot of fun being in that, but we did eventually get to the microphones, and he was asked some very specific questions about this indictment and the various things that he's accused of, and he said he's eager to defend himself. He denies all of it, and as to those calls to resign that he's facing from some of his fellow Republicans from New York in the House, he says he's not going to. He's going back to Congress. You have Speaker Kevin McCarthy says, let's watch, see how this plays out, pointing to other members of Congress who've been indicted and who have stuck around. He was also asked if he's going to run again, and this is what he had to say when he was asked if he thinks this constituents in his district will re-elect him.
That's not up for me to know. Elections are very tricky, and it's up to the people. I trust them to decide what's best for them.
Those polling numbers that you point out show just how difficult that's going to be. It's it's going to be a tough road for him. He's there for now, but re-election is a long way off, and that actually will play out as he is facing this trial, impending trial here in federal court.
And by the way, and who knows what else is to come, right? As we laid out the web of sort of legal pressure that he is facing on a couple of different fronts, I think people might be watching this, Steph, asking like, well, why aren't they kicking him out of Congress at this point, right? And there is a political reality here. Number one, obviously, in this country, innocent until proven guilty in the court system. Let's see what happens there. But in the other, Republican leadership needs George Santos for some tough votes. They don't have much of a margin, right? It is, to use a cliche, razor thin, and Santos matters.
Not a lot of breathing room there for Speaker McCarthy. There is certainly a political reality, and let's just play it out hypothetically. What happens if he resigns? So what happens is a special election is called for his district, and this is a district that's really tight, and it's not altogether clear that a Republican would win in a special election. So that's a problem when you have such razor-thin margins in the House, and so a lot of people kind of ascribing pure political motivations for the Speaker's position on whether George Santos should stick around. But for the moment, the calls for him to resign have not gained critical mass. And as he said himself, he's going back to Washington for a vote tomorrow.
Steph, just a quick question. As you were like in that scrum, we've been in scrums. Were you surprised that this was happening? Like, what was it like for you in that moment?
Yeah, I was really surprised. Again, you don't, and having covered federal court many, many times, you often don't even see the person who's charged. There's a very easy way to sneak in, come and sneak out without ever being detected by camera crews. In fact, that's how he got into the courthouse today. And
Did you know he was going to come out?
Maybe he wouldn't come out. Well, we had heard that he wanted to talk, and I thought, there's no chance he's going to talk. No defense attorney would say to him, oh yeah, go on out and take as many questions as you like, unscripted, on live TV. But that's exactly what he did.
You were there for every minute of it. Stephanie Goss on Long Island for us tonight. Thank you, Steph. Glad to be with you. Glad you were able to be with us tonight. Appreciate it. So listen, you heard George Santos describe the charges against him as a witch hunt. If that sounds familiar, that is very much an echo of what former President Donald Trump has said about the investigations against him, including, by the way, that libel conviction against him for sexual abuse and defamation. For the first time on camera and in public, we will hear from Donald Trump later on tonight. He'll be at a CNN town hall taking questions from Republican voters in New Hampshire. Now remember, that was a civil trial when it came to the sexual abuse and defamation, not criminal. So it's not like he's going behind bars anytime soon, but he could face fallout politically for this. Keyword could, right? Because at this point, this whole thing really hasn't moved the needle for Donald Trump. He's certainly not facing a ton of fire from many fellow Republicans. A few of them, yes. Many of them, no. And there's a little bit of like a I haven't seen the tweet vibe going on with some of these members of the GOP who are trying to not say much at all about the person trying to get the party's nomination.
I don't have any observations about it. The American people are going to have to decide, particularly Republicans and Democrats, who they want to run for president.
Do you have a response to President Trump being found liable for sexual abuse?
Senator Risch, can I ask you about this news about Donald Trump being indicted, or excuse me, charged?
Our Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now live from Manchester. So, Vaughn, we talked about kind of the question of political fallout, and it is a bit of a broken record question because in the past we have seen Donald Trump face these, frankly, high-stakes legal liability moments, right, legal trouble moments, and come out on the other end relatively with his base unscathed. In fact, in his indictment last month in Manhattan, he raised money. His poll numbers actually went up when it came to the Republican Party here. Talk through what we're seeing and hearing on Capitol Hill and from voters today.
Right, Hallie. I remember you back in 2016 running around those halls and getting a lot of responses just like that to a series of questions about Donald Trump at the time. And look, he went on to win the 2016 presidential election. 8 years later, we're asking the same sorts of questions here. This time, though, a jury found him liable for sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll here. And I think it's important when we're talking about this. What is different this time around, though, is in October of 2016, when that Access Hollywood tape came out, at that point, it was just Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. And then in 2020, it was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. This time, there are Republican presidential candidates who are running against Donald Trump. So now there is some opportunity and some openness. And we've heard this from some Republican members of Congress, including some notable senators who have suggested that he is potentially unelectable if he were to get into a general election and that Republicans should look elsewhere.
Talk about tonight, Vaughn, because this is a moment that is Donald Trump live on stage at the CNN town hall, right? And it's not often that, like, as an NBC network, we might be covering a competitor's town hall, but this one is newsworthy on a couple of different levels. First, of course, it's the first time he's going to be on camera and in public after this E. Jean Carroll liable verdict came out, right? Second of all, it's a high-wire act for, frankly, the cable network and for Mr. Trump, who has gone on live TV before and lied and said things that weren't true about, for example, the legitimate outcome of the 2020 election here.
Right. This is notable because Donald Trump has not faced a series of questions related to the January 6th attack, related to E. Jean Carroll's own story. This is, for Donald Trump, the first time he will be taking a series of questions from a non-right-wing, non-conservative outlet since leaving Washington, D.C. He got up from a 60 Minutes interview with Lesley Stahl in October of 2020. That was the last major network interview. He hasn't been on CNN in more than 7 years now here. So for Donald Trump, this is part of a campaign effort. We should note, his own advisors tell me, to make his campaign more like 2016 as opposed to 2020, try to appeal to a broader swath of the electorate. Of course, it's focused less on, Republican versus Democrat, but more so on this sort of us against the institutions, us against those who are trying to prosecute him and investigate him. For Donald Trump, this is us versus them, and this is just an extension of this here as he tries to reach a broader swath of the American electorate.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us in Manchester. I'm sure we'll be talking again in the next 24 hours to come. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you much. And a big deal recommendation, an FDA panel late today is green-lighting the first birth control pill that would be available with no prescription, just over the counter. It's not the final green light, but it's a really important one in this whole process. Now listen, this panel had a couple of concerns. First, will people be able to follow the instructions to use the pill safely without a doctor? And second, will people with certain medical conditions, like breast cancer, take seriously some of these warnings that they might not be able to take the pill if they can get it over the counter? The panel ultimately is deciding that the benefits of making this pill available more broadly outweighed those concerns, saying they're confident in how effective the pill is and that they're comfortable with what they described as its limited number of risks. Now, again, this is not the final step. The full FDA will vote later this summer. Those votes typically go with whatever this panel recommends, but it's not a sure thing. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So with that said, that it's not a sure thing, what would the logistics be of this, the pragmatics? Like, I no longer would have to go to my OBGYN or my doctor to get a prescription for the pill. I could just walk into like a CVS and get one? Is that how it would work?
That is how it would work. And again, the FDA is relying on the consumer, in this case a woman, to self-select, meaning that she will deem herself an appropriate candidate for this. There's no age restriction, Hallie. When this pill was first FDA approved in the early 1970s, there was no age restriction. So yeah, any woman of childbearing potential can walk into a pharmacy and obtain this prescription, including minors, without parental consent.
What about the risks that the FDA panel laid out here, right? The idea that if somebody's maybe a younger, like a teenager, like 16 years old, right, not 18, that they might not understand the instructions properly, et cetera.
Right. So I think the overreaching theme here, Hallie, is that the FDA panel basically said, look, the data that was presented to us wasn't perfect, but that the benefits definitely outweigh the risk. And the risk we have to talk about, what risk are we really talking about? Are we talking about risk from the pill itself? Because the risk of the pill is actually exceedingly low. It's really about the potential harm of taking it incorrectly. And in this instance, that they say that the risk of harm from taking this pill incorrectly is far, far lower than the big potential for benefit. And that benefit, of course, meaning contraception.
The announcement is coming at a rather notable time here, right? You've got the FDA in the process of maybe approving this OTC, over-the-counter birth control pill, no prescription. At the same time as their approval of an abortion pill is being challenged in federal court. Does that court case, and again, separate thing, weigh in at all in this decision? Did it come up?
So I'm not aware that it came up within the advisory committee. I am very much aware that the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, who is unequivocal in their support and endorsement for over-the-counter availability of oral contraception, very much thinks that it could not be timelier given the climate and the challenges so many women face in this country. You know, we talk a lot about what are called contraception deserts. Approving this over-the-counter would essentially, make available oral contraception now to roughly 19 million individuals in this country who live in an area where they just don't have the kind of access to clinics. And the downside of that, Hallie, is unintended pregnancy.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much for the expertise, the reporting, the analysis on that. Appreciate it. Right now, it's just a little over 24 hours until the end of a key rule that'll have a big impact at the border. NBC News is exclusively reporting the White House plans to let some migrants enter the country with no court dates or even a plan to track where those people go, according to multiple sources familiar with those discussions. It comes as officials at the border are getting ready for an even bigger spike of migrants, with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas just today warning things are going to get more chaotic.
We are clear-eyed about the challenges we are likely to face in the days and weeks ahead, which have the potential to be very difficult. Even after nearly 2 years of preparation.
On the state level, you're seeing governors make moves too, like in Florida, where Republican Ron DeSantis, in just the last few hours, has signed a sweeping immigration crackdown into law. It's something he hopes will disincentivize migrants, right? Remove incentive for migrants to come to that state. I want to bring in Guad Venegas, who is on the ground for us in San Diego. So here we are, Guad, T-minus 24 hours or so until that so-called Title 42, which, remember, was a law put in place in the pandemic that would allow U.S. officials to turn away migrants at the border. That goes away tomorrow night here. What are you seeing?
Hallie, well, we've been seeing the search that started a few days ago here in San Diego, between San Diego and Tijuana. We've seen hundreds of migrants arrive right at the border wall, between two of the border walls that we have, but they are in American territory. These are migrants that say they wanted to come in before Title 42 was lifted. A lot of them said they've been informed that once Title 42 is lifted, things could become more difficult for them to request asylum. Doing it the way they're doing it, Hallie, which is entering the U.S. illegally, but then stopping and turning themselves in to Border Patrol. But we now know that once Title 42 is lifted, we're going to have new immigration policies be put in place, as Mayorkas has informed. So there is somewhat confusion. There's a lot of information that's being fed to these migrants. Some comes from relatives, from friends, others from smugglers. Both DHS Secretary Mayorkas and Mexican officials have said that smugglers usually take advantage of any kind of policy change to twist it and tell migrants that now is the time to come to the border. So we've already seen the surges of migrants. Some of them that I speak to, they tell me, well, I want to get processed before Title 42 is lifted because I don't really understand what's going to happen. So I think now's the time. I'm going to play you part of a conversation that I had with a migrant earlier today.
The situation is terrible. The criminals is very horrible.
You want to seek asylum?
Yes, of course.
And that's the need that we see and that we hear from every conversation that we have with the individuals that are arriving here, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us there in San Diego. Guad, thank you so much for that reporting, and I know we're going to talk again tomorrow. President Biden, for his part right now, is raising money for his re-election campaign in person for the first time since that 2024 announcement, hitting the road to friendly territory in New York. And in the process, he's slamming so-called MAGA Republicans on this debt ceiling fight. Listen.
They're literally, not figuratively, holding the economy hostage.
I made it clear, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills.
It comes as our team is learning more about a kind of strategy that he's pushing, right? Laying out, look at this. These are the faces and names scrolling by here, kind of who's who of Democrats. They're backing, sort of acting as surrogates for the Biden team. The Biden team has said it's kind of Avengers-like, right? It's coming as the president is dealing with a couple of big crises, not just immigration and the end of that pandemic-era rule, Title 42 that we just talked about, but also the health of the global economy. Kayla Tausche is joining us now. I'm not going to ask you what is the health of the global economy, but I will ask you about some of this reporting as it relates to the way that the White House sees the strategy for President Biden running for president. And when I say the White House, I mean kind of the broader apparatus in Biden world here. You and I have talked about how they want the president to be the president. That's the best way to run for president. There are also some big guns they want to pull in to help really focus people on that message.
That's right. And I think President Biden, up until this point, has argued that the state of the global economy is what it is, and Republicans are to blame for whatever happens next, depending on, which facts the Republicans or the Democrats lay out. But he's arguing that he's done as much as he can up until this point to bring the economy to where it is, to create millions of jobs, to implement the legislation, trillions of dollars in infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act incentives that are going to be dispersed into the economy over the coming years. And so that's really been his message, Hallie, is what have I already done? And so therefore, what could a second term look like? That's why some of these day trips where he's visiting districts where Democrats, they hope, could win back in 2024 for elected representatives, even though Biden won them in 2020. They're talking about things like infrastructure, like small business creation, and like drug costs. Just today, President Biden at least 3 times talked about the price of insulin, which has come down due to recent legislation that he had shepherded. So that's really the message. But ultimately, Hallie, he's going to have to craft a campaign platform from here. He's at a fundraiser in New York City, and according to the pool, he told the attendees at that fundraiser, the question is how we finish the job. The question is what we do next. It's going to be several months before that comes into focus. And in the meantime, people like Jeffrey Katzenberg, the heavyweight Hollywood producer, is going to be leaning on his friends in high places to build this $2 billion fundraising juggernaut to get there. And of course, we'll see how they do it and how that campaign comes together. But Biden at this point is arguing he's done as much as he can.
Kayla Tausche, great to see you. Thank you. Talking about the economy, right? Some mixed signals on that tonight, starting with the good news. New numbers show inflation is cooling off to just below 5%, the lowest it's been in 2 years. Meaning what you pay for stuff like food and cars and clothes is getting more expensive than it used to be, but not as expensive as quickly. But there's the not so good news. And we just said it. What you pay for stuff like food and cars and clothes is getting more expensive. The sting of inflation is not totally gone, right? It's not down to like 2%, the way that some people would like to see. I want to bring in Brian Chung to break it down for us at the big board. Help us understand what it means for our lives here, man.
Yeah, well, let me do my best Steve Kornacki impression here with the numbers that we've got. So 4.9%. This is the figure that we got for that inflation report. That's how much more expensive things got in April of this year compared to April of last year. So these are yearly rates, but that is indeed an improvement from the 5% that we saw in March of this year compared to March of 2022. And it is also substantially lower than the 9% rate that we had seen in June of last year. So it is encouraging to see that these overall inflationary numbers are coming down. But again, it's still a plus here, right? That means that prices are still going up, albeit at a slower pace. But as you mentioned, Hallie, the level that economists say is healthy would be somewhere closer to 2%. So not yet mission accomplished, something we'll have to continue to watch as the Federal Reserve continues to keep interest rates quite high.
Where's the pinch the most, right? Is it when we fill up our gas tanks? Is it when we're going to buy eggs at the store?
Yeah, well, I mean, yearly, things are still a lot more expensive than they were this time last year. But if you look at the monthly action in this April report, you do see that things like energy, for example, up 0.6%. That's gasoline prices going up, although at the pump, the prices per gallon are still lower than they were in the summer of last year. Shelter, which, by the way, is the most expensive and largest expenditure for most American households, that went up by 0.4%. But interesting to see that food actually leveled out between March and April. No change between that month, which extended the flatlining that we saw between February and March as well. So you look at eggs, you look at dairy, those prices actually came down between March and April. And interestingly, I didn't include it in these categories, but travel related expenditures, so airline fares and also hotel and motel rates actually went down 2 to 3% between March and April. So if you're trying to book a vacation, maybe now's the time to do it.
Brian Chung, that's good advice. Thank you, sir. When we come back, how the writers' strike is affecting the White House, the thing that's now getting put on hold because of it. Plus, a new push to help kids with peanut allergies. Next. Well, we're learning tonight about the first babies born in the UK using DNA from 3 different people. That's later this hour. But first tonight, some bad news, more of it for Bud Light and its parent company Anheuser-Busch. As analysts from the bank HSBC, they are downgrading the stock today. Oof. It means they're telling people to take a step back from scooping up shares of the company while it handles what it calls a Bud Light crisis. It's happening as we're finding out that at least 5 LGBTQ plus bars in Chicago are boycotting Anheuser-Busch by not serving its beer. It's not just Bud Light they're not going to serve. It's stuff like Stella, stuff like Michelob Ultra. The bars are saying they're upset, right, because Bud Light distanced itself from Dylan Mulvaney, who you see here, trans influencer, after she posted an Instagram video featuring the brand as part of like this influencer partnership. Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now. We've seen basically for Bud Light, just to take a step back here, does this partnership as part of like a big, broader St. Patty's Day thing. Some people, Kid Rock and others, got extremely upset. They were very upset that Bud Light partnered with a trans influencer. So Bud Light kind of came out, didn't really apologize, but in the eyes of some in the LGBTQ plus community, seemed to capitulate to the people who were calling on the boycotts of Bud Light. And now you have LGBTQ plus bars boycotting Bud Light too. They're getting it from all sides here, and now their business is hurting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we watched it during the month of April after this video was posted by Dylan Mulvaney.
This is weeks in the making.
We watched week after week the sales of Bud Light go down. The last week of April, the last full week of April, I think sales were down 23% for Bud Light. And so the companies had to deal with the marketing and the PR nightmare that this has created around this particular brand. Anheuser-Busch is dealing with the larger problem, right? And now we have this downgrade where the folks who watch the money and the sales are saying, you know what, we don't know, we don't feel confident that Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch can really handle what's going on right now in terms of dealing with the marketing issues that have come out of this. We talked to a marketing expert today and said, well, what do you make of this? How does Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch correct the problem with that's going to lead to better sales? And this is a part of the response that we got.
Bud Light is such a strong brand. It's definitely going to survive, but I do believe it's going to change the way we look at polarizing topics. I think brands are going to be a lot more cautious when it comes to jumping on some ideology. There's going to be a lot more research. They're going to have to figure out exactly where their consumer base sits.
And so we've heard that the folks who were in charge of marketing at Anheuser-Busch have been put on leave.
Yeah,
while
there's
they're
been this
dealing
whole,
with this, right?
whole bunch of what is so interesting here, and it's this sort of extraordinary moment where cancel culture has affected the business world in such a big and significant way. We see it in some other instances too, but this is fairly unique here. It is not as though, I think it's objectively safe to say, Bud Light jumped on an ideology, right? They did a partnership with an influencer along with many other influencers.
Right.
This particular influencer happens to be trans and controversial in her own right, separately, according to some people.
Right.
It's not as though Bud Light came out with like some other, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't. I look at Nike, for example, that had found controversy in its own, for some of its things, and sort of stood by members of the LGBTQ+.
Yeah, the CEO of Bud Light has said that this was one can, one influencer, one post, not a campaign. That was what we heard during an investor call last week from the CEO of the global company. And so the company has tried to sort of, as you said, back away a little bit from what the controversy seems to be rooted in here. At the same time, we know in the last couple of weeks they rolled out a couple of new ads that really leaned into the traditional Anheuser-Busch model.
And this is what has ticked off some people who look at the comment you just read from the head of the company and say, well, wait a second, why are you backing away from this, right? Like rather than support more vociferously in the eyes of these critics, the LGBTQ+ community, which is why these bars in Chicago were like, fine, you know what? We're not going to carry this beer either.
Exactly. And now Bud Light has to, Anheuser-Busch, the larger company, has to figure out, all right, how do we make sure that we're speaking in a way that if our position is that we are inclusive and we want everybody to be a part of the time in the bar, then how do we speak to both these audiences in a way that's going to be useful? And they haven't really made clear what the next message is.
What should they have done when you're talking with these marketing experts? Do they have any sense of like what would the better move have been for Anheuser-Busch?
This expert that we talked to says that she believes that they will sort of pivot to go middle of the road again. They'll try to appeal to the audience that they've always appealed to, but also to other audiences by not going in either direction, but just staying straight down the middle. We'll see how the summer goes.
It is.
Memorial Day is the beginning of beer season, if you will, for companies like this.
A beer season, here it comes. Aaron Gilchrist, much more to discuss, I am sure, on this front in the days to come. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein. She is back in Washington after being gone for something like 3 months because of a health issue. She's 89. She's been home in California. In a statement, the senator says, you can see her arriving on the Hill today, that she will be working a lighter schedule as she gets back to work. Number 2, a man from the UK pleaded guilty to helping hack Joe Biden and Elon Musk's Twitter accounts. Twitter says this hack back in 2020 targeted like 130 people, calling the crimes flagrant and malicious, their words. This guy's facing up to 77 years in prison. Number 3, staying in the UK, Uber is launching a new flight booking tool as part of its app. The company says it's part of their push to become a travel super app. If you've heard of Hopper, the travel booking company, Hopper is going to power the Uber tool. It's going to be ready for everybody in the UK who uses Uber starting this summer. Number 4, the first potential therapy for toddlers with peanut allergies is showing some positive signs in the late stage of a trial. It involves something called a peanut patch, and the idea is it desensitizes little kids to peanuts. The kids wore one of these patches for a year, pretty much around the clock. About 70% of the toddlers in the trial could tolerate that amount of peanut protein in it, equal to like 1 to 4 peanuts. The side effects in this trial were mainly skin reactions, so some new hope for parents worried about their kids' peanut allergies there. Number 5, Vice President Kamala Harris looking to show solidarity with TV and film writers on strike by postponing an appearance at MTV's mental health awareness event set for next week. A spokesperson for the VP says they're looking forward to rescheduling. We've heard from President Biden in the last 24 hours on this strike, saying he hopes these writers are given a fair deal they deserve. No response to our request for comment from MTV. Coming up next here on the show, an in-depth look at how some online memes could create pretty big risks to national security. We've got more on internet culture and how it plays in the NatSec community coming up in tonight's Original. So tonight's Original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And this evening, it is memes. You know memes, they're everywhere online, right? Meme humor, maybe it's your humor, especially if you are a member of the internet generation. You're looking at like Doge, these inside jokes that millions of people are in on, and sometimes millions of people are not. But What happens when extremist groups use their own memes to kind of signal to each other to try and get around moderators on some of these platforms? And what happens when there are potentially deadly consequences? Ken Delanian has our meme culture story.
The patch worn by the mass shooter who took 8 lives at a Texas mall last week meant nothing to most people. But the acronym RWDS, for Right Wing Death Squad, has for years been a popular meme in far-right circles. It's the latest example of how experts say violent extremists are using memes to fuel radicalization.
It's like grassroots organizing, and that you feel like you're really involved, but it's also at scale, and that's what a meme can do. And they spread like wildfire.
The U.S. National Counterterrorism Center recently warned in an intelligence bulletin that memes are full of coded language that makes it harder for social media platforms to flag them as extremist content.
The intent is to hide these provocative and extremist messaging under a veil of irony to avert detection.
Memes have been a feature of hate-motivated violence for years. The man sentenced to life in prison for killing 10 people at a Buffalo supermarket last year plastered his gun with racist slogans. In the winter of 2020, Aaron Swenson posted these crude anti-police memes on Facebook. A few months later, Swenson, a self-described member of the far-right extremist group, the Boogaloo Boys, started a Facebook live stream capturing what he said was a mission to hunt and kill a police officer. Prosecutors say this is the moment he tried to ambush a Texas patrolman. He ultimately was sentenced to more than 50 years in prison for attempted murder.
We can see how these things that appear innocuous as phony sequel jokes, as meme cartoons, they can really rapidly and dangerously convert into real-world violence.
After both Facebook and Twitter cracked down on extremist users following the January 6th attack, experts say many groups have flocked to more loosely moderated platforms, such as Gab, Telegram, and Discord, where Airman Jack Teixeira is accused of posting classified documents.
I think these gaming sites have really come into the fore in public notice as a way for people to be radicalized and then organized, unfortunately.
But law enforcement faces the twin challenges of anonymity and free speech protections. A lot of extremist content is posted under pseudonyms, and the FBI has been reluctant to monitor public social media posts by Americans.
I don't think we've taken this homegrown extremism seriously enough, and we've been very hesitant. And of course, we need to protect the First Amendment, respect the First Amendment, but we also have to take extremism seriously.
Ken Delanian is joining us now. It's a fascinating piece, Ken, and I want to just sort of say this, right? Like, memes are not slogans, right? There are some things are not memes, some things are, but sometimes like slogans or acronyms can come from memes, right? I mean, this is all tangled up in this idea of like the dark corners of internet culture and how it comes through in some of these examples that you've laid out.
That's right. It's often a slogan and a photo or a piece of artwork. And, you know, this is a really tough problem that both the social media companies and the government are grappling with. And experts I've talked to say both need to do more. The social media companies need to do more moderation, but the FBI needs to lean forward, they say, a little harder in looking at things that are public. This most recent shooter in Texas posted a roadmap on a Russian social media site that included memes, but also photos of his weapons and very disturbing posts showing a fascination with mass shooting. Any law enforcement officer who saw that would have wanted to go visit that person, but no one saw it because no one was looking.
Right. There's also this, not that example specifically, but this issue more broadly speaks to this underlying tension that sometimes comes up of like, well, free speech, right? Can a person post a meme if they want to?
That's right. And the FBI is saying we don't want to look at public social media, even though they're probably legally entitled to do that. They don't want to chill speech. The issue with memes is where does it cross the line into hate speech, where Facebook and other platforms would say you can't post that.
Ken Delanian, fascinating. Thank you so much for that reporting and for tonight's original. Appreciate it. A bit of breaking news right now on our top story tonight, specifically related to Congressman George Santos and the charges against him. Our cameras on Capitol Hill in just the last couple of minutes, catching up with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who's now saying he will not support Santos's push for re-election. Watch.
Are you going to support him? No, I'm not going to support Santos. You're not? Okay. So you guys will work to try to defeat him in the primary?
But I think he has other things to focus on his life than running for.
So you don't plan to support Santos for re-election?
That's what I said.
So tough to hear, but that is clearly Kevin McCarthy saying, that's what I said. I don't plan to support him for re-election. That said, Stephanie Gosk is back with us from Long Island outside that courthouse. That said, George Santos, at least as of 2 hours ago, is planning to run for re-election.
Yeah, that's exactly what he told us. He's planning on running for re-election. And think about this from just an optics perspective, Hallie. You have this case going on, and it's going to go to trial probably in about a year or so. And so as it's ramping up to trial, you've got George Santos out on the campaign trail. He's not going to have the speaker's endorsement or support as he's running for re-election. You have to wonder whether it continues to be tenable for him to launch that re-election. You know, you were talking about poll numbers earlier in the show that said that constituents in his own district really don't want him back. But, you know, really, when you talk about Speaker McCarthy, this is, for him, a political problem. Getting rid of George Santos now, for instance, pushing him to resign, would leave him with a special election for that seat. It would leave him potentially without a vote. It's a very tight district. It's not sure who would take his seat if he was pushed out, Hallie.
It's also interesting to hear from the Nassau County DA, who says, seems to imply that these federal charges are just the first step here, right? Meaning there could be more shoes to drop as it relates to Santos.
There are multiple investigations going on. So there's the Nassau County. There is also the State Attorney General investigation. Now, we don't know exactly what issues they are looking into. Sometimes in cases like this, when the federal government is doing an investigation, they might ask other agencies to step back as they do their work. But all of this is still out there. So there could potentially be more charges to come for George Santos.
Stephanie Gosk, live for us there on Long Island, working overtime tonight, as always. Steph, thank you. Tonight, the United Nations Secretary General wants Palestinian militants and Israeli forces to use maximum restraint, with both sides exchanging rocket fire today. Hundreds of rockets being sent toward Israel earlier. Look at here, people on beaches in Tel Aviv running for shelters as those sirens are going off. This comes in response to some strikes made first by Israel into Gaza Tuesday. The Palestinian officials say killed at least 21 people, including 3 senior militants. Raf Sanchez is on the ground for us in Tel Aviv.
All day, the skies over southern and central Israel have been filled with explosions. Here in Tel Aviv, we have seen the white trails of Palestinian rockets flying over the city, and then Israel's Iron Dome interceptor missiles streaking across the sky to bring them down. The Israeli military says some 270 rockets were fired in total by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group, many of them intercepted by Israel's air defense. So far, there have been no reports of casualties on the Israeli side, but these rockets, of course, were fired in retaliation for those Israeli airstrikes in Gaza yesterday, which killed 3 senior members of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, as well as 10 civilians, including several little kids, the youngest of whom was a 5-year-old girl. Now, I asked an Israeli government minister earlier today, given that these strikes took place on residential areas at 2 a.m. when families were sleeping and civilian casualties seemed almost inevitable, was he comfortable with the decision to strike? He told me Israel is never comfortable with civilian casualties, but it does everything it can to reduce them. He says Israel twice called off this operation for fear of causing larger harm to innocents. Now, the Israeli military says over the course of the day, it also successfully used a David Sling missile, which is a newer, more sophisticated interceptor, to bring down one of those rockets. The talk now is of a ceasefire brokered by Egypt. It remains to be seen whether that ceasefire will hold. Back to you.
Our thanks to Raf Sanchez for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of international stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our foreign desk has done it for you. Here are some of what they're watching in a new segment we call The Global. Out of Serbia, the country's president says people have surrendered more than 3,000 illegal weapons and parts of weapons in just 2 days. Serbia started this big gun amnesty push Monday after 2 mass shootings last week that killed 17 people. From Pakistan, a judge says former Prime Minister Imran Khan can be held for 8 days on new corruption charges. He was also charged in a separate corruption case today after getting dragged from court and arrested about 24 hours ago. Hundreds of Khan's supporters have been arrested for violence after his arrest. And out of the UK, regulators are confirming babies who have DNA from 3 different people have been born in Britain. Obviously, the first time something like this has happened. The technique is an attempt to try to keep kids from inheriting rare genetic diseases. Officials said fewer than 5 babies have been born this way in the UK. Over in the UK, we're just learning, too, that a big tabloid is making an extraordinary acknowledgement that they spied on Prince Harry and broke the law, and now they're apologizing. A huge moment in the prince's lifelong push against the British media. That is coming out today in day 1 of Prince Harry's phone tapping trial against the British publisher of the Daily Mirror. The tabloid is saying sorry for snooping at least once, but Prince Harry says, hey, it was more than once, right? He says they did it a whole lot more than that. He's expected to take the stand next month. He says 148 articles published between 96 and 2010 had information that Harry says they got illegally. He says they hacked his phone. The paper denies those claims. It's not just this. Harry has 3 active cases in his legal fights against the British media. He's going after the Mirror, the Sun, the owners of the Daily Mail. I want to bring in Ali Arouzi, who is live for us in London. It is not just an extraordinary acknowledgement to sort of say sorry and like, oops, I spied on you once, kind of, but it is also, in some ways, part and parcel of this, frankly, years, if not decades-long fight and like lifelong battle that Prince Harry has waged against the British media, who, if you read his book, he despises.
Absolutely. He's been a very outspoken critic of the tabloid media here. He blames them for his mother's death. He says that they are the mother of all online trolling. So he takes this very personally. And as you said, it is a big admission from the newspaper to say, even though they're saying it was only on 1 occasion that they illegally obtained information, which then they put into articles. I have a statement from the Mirror Group newspaper that I want to read to you. They say MGN unreservedly apologizes for all such instances of unlawful information gathering and assures the claimants that such conduct will never happen again. But of course, Hallie, they were embroiled in a huge scandal several years ago. They had to pay millions of pounds out in settlements claims. So you can understand there's a lot of skepticism when people hear them say that this will never happen again, because they have a long record of doing this. And of course, Harry's lawyer is also saying that they have been pursuing him with really terrible methods throughout his life, and now they should pay up for it.
Has this reverberated at all in the UK, Ali? I wonder, because, you know, these are tabloids, these are papers that people know and people are familiar with.
Yeah, they're very familiar with them. They have a huge sales here. I mean, the Mirror Group that we're talking about is one of the most popular newspapers here. It's read very widely, and you know, it's full of gossip. And now we're learning that they got a lot of that gossip illegally. They were